When one boy was little, he had a dream. Even as a child, he was simply fascinated by architecture. Then he had one game where he had the opportunity to make his dream come true. He started designing and building. He did this until he finally built the building of his dreams. He built it perfect. A notification appeared on the screen that he had logged in. A guy bent low in front of the girl and extended his hand, asking her to marry him. The girl blushed deeply. The guy who was watching this from the system window laughed and asked if it was really the same today. Scenes like these became a daily occurrence for him. It was the concept of turning dreams into reality. Dream World. This VR world has become quite popular in Japan. Even an avid user will enjoy the exciting battles. However, the possibilities in this world are not limited to battles. In this amazing place, you can create various objects and objects of architectural work. Many masters around the world were simply fascinated by this stunning freedom of action. Miyabi was one of those people. He dedicated all his free time to this business. And when he finally built the building of his dreams, it became a great place for couples in love. The guy watched the lovers and was amazed at how long they could stay there. At first, these couples were a real annoyance to him. However, after a while, he got used to it. In his normal life, he was nothing more than a simple employee of the company. He thought, isn't it amazing that someone like him can create something in this game that can make so many other people happy? He read comments from people who said they hoped Miyabi would find a beautiful wife too, and then thanked him. Reading these messages, the guy couldn't help but smile. He thought that this was something he should be proud of. He wished these people happiness. Suddenly, he received a notification. He paid attention to the new letter because it did not look like it was information about another marriage. He opened the mail and noticed that it was from the management. Miyabi thought that it was too early to announce the results of the event. The system wrote to him that thanks to his wonderful architecture, so many people were able to find their love. Even the system thanked Miyabi for bringing people together. The boy thought uncomfortably that he seemed to have been assigned the role of Cupid. However, he noted that it is normal to be praised. He smiled. The letter said that they wanted to invite Miyabi to a special server as a sign of sincere gratitude. The guy was a little surprised when he read about the server allocated to him. The system said that they did not need the guy's data, so they were interested in whether he agreed. Miyabi thought that if he could do construction there, he would do it. He pressed the button and a bright flash of light swirled around him. The glow swallowed him. At the last moment, an inscription appeared in front of him saying that the goddess of love wished the guy luck. After some time, the boy woke up in a different place. A leaf fell from one of the trees, which Miyabi saw. The boy sat under a tree and watched the falling leaf. He rubbed his head, thinking that he seemed to have lost consciousness earlier. Miyabi was a bit confused because the entrance to the server was so unusual. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the location around him was not the one he was in before. He immediately jumped up, when suddenly someone started shouting for the man not to move. Several bandits were holding weapons and grinning. They told the unknown woman to leave her cargo with them. Miyabi was surprised and thought that they might be robbers. He looked around the tree he found himself behind. He wondered if there were robbers in the dream world. The horse carriage was stopped by robbers. Miyabi thought it might be some new update. He also thought that it all looked very real. The robber was standing in front of a girl of average height who was trying to defend herself with her weapon. Suddenly, Miyabi noticed that the unknown girl had crossed his gaze. He clearly noticed that they were looking at each other. Miyabi tensed when he was sure that she had just looked at him. He noticed her intense gaze again. Suddenly, the girl started showing something with her hands. Miyabi had a strange feeling that reminded her of the beginning of some task. The guy wondered what he should do in this situation if he was in the game. He supposed that he should probably distract them somehow. Miyabi came out from behind the tree and shouted loudly, asking the robbers what they were doing here. The bandits immediately turned to look at the guy who appeared so suddenly. A stern man, apparently the leader of the bandits, turned to his boys. He exclaimed that it seemed like someone was looking for trouble here. Hearing this, Miyabi's face changed noticeably, becoming colored with an emotion of slight fear. The leader of the bandits shouted loudly, ordering them all to be killed. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard behind the bandits. The young girl who had been defending a few moments ago was now confidently holding her magic staff. She looked at Miyabi and thanked the boy for helping her. The girl thrust her staff into the ground, spreading her magic across the area. The leader of the bandits, who noticed this, began to get nervous. The girl's staff began to shine brightly, after which many bright lights rose from it, which rushed to attack the bandits. The girl's magic quickly struck down the bandits one after another. Miyabi could only watch in admiration, unable to intervene. Suddenly, a small stone hit Miyabi's head, leaving no traces. Noticing this, the guy's face turned a little pale. He immediately looked at the place where the stone had just fallen. He didn't know what to think. Miyabi wondered if he had just felt pain in the game. The thought flashed through his mind that no matter how real the game seemed to him, it would always remain nothing more than a game. It simply could not cause physical harm to the boy. He looked straight ahead. At that time, the girl was dealing with the bandits, and her cart was standing still. He looked up at the sky, the mountains. Miyabi thought that this reminded him much more of the real world than the game he had been playing for many years. After a while, the young girl dealt with the bandits. She shook off the dirt and dust from her hands while the tied-up bandits sat in front of her. They looked at the girl with dissatisfied faces. The girl assumed that they should hand these bandits over to the city. She looked at Miyabi and smiled. The girl remembered that she had never introduced herself. After these words, she said that her name is Liz. She bowed and said that she was sorry for dragging Mr. into this. Miyabi also smiled and said that it was okay, because anything can happen. He introduced himself by saying that his name is Miyabi. He spoke admiringly about how it was an incredibly interesting fight, and that it was the first time he had participated in one like this. The girl had already said that she understood, when suddenly the realization of what Miyabi had said reached her, and she asked what it meant that this was his first fight. The guy confirmed that this was his first experience in battle. Hearing this, the girl asked if Miyabi was an adventurer or an ordinary person. Liz's face already showed a sense of guilt. Hearing this, the girl tightened her cloak, completely covering her face. Liz apologized to Miyabi. The guy asked in shock what she was apologizing to him for. The girl took off her cloak and said with a rather guilty look that she had initially thought that Miyabi already had combat experience. The girl said that it was because he looked like a really good adventurer. The guy was wearing quality clothes and also had a pretty good appearance. Miyabi also apologized for misleading Liz earlier. After finishing talking about this, Liz asked if Miyabi was heading to Angelum by any chance. She said that if they were on the same path, they could go to the city together. Miyabi happily asked if Liz was serious. He exclaimed that she would be a great help to him since he seemed to be a little lost in this place. The guy approached Liz and asked if he could keep her there for a while, since he still had some work to do. The girl, somewhat perplexed, agreed, after which she said that it was only for a short time. When Miyabi was already on his way, Liz called after him not to go too far. The guy thanked the adventurer for her concern and said that he would be back very soon. After some time spent searching through the forest, Miyabi piled up a small amount of sticks, leaves, and rocks in front of him. He stood right in front of a small pile of newly found items and exclaimed that this would most likely be enough for his plan. He thought about how no matter how much he tried, he still couldn't remove his VR helmet. In his miserable attempts to remove her helmet, even Liz started to worry as she looked at him. Miyabi thought about how he needed to be as careful as possible so as not to rouse any suspicion among the residents. Before losing consciousness, Miyabi read a suspicious letter that had arrived in his in-game mail. He assumed that he should first look and think about what he could do in such a difficult situation. Thinking about this, Miyabi suddenly remembered about the inventory and tried to open it the same way he did in the game. Previously, he could reach out and pull out the window because this is normal in the dream world. Not noticing any effect from his actions, he wondered if it really doesn't work here. The guy assumed that there must be some other way to do this. He sat down on the floor and wondered if it might be easier to do it here because maybe he just needed to think about it properly. He concentrated and set the word inventory in his mind, wanting to open it. As soon as the guy opened his eyes, he found himself in a deserted space where there were many empty shelves in front of him. Miyabi was surprised, but quickly went to explore the area. Observing everything that was in this place, he noticed that in the dream world, everything worked a little differently. Miyabi wondered what he should do. It is possible that now he will be able to interact with the inventory only inside his consciousness. In a small imaginary dome, the guy picked up the branches and stones that he had collected. He noted that they were also in this place. Miyabi thought that this meant that he still had one more thing he had to try. It was item creation. After Miyabi combined several items in his inventory, he tried to create another one, which he did quite successfully. After connecting the branches, a huge table appeared right in front of the guy. Miyabi gasped in admiration as he looked at the object of his own creation. He happily noticed that there was automatic crafting. This was quite convenient for him, since he didn't have to do everything himself as it was in the game. With the help of the Miyabi system, he could get the recipe for an item just by thinking about it. This is how he got the recipe for making a shovel. The guy thought about it and said that there were some differences from the game he played, but everything worked pretty much the same as in the dream world. Miyabi perked up and thought that in that case the next thing he needed to make was a stone axe. The guy found the recipe for creating this item quite quickly. Stone axe. It can be used not only for chopping wood, but also as a weapon. It's just a great item in the early stages of the game. Miyabi smiled, noting that he needed to find 10 branches and 30 stones. He thought that he could probably create a stone axe with the materials he already had. He quickly loaded up all the things and then had the finished axe in his hands. The happy guy picked it up and said that everything was finally ready. He went to some tree and thought that now he needed to check how this thing works. He hit the tree a couple of times, after which it instantly fell apart. Miyabi happily thought that his work was finished. The guy was also pleasantly surprised by the fact that items were collected into his inventory automatically. He was glad that all he had to do was hit the tree 3 times and rest. The happy boy smiled, thinking that he understood everything now. Miyabi knew that he could now live a really good and measured life in this world. He thought that he would collect materials and make items that he liked. The guy dreamed of enjoying adventures and a leisurely life at the same time. He already imagined his future wife and their child on the doorstep of the house. He wanted to live in a house that he would build himself. Miyabi couldn't stop being happy that his dream would come true. After a while, Miyabi came out of the forest and turned to Liz, who was already preparing to leave. He called out to the girl and asked her to wait a little while he approached her. The girl turned around and said that he had been late enough. When she saw Miyabi, Liz was quite surprised and exclaimed loudly, asking the guy what kind of stone axe he was holding in his hands. Liz was also very concerned about how angelically Miyabi smiled while holding a real weapon in his hands. She asked him why he was smiling like that. Suddenly, the boy came to his senses and thought that he needed to be more careful with his emotions. He smiled awkwardly and said that he had previously thought that the axe could become his weapon. Liz said tensely that she was already scared. The girl was shaking tensely as she asked the boy where he got the axe from, since he had nothing with him when he left. Miyabi thought she was looking at him strangely. He explained to Liz that he simply gathered branches and stones and made a weapon. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, was he really able to make it himself? She assumed he was a craftsman. The girl asked if that was true. She said she knew that no one would set out on a journey empty-handed. She said that meant he could use equipment and so on. Miyabi asked in surprise if that meant Liz couldn't use equipment. The girl said that it did, and that was because she was a mage. The 2 knights, who had previously been silently watching the boys' conversation, suddenly said that since he was doing such work, he needed to hire at least 1 escort. The second knight said that maybe Miyabi just didn't have the money for it. The first one fully supported his friend's words. Liz turned around and looked at the knights with an angry expression on her face. The girl exclaimed how rude it was to say that to a person they had just met for the first time. The knights were a little taken aback until Miyabi suddenly told the girl that everything was fine. While Liz was scolding the rude knights, Miyabi thought that he thought they were normal people, even if they were a little rude. He thought that perhaps there was not much demand for artisans in this world. One of the knights approached Miyabi and apologized, then said that he hoped that the boy was not offended by his words. Miyabi smiled and said that everything was fine. After some time, the guys collected all their things and successfully loaded them into the cart. When everything was finished, Liz turned to Miyabi and suggested that the guy also pack all his things. The guy agreed. After all the work, they finally set off. The road was not too long, but quite exciting. The boys spent time trying to figure out the map, and they also had to fight off some of the monsters they encountered on their way to the city. They also had a short rest stop where the elderly woman who was sitting in the cart could rest a little. In a calm environment, they finally got closer to their destination. Noticing something, Liz smiled widely and told everyone to look ahead. The boys finally reached their destination, the city of Angelum. The boys arrived at the entrance to the city fairly quickly. Miyabi looked at the architecture with interest and thought about how big the gates at the entrance were. Watching the guards, he thought that, after all, this was a fairly large city and the guards there were quite serious. As soon as the guards saw the boy's carriage, they immediately began to actively do something. Noticing this, Miyabi was a little surprised. The next moment, a large number of guards approached the boys and surrounded them from all sides. Noticing this, Miyabi became very scared and turned pale. The boy saw the scary looks the guards were giving him. Miyabi, very scared, exclaimed a question about whether they had done anything wrong. Liz told the boy to calm down because it was a very normal procedure. Quite quickly, the guards gathered around the bandits that Liz had just caught. One of them said that it was quite difficult for them to catch these bandits. He said that he was the commander of the Angelum soldiers. The man said that he needed the leader of this detachment, a certain Liz. Miyabi was able to exhale, thinking that this meant that they had come to hand over the bandits. He thought that Liz's leader was one of those knights, when suddenly a girl stepped forward and said that it was her. Miyabi turned pale as Liz calmly approached the commander. The man asked the girl for permission to check her adventurer card. The girl calmly handed him the card. The commander read that Liz was a key crank adventurer, and then asked if he was right about her squad being made up of 6 people. The girl said that it was not, and then pointed at Miyabi and said that he was not an adventurer. The boy turned around and saw the knights who had been with Liz during their journey calmly walking forward. Miyabi asked in surprise if Liz was their leader. The guys quickly confirmed this information. The girl told him not to be so surprised by this because nothing can be done about it. According to the unspoken rule among adventurers, the leader is the one with the higher rank. One of the knights came closer and, smiling, said that Liz was helping them all very much. The girl blushed a little. Another knight came up next and said that this girl was a master at finding all of their enemies. Hearing this, Liz blushed even more. After that, Miyabi apologized for his behavior. He said that he was quite surprised when he found out that the leader was a girl. However, if even older adventurers obeyed her, then it meant that she was simply amazing. The girl blushed again before looking away. She took a deep breath as Miyabi looked at her and laughed, thinking about how shy the girl was. At the end of the awkward conversation, the guards said that in that case, they would take these bandits away. They told Liz that she could get a reward for finding them in the guild. The girl said that she understood everything. A middle-aged woman who was in the cart thanked the boys for their help. Liz told the woman that she could now safely sell her goods wholesale. The girl added that they had delivered the woman safe and sound. The knight smiled sweetly and said that in that case they would go. They said that Miyabi and Liz would be fine. Together, the boys waved to the knights who were walking away. Suddenly, Miyabi remembered something and turned to Liz, asking the girl if he could ask her something. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what happened. The guy said he needed an ID to get into town. Liz confirmed this information, then asked tensely if he had lost his ID. The girl asked if it was possible that his ID was still in the guy's inventory. In response, Miyabi shook his head and said that it was not so because he did not have such a document at all. Lisa thought about it and said that in that case he would have to pay for it. She added that it would cost about 5 bronze coins. In response to this, Miyabi also said that he actually didn't have any money. Hearing this, Liz had nothing to say in response. Miyabi raised his thumb and said that he was a very unique case, since he had no money or identification. After these words, a loud silence hung in the air. Miyabi ran towards the guards and shouted to the guards that he urgently needed help, because there was a chance that he would be hit with something heavy. Liz grabbed the guy by his clothes while he screamed that if they let the girl do this, Angelum would become a lawless zone. Thanks to Miyabi's screams, the girl gave in and said that she would not touch him. The girl sighed and handed the boy a temporary permit that would be valid for 3 days. She said that if he wanted to stay for a long time, he would need to apply for an ID card at the Adventurers Guild. After some time, the streets of Angelum were quite calm. Miyabi and Liz were walking together along one of the city's roads when the boy sincerely thanked Liz for her help. The guy also thanked her for the money she gave him for expenses. Liz countered by saying that she simply lent him the money and he would return it as soon as he could. She said that she would make the boy comply with all these conditions. Miyabi said that he understood her. Earlier, Liz had set 2 conditions for him. The first was to register with the Adventurers Guild. Miyabi thought that it seemed like he could form a team in this case, and the guild would know her location. The whole point was to prevent Miyabi from escaping. The guy thought that he needed to collect all the necessary materials for creation as soon as possible and register with the Adventurers Guild. The second condition Liz set was to work for a girl for some time. While the boys walked along the streets, Miyabi continued to admire the various buildings such as, for example, a real blacksmith shop. At the moment Liz voiced her request, she also asked for help with her luggage. The guy looked around and thought that he would really like to look around there, but there was no such opportunity. Whenever Miyabi stopped, Liz would immediately call him back. The guy had to apologize for looking at different shops. The battles might be difficult, but if he took a support position, then something could probably work out. One time, when Miyabi was distracted by various things, a man with a massive beard noticed the guy but did not say anything. After a while, Miyabi and Liz reached a small building that turned out to be a hotel. The guy asked if they weren't supposed to go to the Adventurers Guild. Together they stood in the hotel, by the lobby and reception. Liz said that the first rule of adventurers is that they absolutely must have a place to stay. She said that the cheap hotels fill up pretty quickly, so they had to act fast, and the girl's luggage was pretty heavy. Miyabi just listened to the girl and remembered the most important things. The woman at the front desk said that the cost for one night was 5 silver coins. Miyabi immediately reached into his pocket for money. The guy took out a small coin and thought about how good it was that he had borrowed some money earlier. After the guy paid all the money, he went to his room. He thought about the price of 5 silver coins he had paid for the room. 1 gold coin was equal to 10 silver coins. A stay at a business hotel in Japan cost about 5,000 yen. The boy thought about 1 gold coin equaling 1 million yen. The passage and the city cost Miyabi 5 copper coins, and he also had 2 gold coins for various expenses and living expenses. Now Miyabi had a certain debt to the girl who was younger than him. Thinking about this, the boy sighed heavily. The boy noted that despite the fact that she was an adventurer, she turned out to be an extremely problematic person. However, Miyabi had to repay this girl for her help. The night passed very quickly, and morning had already arrived. On this very day, Miyabi decided to go to the Adventurers Guild to register there. In this place, he saw many things that were unbelievable to him. There were beastmen and various elves who looked incredible to an ordinary guy. Miyabi was genuinely amazed by them. Noticing this reaction, Liz said that the Adventurers Guild was the same in all cities. The girl asked in surprise if he was seeing her for the first time. Miyabi thought that he knew them from games. The guy smiled and said that he had lived in the countryside for a long time, so he had not had a chance to get to know the cities. He said that everything was fine and Liz should not worry about him. The girl smiled and said that in that case they should go to Eleanor to report the escort order. There they were met by a beautiful girl with blonde hair. Eleanor greeted Liz warmly and thanked the girl for her hard work and accompaniment. She smiled and said that it was getting chilly outside, so she should be more careful with her health. Liz smiled and thanked Eleanor for her concern. Miyabi was genuinely amazed at how beautiful this girl was. Eleanor rose from her chair and asked with interest who this young man was that Liz had come with. Miyabi cleared his throat, then confidently said that his name was Miyabi, and he had come to this place to register as an adventurer and help Liz. The boy bowed low and said that he was extremely glad to meet them. Eleanor thanked Miyabi for taking care of Liz. The girl introduced herself and said that she was an employee of the Adventurers Guild. She smiled and said that she was glad to meet Miyabi. Liz, who was watching the scene, looked at the guy and asked if she thought his nose had grown a little. The guy was taken aback. Miyabi nervously explained that it was just a basic greeting. The guy asked if that was not how he met her. After a short squabble, Eleanor turned to Liz and said that she would take her adventurer card. The girl asked Liz to wait a bit while she checked the status of the request. She also told Miyabi that he would need to fill out a form, which she politely handed to him. Miyabi quickly agreed and took the sheet that was needed for the subsequent registration of adventurers. The guy had never seen such letters, but, surprisingly, he understood absolutely everything. He wondered if this could be an effect of being transported to another world. There are 7 levels in the adventurer rank system. As time passes, you can increase your rank by leveling up. The rank fluctuates depending on the contribution of requests and the guild. The adventurer card can also be used to verify identity. It can also be used to deposit money, just like in a bank. Miyabi found himself thinking that it was simply unrealistic to carry all his money with him, otherwise he might get a commission. It was also important for him to be polite. It was said that one must also understand the importance of cooperation. Miyabi was surprised that all this was written down in the rules column. The boy thought that adventurers didn't seem to have much humanity. Suddenly, Liz said that it was important for Miyabi to read all of this very carefully. Miyabi looked at the girl with a little surprise, after which he told her that he had already read all of it. He remembered that if he didn't read the contract properly, he wouldn't know what might happen to him later. It reminded him quite a bit of his time with the company. Liz looked at Miyabi and then said that about 90% of people don't read the contents of the contract. In her personal circle, she was the only one who read everything carefully. Miyabi sighed and told her that she shouldn't lie because he clearly didn't think that was true. Suddenly, he caught Eleanor's gaze, which made him realize that it was true. The girl sighed, then said that she wanted to thank Miyabi for reading the contract carefully enough. Eleanor said that Liz knew about it, and besides, she was a serious girl by nature. Miyabi smiled awkwardly, thinking that Eleanor was right. He began signing the papers, thinking that this girl was going through quite a difficult time right now. Suddenly, Liz stopped the guy. Miyabi looked at the girl in surprise, after which he turned very pale, because he realized that he, without even thinking, wrote his name in Japanese. He was already very scared, thinking that now it was definitely the end for him, when suddenly Liz, as if nothing strange had happened, told him that in the specialization column Miyabi needed to write assistant. The boy, prepared for the worst, was still squinting. When he realized that he was not in any danger, he opened his eyes and looked at Liz in surprise. The girl began to talk about how long-term requests and support make it very difficult to service weapons and armor. The girl asked the guy if he agreed with her words. She stated that currently assistants are hired only on a temporary basis. The boy sighed in relief, glad that in this world people knew Japanese. Miyabi asked if that meant he would be behind the group. Liz thought for a moment, then said that it was. She said that it wasn't that the boy wouldn't be participating in the battle because he would be collecting water and cooking food. That would make the camp guards less burdensome. The guy asked if it would be too easy. Liz said that the longer their order was, the more they would need this kind of work. Even adventurers can't live without a comfort zone, so they need helpers. Miyabi thought that if he looked at it another way, his job would simply be to help others fulfill their own orders. Thanks to him, these people can relax, and this plays a major role in relieving stress during work hours. Miyabi smiled and said that he understood Liz, then took a pen and said that he would register as an assistant. After the guy finished, Liz yawned and said that in that case, that was all she wanted to talk to him about today. She had already given Eleanor the documents to join the group. The girl asked if Miyabi could do the rest, since she was too tired from this escort order, so she wanted to go to sleep in peace. The girl apologized for not being able to attend. Miyabi said it was okay, since he had his own things to do. Liz smiled broadly and said that in that case, he should try his best as an assistant. After a while, Miyabi successfully took his adventurer card from Eleanor. The guy examined the document, after which the girl asked if Miyabi had a temporary permit. The guy asked Eleanor to wait a second. With a quick movement of his hand, the guy took out his permit using the inventory. Noticing this, Eleanor was surprised. Miyabi smiled and handed the document to the girl. She was a little taken aback, after which she said that Miyabi really was a craftsman. Miyabi smiled and said that it was probably unusual for her to see a craftsman registering with the guild as an adventurer. Eleanor said that it could be explained that way. The girl said that there are many people who are registered in commercial and production guilds. There are 3 types of guilds: Adventurers Guild, Trade Guild, and Production Guild. Miyabi noted that there was a production guild here. Eleanor said that it wasn't just that. Often they weren't accepted because they weren't physically strong enough. Miyabi sighed, thinking that this didn't sound very encouraging, but he had clearly decided that he could handle it. With a smile on her face, Eleanor explained that recently, the members of the production guild were increasingly taking on escort orders. She could only hope that everything would go well. The girl remembered and decided to ask if Miyabi knew that time did not pass in the inventory. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised. Eleanor said that if the guy can bring monster meat or other precious materials, he will be able to get a reward. During the collection, he should try not to damage the monsters' heads. Miyabi thought that the inventory would make his life much easier because he wouldn't have to worry about the condition and safety of the materials. And besides, he would be able to pass on fresh meat to the adventurers. The boy happily exclaimed that he would try. He thought that he would definitely do everything to pay off Liz's debt as soon as possible. In order to start creating items, Miyabi first needed to gather materials. Now he could do two important things for himself at once. It was better than spending time in the production guild where his interests would hardly be satisfied. He should have spent some time in the Adventurers Guild. The boy turned to Eleanor and asked where he could gather more materials. The girl smiled and said that he should go to the Eastern District, since it was relatively safe. Miyabi was determined to work outside of the time allocated for orders. After some time spent gathering various resources in the forest, Miyabi decided to return to the city. It was already sunset outside. Returning to the city, the guy could not figure out where he was because the buildings were unfamiliar. Miyabi stood in an alleyway, trying to figure out where the hotel he was staying at for the night was. He was starting to panic because the buildings were too similar to each other. He didn't even know how many times he had walked down the same street. In a panic, he screamed that wherever he went, everything was the same, and this was too much for a simple Japanese office worker. He assumed that he had let his guard down earlier because Liz was with him. The guy walked down the street, trying to remember what the name of that hotel was. He looked at the sky and noticed that the sun was already setting and there was a chance that Liz was worried about him. Suddenly, a female figure with a neat tail appeared towards the guy. Walking down the street, Miyabi saw a short girl with cute ears and a tail, and her gaze was quite stern. Miyabi thought that she must be a beastman. Miyabi noted that there was a sword on the girl's belt, which meant that she was most likely an adventurer. The boy looked back again, and thought that he hadn't seen any other people anyway, so he wanted to ask her for help. He decided to try. The guy approached the girl and asked if she could tell him the way to the hotel. The girl immediately turned away and said that he needed to go there. Miyabi was a little confused, then said that he still hadn't said what hotel he was staying in. The guy asked if the girl was talking about the hotel she was staying in. The girl was taken aback. Miyabi immediately noticed that she was confused. He did not understand what was wrong with the stranger's face. Miyabi was already beginning to think that he should not have asked her about this. However, the guy also thought that now he simply had no one to rely on, because there was only this girl. He apologized for the fact that he could have scared her. He said that he was not some strange rogue and then handed the girl his adventurer card. After examining the document, the girl sighed and then quickly picked up another card and said that she was also an adventurer. The boy exclaimed in surprise at what a coincidence this was. In fact, he was very surprised by this turn of events because the girl looked very young. Miyabi took the girl's card and paused for a moment to process the information. He looked at her silently and then wondered in surprise if she was a B-rank adventurer. Miyabi couldn't believe that this small and cute girl was higher in rank than the formidable Liz. He looked at the calm girl and wondered if she was really that strong. The girl pointed her finger at Miyabi and said his name, followed by his F rank. She noted that he was a lost adventurer. The girl introduced herself, calling herself Mel. The girl proudly declared that she would help this guy. Miyabi smiled and thanked the girl for this. He thought that it was true, of course, but it hurt him when such shameful things were said so openly. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed that Miyabi would give her at least a little hint. Miyabi thought about it, asking Mel for a little time. He said that he clearly remembered being near the East Gate. He also added that he didn't remember the details, and that was because he was talking to an adventurer he knew. Mel immediately asked if Miyabi's friend was a girl. Miyabi confirmed this and said that it was a girl about his age. He wanted to add something else, but Mel immediately understood where they needed to go and led Miyabi along with her. After some time spent on the road, Mel pointed to a building and said that it was here. She turned around and asked if she was right. Miyabi shook his head, indicating that this was the place. The guy exclaimed that it was simply amazing. He asked Mel how she had figured it out. The girl raised her head proudly and said that she had just been thinking for a while. She said that this is a hotel where even girls can stay safely, and there is no other place near the East Gate. The doors in this place are locked and there is no alcohol. Since alcohol is prohibited there, even low-ranking people can safely remain. Hearing this, Miyabi was quite surprised, not believing that Liz was probably thinking about his safety. The guy thanked Mel for her help, then said that she saved him. The girl patted him on the shoulder and wished good luck to this F rank. The guy reminded her that his name was Miyabi. Mel wished the boy luck again, but this time, She called him by his name. Miyabi thought that now she would better forget that name forever. Suddenly, Miyabi remembered and said that he wanted to thank Mel for her help. He asked if the girl could wait a little. Hearing about gratitude, the girl beamed. She obediently stopped and said she would wait. Miyabi looked at Mel and thought that he would really like to thank the girl with money, but that was exactly what he didn't have. The guy activated his inventory to create something for Mel instead of money. He wanted to make her something that would make her happy. During this time, Miyabi had already managed to collect quite a lot of trees in the forest, so he had the materials. He took a small log in his hand, after which he quickly used the decomposition of the material, turning it into small square cubes. Material decomposition is an additional feature designed for the extended inventory. Material in the extended inventory can be decomposed automatically. The next moment, a block of wood appeared on his hand, which Mel also managed to notice. Then Miyabi needed to work with magic power. The wooden cube spun around in Miyabi's hands at incredible speed. It was handcrafted. Habits and feelings were what really mattered when magically working with any material. In Miyabi's case, it was wood. By this time, the wood had already begun to take on an unusual formula. Miyabi smiled, thinking that it was quite easy for him since he had always done such detailed processing of various objects. Quite quickly, the tree Miyabi worked on turned into a figure of a charming cat. With the final touches, Miyabi left a cute face on the cat. The boy sighed, happy that he had succeeded. Now he had a cute wooden craft in his hands, which he was going to give to Mel. He placed the cat in the girl's arms and said that it was a small thing, but that was all he could offer. As Mel looked at the figurine, her eyes began to sparkle. The girl stroked the cat's head, unable to tear her eyes away. Mel continued to pet the cat as she commented on how great it looked. Miyabi was pleased that the girl seemed to like his humble, handmade gift. The guy watched Mel run away and thought that in the end he had created many wonderful things, but all of them remained just virtual data in the game. The guy thought that it was quite pleasant for him to give such emotions to other people. Late at night, when Miyabi had already returned to his room and was sleeping, something tormented him. The boy was snoring and shaking when suddenly he jumped out of bed screaming about how cold he was. He went out into the hallway trying to warm up, but there was no stove or fireplace in this place. The boy spoke with a heavy voice about how his futon could no longer keep him warm on this cold night. He thought that he should have breakfast to warm himself up. Unexpectedly for Miyabi, the boy met Liz in the hallway, who was also frozen. The guy wished the girl a good morning, after which he said that it was somehow too cold today. Wrapping herself in her clothes, the girl could not help but agree with Miyabi's words. The guy told Liz to sit at the table he pointed to. He asked her to sit there for a while. He went and got them some food. The girl sat down and thanked the guy for his concern. After a while, Miyabi brought a small tray with porridge and bread. The guy put the food on the table and apologized to Liz for making her wait. The guy smiled and said that the dish was very hot, so Liz should be careful. He passed the plate of food into the girl's hands, accidentally touching her fingers. Because of this, Miyabi was quite surprised and exclaimed about how cold Liz's hands were. He asked the girl why this was happening, because they were incredibly cold. Liz wondered, not understanding why he was reacting like that. The girl was shaking when she said that she just gets cold very quickly. Miyabi looked at the girl and thought that he even felt a little sorry for her. Liz took a small sip of the dish and then finally exhaled with satisfaction. She said it was still better than the morning they had received the request for an escort. Liz said that she hadn't even had time to eat that day, and there wasn't even a cold wind blowing in that place. There were days when she was so cold that she couldn't sleep. Miyabi sighed and said he could imagine it. The guy voiced his thought that maybe an extra blanket would definitely make Liz happy. She said that if he gave her his blanket, she would pay him a silver coin every night. Miyabi said that he would perceive this as robbery. Liz smiled creepily and said that when he was with Tanya on a rainy morning, he would speak completely differently. Many people complain that they cannot sleep because of the terrible cold. Miyabi decided not to continue this discussion and agreed with Liz, after which he suggested that the girl look at some escort requests. After some time, they came to the guild together. Liz read various ads and thought about whether it was worth taking such orders. Suddenly, Miyabi asked what it was, to which the girl calmly replied that it was a notice board. Liz calmly explained to the guy that requests that were submitted to the Adventurers Guild were posted on this board. She also added that on the board they were looking at, You could find orders for C and D ranks. Miyabi said that he understood the girl. He looked away and suddenly saw several people hiding around the corner, waiting furiously for something, while the unknown girl posted new tasks on the board. In an instant, the crowd of people who had been hiding around the corner rushed out to the board from which the stranger had just walked away. They furiously tore off many of the tasks, trying to take everything as quickly as possible. Miyabi, shocked, pointed his finger at the scene, asking Liz what had happened. In response, the girl calmly said that there was a board with orders for E and F ranks in that place. They were fighting for the highest paying orders. By the time the adventurers had already sorted out most of the tasks they needed and dispersed, only one weak boy was left lying on the ground who had not been able to reach the tasks. Miyabi was in shock. The boy rose from the ground with a heavy weight and said tiredly that even the additional tasks were taken away. Miyabi was speechless. He could only silently look at the boy who was left without a job. Sweat began to pour down his face as he realized what it was like to be an adventurer without a team. He wondered if this was how he would become in the future. The boy clenched his fist, mentally hoping that Liz wouldn't leave him. The girl came to the spot and picked up one of the tasks that had fallen on the floor and said that it was terrible. Worried, Liz said that now the request forms were mixed up, and it would be quite difficult to understand what was required of them. Miyabi looked at the girl silently. Suddenly, he felt a little awkward and scratched his face, then went to help Liz. He told her that she was really amazing. The girl was surprised and asked why he was saying that so suddenly. Miyabi changed the subject and asked how the orders were going. The girl read the paper and said that it would take some time, so they should start working right away. One of the adventurers who passed by accidentally looked at Liz's sheet, after which a look of disgust appeared on his face, and he himself did not stop looking at the sheet. He quickly left, which Miyabi noticed and thought was strange. The guy asked what the request was. Liz said it was a request for the humility of Earth Sheep. Miyabi asked in surprise what it was. He looked wary. Liz said the reward was quite good, but no one had taken the order. She asked if no one had noticed the order. The sheet said 3 Earth Sheep had been spotted on the western plain. Because of them, there were several accidents on the road. The guy also read everything and then asked Liz if she was okay. He said that the task didn't seem too difficult. The girl said that everything was fine, she was just a little depressed. Liz convinced him that it would pass, so he shouldn't worry. Suddenly, the guy noticed something interesting and asked Liz if it was free. The girl sighed and then said that it was so. The guy looked in the direction where the embarrassed Liz was looking and noticed something unusual there. Noticing Eleanor there, giving out tasks to others with a gentle smile, the boy realized something. He loudly exclaimed that Liz was Eleanor's fan. He looked pleased because he had thought of it. Liz blushed deeply and asked the guy not to say it out loud. The girl started making excuses, saying that she was not a fan or anything like that, and she was not pining for her or anything like that. She meant that no matter what clothes she wore, Eleanor would always look grown up and put together, and her hair would smell so nice and she would be a pleasure to talk to. She didn't mean anything, but when Eleanor's hair fluttered in the wind, she couldn't help but admire her. While saying all this, Liz squeezed Miyabi's throat. Suddenly, she added that she sincerely wanted Eleanor to always be with her. Miyabi exclaimed that this was some middle-aged man's wish. Liz said that it was not true and she just wanted to be a little sister who was always accompanied by a caring older sister. Miyabi said that it was quite disturbing. After some time, Liz and Miyabi's turn finally came. The girl smiled and asked if they could take the order. Eleanor smiled when she saw that they had finally reached her. She picked up the paper and began to read the order information with interest. Suddenly, Eleanor asked with a tense face why exactly that one. The girl said that this would be a rather difficult order and they would have a hard time with it. She said that she thought they knew this themselves. But the reward for this order was raised because the C-rank adventurers had failed to complete it before. She approved the order and told them to be careful with the Earth Sheep, as it was not as harmless a request as it might seem. After these words, Miyabi tensed up. Eleanor smiled and told Miyabi that this was his first order, so he should try hard there. Miyabi agreed with the girl. Eleanor smiled warmly and said that she hoped Miyabi would not be hurt, and then wished them luck. The guy remembered Liz's words and understood what his friend was talking about. The thought that he understood her now crossed his mind. The moment Eleanor gave him her kind words and smile, he was filled with motivation. The contented guy walked along, thinking about how calm and light his soul now was, while Liz looked at him skeptically. The girl grumbled because he was so calm in front of Eleanor, even though Miyabi was completely incapable of talking to people. Liz sighed and said that Miyabi was definitely a 30-year-old man at heart. The guy laughed, thinking that he really was one. After some time, the boys came to the western plains. They stopped at one of the rivers to rest. Miyabi was drinking water when Liz suddenly said that despite the fact that he was a craftsman, he definitely had strength. Having filled herself with water, the girl said that they had been walking since Angelum, and he was not tired at all. She even had the feeling that he was an adventurer, which could not help but surprise the girl. After Liz's words, the guy also noticed that he was not tired at all. He smiled and said that it was all thanks to his building and gathering skills. He has the skills of improving physical strength and reducing fatigue. It is normal because he has worked on it for a long time. Liz was surprised and noted that you can't find such skills in magicians. The girl said that it would still be more difficult to make magicians physically strong than those who were in the front ranks. She didn't say she wanted to take a day off or anything, but sometimes she was jealous of what other adventurers were capable of. But mostly she had come to terms with it. Miyabi sighed and said that breaks were still important for the safety of their journey. Liz exclaimed that she was not tired at all. The girl looked down and said that now she understood the guys who wanted to finish everything quickly. She said that the city gates closed when the sun set, and if they couldn't get back before then, they would have to spend the night in the camp. Miyabi grimaced and thought about how he often worked overtime and was late even for the last trains. He remembered how he had to walk home because it was hard. Just yesterday, this was his daily life. He wiped away his tears, thinking how lucky he was to be here. He thanked whoever it was for sending him into this world. This world had its downsides, of course, but at least there were no complaints from terrible clients and an annoying boss. His co-workers were mostly women with children, which caused him to break down a little mentally. However, he found peace only now. During this stream of his thoughts, Liz tried to call the guy who went into memories. Suddenly, the girls screamed that they were already here talking about Earth sheep. Miyabi got scared and started looking around, asking where they were. Together, the boys concentrated, trying to find the beast. Suddenly, the figure of the animal appeared in front of them, calmly chewing grass. Miyabi asked what it was because the Earth sheep looked just like a deer. Liz exclaimed that it was a deer, but she wasn't talking about him, because the sheep was behind him. Several deer, who were quietly eating grass, suddenly became alert and began to look in one direction. Suddenly, a huge airwave appeared from that direction. The deer tried to escape from there, but suddenly a huge horn crashed into their bodies. A large animal with large horns, which was called an earth sheep. The animal looked extremely aggressive. Miyabi tensely noted how terrifying this sheep looked. Liz agreed, then said that they were also called roaring demons. She said that even 10 soldiers at once would not be able to deal with this brute. There are even rumors that one of these demons destroyed the city gates. Miyabi sighed and said that roaring demon was a much better fit for these creatures. Liz explained that the problem was that they were quite smart. They needed to deal with the monsters together, like that time in the forest. There were also many rumors that the Earth Sheep were targeting the mages who were standing behind the entire team. Miyabi added that it would be too dangerous to test it. Liz agreed and said that they might rush at him right away, so it was important for them to find cover. Because of this, they came to the decision to retreat temporarily. At that very moment, Miyabi finally understood why the people in the guild reacted that way to this request. If such a monster were to roam around, the road would definitely be blocked. Looking at the broken tires, Miyabi said that they needed to hurry. Miyabi asked if there were any casualties other than the adventurers. Liz said that fortunately, no civilians were hurt. The girl said that this was, of course, just an obstacle on the road, but there was a village not far from there, and this road was their only connection with civilization. Miyabi guessed that the people in this village must not be in the best conditions since supplies had not arrived ever since those terrible monsters appeared. Liz said, in other words, they couldn't fail. Even Miyabi, as an assistant, had to be on guard. Miyabi came closer and agreed with Liz, then said that in that case, they should not postpone this matter. The guy asked how they would observe these monsters. He asked if they could use magic or if they needed to throw rocks at them. Liz said that wasn't the issue at all. They needed to figure out how the monsters moved. Hearing this, Miyabi thought for a moment and fell silent. The guy asked if that was all. Hearing this, Liz was very surprised. The girl agreed that they needed to watch their movements, but this was no reason to relax. Liz screamed that these monsters would attack them until they were killed, and given their strength, such a task would be incredibly difficult even for a B rank. Miyabi repeated Liz's words that they would attack them until they killed them, then asked why they didn't just stop them. Liz was taken aback, then asked the guy what he meant. In response, the guy smirked. He said that something told him that these monsters were not prepared for the unexpected. After a while, the boys came out into the open. Miyabi walked ahead, simultaneously sorting out something in the craft, while Liz silently followed him. Miyabi used 10 branches and 50 stones to create a small stone shovel. Miyabi took the object in his hands. Liz asked warily what Miyabi was going to do. The boy proudly raised his shovel and said that he was going to dig a hole. Hearing this, Liz's face became even more wary. She asked him what he was talking about. The girl said that monsters were not such simple creatures, and if it worked, everyone would do it. Liz took a deep breath and said that they didn't have time to dig big holes. Miyabi didn't respond to this and just continued to dig out the dirt with a shovel. The girl said that if they lingered there, the monsters would definitely notice them. Suddenly, the moment Miyabi's shovel sank into the ground, a huge, square-shaped hole appeared in front of them, going deep down. The girl was speechless. Miyabi said he understood what he was talking about. The boy stuck the shovel into the ground again. He said that everyone thought that the helpers were rather weak. In an instant, a huge crater appeared around Liz, and she herself was on a small piece of land which was surrounded by an absolute abyss. Miyabi said that he was absolutely sure of the trap he had made. Shocked by what she saw, Liz fell to the ground, unable to say a word. Looking around, Liz said in a trembling voice that this simply couldn't be happening. She couldn't understand anything at all. At this time, Miyabi was calmly climbing up a small staircase that he had created from the earth. The still shocked girl asked if it was possible that Miyabi had been some kind of mole in his past life. Hearing this, the boy laughed awkwardly and said that it was more likely that he had been a dog on a leash. He associated these words with the fact that he used to work in a regular company. The guy picked up a fairly large object and said that now they need to finish this as quickly as possible. Miyabi quickly took out 5 plywood boards from his inventory, which he successfully used to cover the gap in the ground so that it would not be so noticeable. After that, he used magic to thoroughly cover the tree cover with a certain soil. After that, the guy used magic again to cover the ground with a small amount of grass after the soil, so that the trap could not be noticed. Miyabi raised his hands and said that it would still look unnatural, so he decided to speed up the grass growth using magic. The next moment, his hard work was finished. Miyabi proudly said that this was all he needed to do to catch these wild monsters. Standing in a seemingly normal field with Liz, Miyabi said that the monsters wouldn't even be able to notice that anything had changed, and so he could proudly say that his trap was finally complete. Liz stood in the same place as before, genuinely shocked. The pale girl quietly said that it didn't even take Miyabi 10 minutes. She couldn't believe what she saw in front of her. With enough distrust, Liz extended her leg to test the waters. She was shaking a little when she asked if this meant that Miyabi's trap was already starting at this point. She asked if she was right. Liz sat down on the ground and began to peer into the grass. Miyabi sat down next to her and with a sweet smile on his face, calmly explained that even after a little magic processing, this grass would be slightly different from the real thing. He pointed to the grass and said that you could see it if you looked closely, because the grass grew in a slightly different direction than real grass. Liz laughed and said how nice it was that he warned her. She then sharply yelled that he should have done it at least a little earlier. Miyabi blushed and thanked Liz for her compliment. After that, he told her to be a little more careful, because one more step and she would fall right into his trap. After these words, Liz sat down on the ground, clinging to her magic staff. The girl concentrated and asked Miyabi what she should do. The boy asked if he was right about the earth sheep being ferocious. He suggested that if they spotted them, they would come to the trap themselves. He asked if it was possible that Liz had some kind of magic spell that could attract the attention of the earth sheep. Hearing this, Liz was surprised and asked Miyabi to wait a second. The girl grabbed the grass next to her, then tensely said that attracting earth sheep was complete nonsense. However, the girl still thought that they had at least a small chance of success. Struggling with her own thoughts, she leaned back, after which she said tensely that she would still believe Miyabi. When she said this, there was a noticeable distrust on her face, which Miyabi himself could clearly see. The guy looked at the girl with some pressure. After a while, Liz stood on her feet, holding tightly to her magic staff. The girl's face showed uncertainty in her actions. At the same time, Miyabi stood silently behind her. Liz raised her staff slightly towards the sky, then used a magic spell that involved summoning an earthen projectile. Quite quickly, a small earthen projectile appeared from her staff, which first flew upwards, and then began to quickly fall to the ground right next to one of the earthen sheep. The faster the projectile flew, the more serious and tense became the adventurers who were watching it. At the first moment when the projectile fell, there was no reaction. Miyabi and Liz were looking closely at the wild beast, when suddenly the earth sheep turned sharply towards the frightened children. This action from the monster only caused Miyabi and Liz to panic even more. Together, they screamed about how scared they were. The boy tried to cover his ears with his hands, while Liz's eyes were already streaming with tears of fear. The earth sheep immediately started running towards the adventurers, who were just waiting for this. As the monster approached them, simultaneously creating a huge wind wave, Liz screamed in fear that it was already approaching them. The scared girl was panicking, and so she kept asking if everything would work as it should, and if their original idea with the trap would work. Miyabi shouted at her to calm down, because everything would definitely work. Liz asked loudly how anyone could calm down in such a situation. She cried and screamed that she couldn't be calm at all. Because of her fear, she said that they would lose and die. She screamed that she couldn't even escape from there because of their own trap, while the monster was getting closer and closer, faster and more furious. Liz grabbed Miyabi by the shoulder and began to tearfully apologize to all the gods of the world for getting involved with this good-for-nothing guy. She sincerely asked for help from the higher powers of this unfortunate world, while Miyabi looked at her as if she was crazy. The monster came closer and closer with a loud squeal. The faster it happened, the paler was the face of poor Liz, who was scared to death. The earth sheep rushed towards the girl with insane speed when suddenly she finally reached Miyabi's ingenious trap. In just one moment, the ground under the monster's feet began to crumble. The monster itself quickly began to fall down, right under the plywood boards that Miyabi had covered the trap with. All this happened under a terrible roar and loud sounds. Because of how impressively loud it was, Liz covered her ears with her hands, trying to hide from the noise and fear that had built up over this short period of time. With a loud and long squeal, the earth sheep flew down right under the trap. At this time, Liz also screamed in fear, while Miyabi covered the girl with one hand. As soon as it was over, Liz screamed loudly for that horrible earth sheep to finally shut up. At the same time, she was saying that they definitely wouldn't fall without noticing anything. However, despite all the fears and worries of the frightened Liz, the earth sheep, one after another, continued to fall straight into the trap created by Miyabi. Looking at this, Liz asked her assistant if these sheep would find out about this hole. The girl tried to calm herself down by asking whether she was right in thinking that it was impossible. In response to this, Miyabi only smirked and said that it was a fairly simple design. But the important thing was that the deeper the hole, the worse it would be for the enemies. He looked down at the trap and said that since they had already fallen from such a height, they would probably never wake up again and cause any problems. The guy said that these earth sheep fell from such a great height, and so now they definitely won't be able to fight them. Miyabi was completely confident in himself. With the same tense expression, Liz said that this couldn't be happening, it was just unbelievable. At this time, Miyabi smiled silently as the two of them looked at the sheep that were lying unconscious. Liz couldn't believe that Miyabi was able to defeat these monsters with such ease because usually even one of them took a lot of time and effort from adventurers. She thought about the trap the boy had created and tried to understand where he could have such incredible craftsman skills from. The girl looked at the unperturbed Miyabi and wondered who her assistant was, who at first glance did not look so incredible. Noticing Liz's gaze, Miyabi raised two fingers and said with a wide smile that he was glad to see that the girl was able to come down without any injuries. Liz thought that this was absolutely not something worth paying attention to. The girl sighed and said that she had something important to tell Miyabi. She asked if she could ask the guy a question about something. Miyabi asked in surprise if it was something important. The guy smiled and said that they had only known each other for 2 days. In response, Liz exclaimed that it was not a declaration of love, and she was saying that they did not need pits. The girl said she would go first because she wanted to teach them a lesson. Liz raised her staff, creating an incredible magical weapon. Watching this scene, Miyabi couldn't help but be amazed by his companion's magic. He noticed that the ice spike created by Liz's magic was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, fatigue was already appearing on the girl's face. Noticing this, Miyabi told Liz that her opponent was a wounded animal. In response, the girl said that this was not true at all. Liz said that earth sheep are very resilient. She wanted to kill him with one shot so as not to damage the material. The best way to do this was to improve the strength with a magical charge. The girl screamed with all her might, sending her ice spear straight into the body of the animal, which lay unconscious at the bottom of the pit. After several such attacks, the girl finally finished. Liz sighed heavily, saying that this was the end. With great heaviness, Liz said that it was quite funny, because she had never delivered the finishing blow with such ease before. While collecting materials from the sheep, Miyabi said that the girl was doing well. Liz grabbed her head and said that she was not keeping up with what was happening around her. Miyabi stated that mastery is when you can use your own skills correctly. The girl agreed with this, but said that Miyabi had very strange skills. Suddenly, she noticed what the guy was doing. She turned pale and asked if she saw everything correctly. The girl asked if Miyabi had just placed all those monsters in his inventory. Miyabi was genuinely surprised and clarified everything because he was supposed to carry materials from monsters. Liz agreed with this, but added that it looked like sabotage. However, one question was nagging at her. She said that he had fit so much earth into his inventory, so she didn't understand how he could fit the massive earth sheep in there as well. Miyabi looked at the girl in surprise and said that she herself had told him earlier that materials could be carried in the inventory, so he didn't understand what the problem was. The girl confirmed this, but she asked again where he got such a huge inventory. Realizing that she would not achieve anything, Liz fell silent and then took a deep breath. The girl told Miyabi that they clearly needed a break. Together, the guys sat down again near the river where they had been on their way to the mission. Liz ate the piece of bread she had with great pleasure. The girl looked happier than ever before. Liz's mood noticeably improved as she herself said that she was incredibly happy because she could afford to eat warm and delicious bread. Miyabi added that he was also extremely happy that the girl was happy. The boy smiled broadly and remarked that it was a good thing he had bought the bread in advance and stored it for a long time. Miyabi happily commented on how useful his inventory was. Liz looked at the guy and asked how much stuff could fit in that inventory. The guy noted, a little awkwardly, that Liz seemed to really enjoy talking about inventory. Miyabi said he didn't know exactly how much space there was, but he believed the inventory was currently about 1% full. Liz was shocked and asked if it was possible that she had missed something. Miyabi became very nervous and exclaimed that he had expressed himself incorrectly and that his inventory grew proportionally to his skill level. After these words, Liz asked in surprise what kind of level this was. Meanwhile, the girl continued to eat her bread. Hearing these words, Miyabi was quite taken aback. The boy wondered if the concept of level simply didn't exist in this world. Miyabi tried to explain to Liz that if he used a skill, the inventory itself would expand. He gave the following example. If he collects something in his inventory every day, he will definitely become bigger. In the dream world, levels increased naturally. In that virtual world, you could make your inventory truly huge. For many, this may seem unfair, but for serious craftsmen, this is the most common thing. Liz thought deeply and sighed heavily. Noticing this, Miyabi became very nervous and asked what the girl's reaction meant. Liz raised her head and said that she was just thinking because her idea of artisans was a little different. She said that artisans can make anything, but the quality of their goods always leaves much to be desired. Therefore, they mainly make cheap furniture and repair defensive structures. Even the wages of craftsmen are extremely low. Liz said that she previously thought that this was one of the worst professions. Hearing this, Miyabi could not help but be surprised. The girl continued, saying that she didn't know what kind of environment Miyabi lived in, but they couldn't even leave the city without protection. Even wolves and goblins pose a big threat to people without combat skills. She said that sometimes artisans work alongside adventurers, as inventory slots are not free, but even those fill up quickly. Liz explained that for the average craftsman, collecting materials every day is a very dangerous and difficult task. Miyabi was genuinely shocked by what he heard. He didn't say a word. During his adventures in the dream world, Miyabi had visited many different places. That's why he never had any difficulties when it came to collecting materials. However, the artisans of this world are not capable of such things. Here they can only create cheap furniture and repair defensive structures. They have no opportunity to improve their skills. Miyabi clenched his fist tightly, thinking that he felt sorry for them. However, he didn't think that he could do anything to solve this problem. The guy was too busy with his personal affairs. He smiled and said that any job has difficulties and earning money is not easy. The guy reminded her that Liz herself had recently complained that she constantly had to endure the cold while working. Liz sighed. She said adventurers have a fairly high mortality rate, but only a few of them achieve wealth and fame. However, they still have to keep trying. Miyabi thought he needed to change the subject before it got any weirder. The guy said he might need Liz's power. The girl looked at him and asked what was wrong. Miyabi said that he already knew that he was in debt, but he would really like to get some wool from those sheep that they had just destroyed. Liz was surprised but said that the guy could take everything. The girl said that she had originally planned to sell the main parts wholesale and just throw away the wool. Miyabi noted that adventurers usually only take a portion of the entire loot. He thanked Liz. He thought he might as well get busy sorting through the materials for now. Liz said she never thought she'd get to take a whole ram home with her. Horns for medicine, claws and bones for weapons and armor, and whole pieces of meat for food. Liz said it might be the most profitable job she'd had in a long time. She supposed that maybe the heavens were rewarding her for her efforts. She thought about moving to a hot spring tomorrow. Miyabi asked if that meant she wanted to take a warm bath. He noted that it had been quite cold yesterday. The girl said that a hot bath is much more pleasant for the body. The guy imagined a pretty girl who would immediately go to warm up in bed after the bath. Suddenly, Liz exclaimed that Miyabi would not be able to leave the team for some time. She stated that this would be the case even after he repaid his debt. Miyabi was flattered. He thought that Liz wanted him to continue collecting materials from monsters for more profit. He would, of course, like her to say it in a friendlier manner, but he would still be just as happy to continue being in the same group with her. Miyabi shook Liz's hand and said that he was also happy to work with the girl. After all, helping each other is an important part of teamwork. Liz apologized for being so calculating. In response, Miyabi told her not to worry because everything was fine. After a while, the guys returned to the guild, where Eleanor was already waiting for them. The girl said that from her memory, she approved their request this morning. She asked if they were done yet. Liz looked away and said they were just lucky the monsters were alone. Miyabi asked why they couldn't say they had trapped the monsters. Liz replied that she too had the pride of an adventurer. Hearing this, Eleanor thought with disbelief. However, she smiled and said that luck is also a kind of skill, so she was happy for them. Eleanor picked up the form and asked the children to provide materials as evidence. Liz looked a little taken aback, then said that they hadn't had time to sort out the materials yet, and then asked if they could have a room. Miyabi was a little surprised by these words, but he quickly remembered that Liz didn't yet know that he had already finished everything. The guy said that he had already done everything necessary a long time ago, and therefore now he would pull everything out. He raised one hand in front of him, and a whole bunch of resources fell out onto the table in front of Eleanor. Miyabi said that these were claws and horns from 3 bodies and flesh from 2. Eleanor was speechless. Even the adventurers passing by stopped in amazement, unable to hide their shock. Miyabi apologized for the fact that his things seemed to block the entire passage. He asked if Eleanor wanted him to take it somewhere else. Once the girl recovered from her shock, she smiled sweetly again and said that everything was fine and she would begin the evaluation immediately. She asked Miyabi to wait a little while and then quickly left the room. The crowd looks at the mountain of meat that Miyabi and Liz have collected in surprise. The stern adventurer was very confused and wondered where they got so much meat from. The warehouse workers present were also very surprised by the amount of loot. They could not believe their eyes and thought that this was some kind of joke. The guild was in a commotion. Some said that it was earth ram meat and that they needed to move faster. Others asked how many dozens of rams they had brought. Liz and Miyabi watched calmly. The boy looked at the meat of a whole ground ram with delight and could not control himself at the sight of his prey. The boy enthusiastically and quickly rushed around the guild, wondering how this was possible. The adults were clearing away the mountain at that moment. Miyabi calmly watched the events in the guild. He asked Liz if mutton was really that popular here. Liz looked at her friend in confusion, not knowing where to start. Liz said that the ground ram has quite tender and healthy meat. Most often, women like it, and sometimes it is even eaten raw. She added that if the meat was brought within 3 hours of killing the ram, the guild would be able to freeze it, and that the meat even had its own admirers. Miyabi listened attentively and absorbed the words of his companion. Liz decided to ask her friend something and pulled Miyabi by his clothes. She looked at him awkwardly and sheepishly expressed a desire to say something about this meat. She said that she would also like to eat a piece of lamb meat and asked Miyabi not to sell all the meat. He looked at Liz and asked if she also liked this meat. Liz noted that she would not eat this meat raw. After a while, Eleanor returned to the boys. She apologized for the wait. She bowed and thanked Miyabi and Liz for taking the time to evaluate. She had a tray of gold coins in her hands. Eleanor said that for the order they would receive 45 coins. Eleanor placed the tray on the table and said that for horns and claws in good condition she would pay 60 gold yen, and for nails and horns in good condition they would get another 10 gold yen. She added that the meat would cost 85 gold yen. If you count them, they got 200 gold coins in total. Miyabi and Liz looked at the coins in confusion. The boy and girl were surprised by the total amount, looking at the coins in shock. They got a total of 2 million yen. The sparkling coins illuminated the faces of the children and Eleanor. Liz exhaled and said that they would divide everything 7 by 3. Miyabi agreed clearly and said, looking into her eyes, that it would be fair. He would take his 30%. Liz looked at Miyabi in surprise and asked why he wanted 30% when she wanted to give him 70. Miyabi replied that he was in debt, so if he got 70%, he would definitely go broke. She asked how many times Miyabi was going to pay her back. Liz screamed at him to take back his 70 since he was very useful as a mole. Liz began to furiously push coins at Miyabi. Miyabi asked why Liz was talking to him in such a tone. Eleanor watched the scene with a smile. She asked the boys what mole they were talking about. Liz and Miyabi coquettishly replied that they were talking about none, continuing to determine who had what share. They left the guild, and Liz said that she was amused by how much Miyabi was denying it. She felt a little embarrassed. Miyabi looked at Liz and said that he was just supporting Liz, and therefore did not deserve such a big reward. Miyabi added that Liz was in the vanguard and therefore risked more than he did. The guy began to pay Liz his debt. She replied that she received much more from this 30% than for their mission and Miyabi's debt combined. Liz asked how they would split their reward. Miyabi suggested a 6-4 split. They walked calmly through the bustling city. Liz angrily asked Miyabi to stop arguing with her. Miyabi responded that it was as if she was trying to get a discount from the merchant. Miyabi suggested splitting everything 5-5. Liz angrily responded that it was equal. Miyabi said thoughtfully that he didn't think he deserved such a reward since he was just supporting her. Liz walked ahead, after which she turned around and said with a smile that everything was fine because it was her decision. The girl continued walking through the city with a smile, and Miyabi still felt awkward. The large hall of the Furai Hotel. The hostess, with a sparkling smile, says that a night for one person will cost 2 coins. Miyabi was taken aback by the price. He took out a purse of coins. Liz agreed with the hostess and signed the papers given to her. Liz dragged Miyabi along, calling him her servant. These are all mandatory expenses. Miyabi asked where they were going. Liz turned around and cheerfully replied that they were going to the hot springs. She was holding a wooden tub with bathing gear in her hands. After defeating the barons, they had some money, so they decided to take a little rest by visiting the hot springs. They got 200 coins, which was equivalent to 2 million yen. Miyabi thought that the prices of this hotel were something special. The upgrade from a regular business hotel to a luxurious hot spring would be a huge blow to the wallet. Miyabi calculated that it would cost 8 coins to spend for 7 days. He also thought that it would be better if he just stayed at the hotel. He was very upset about this expense. Miyabi and Liz walked into the hall. On the way, they noticed a couple of happy people with basins in their hands. The couple was leaving the springs with satisfaction. Miyabi smiled with satisfaction. He realized that this atmosphere in the baths was quite familiar to him. He took the basin and towel in his hands. Liz hurried him to go to the hot springs. Miyabi asked him to wait a little. Miyabi smiled, looked at Liz, and said that he would go shopping. Liz reminded him of the hot springs with displeasure. He asked if there was anything he needed to buy for Liz. Liz replied that she didn't need anything. Miyabi replied that everything was fine and that she could stay and soak in the water. Liz distantly agreed. Miyabi headed for the exit. Liz watched him with a confused look, noting that he had a lot of energy. A satisfied Liz went to the baths. At this time, Miyabi ran through the city. He had to do something urgently. He noted that missions like yesterday were rare and the life of an adventurer was very harsh. Therefore, Miyabi needed to restore the basic element of life. And the main element of life is food. He knew that there might be times when they would not be able to accept such missions. For this reason, Miyabi decided to stock up on food while he had money. He was determined to fry the ground sheep meat along with vegetables in a frying pan. He said he hadn't forgotten about the sweet and spicy sauce, although just salt would be enough. At this point, he had already managed to approach the counter with food. There were many different vegetables on the counter. Miyabi told the vendor that he wanted to buy all the vegetables from one end of the counter to the other. He asked the vendor how much it would cost. While smoking a cigarette, the shopkeeper looked at Miyabi with displeasure and called out to him. He said that if he wanted to have fun, he should go somewhere else. Miyabi held out his hand with money and asked if 10 gold pieces would be enough. The seller was very surprised. He quickly and politely replied that there was enough money and began to fussily put the food in the box. Miyabi replied that he did not need to bother because he would put everything in the inventory. The seller was surprised by this. Miyabi came to a spice merchant. He asked the merchant to sell him salt and black pepper. The merchant was displeased with Miyabi, but immediately after he showed the money, the merchant immediately changed his attitude. Miyabi came to a cloth merchant. He asked the merchant to sell him some cloth. The merchant was displeased with Miyabi, but immediately after he showed the money, the merchant immediately changed his attitude. Miyabi bought all the supplies he wanted. Before buying, he had 84 coins. In the end, he spent 35 coins on purchases, so 49 coins remained. Miyabi was very upset about this. These expenses are not scary because they are investments in yourself. He ate a sandwich and thought about where he should go next. Miyabi walked down the street and looked for a merchant, remembering that he seemed to be somewhere in this place. The sound of forging metal caught his attention, and he went to the blacksmith, who was busy with his craft. The blacksmith had a lot of beautiful weapons and armor. This slightly amazed Miyabi. He looked around the forge filled with finished products with trepidation. Miyabi walked up to the weapons rack. He reached for a weapon. In his hands was a beautifully sharpened dagger. Miyabi noted the blacksmith's skill and added that his axe was nowhere near that. He was pleased with the condition of the dagger. Miyabi thought to himself that his skill in making was not comparable to his skill in creating weapons. The blacksmith called out to him. Miyabi turned towards him. The man asked Miyabi if he was a master of anything. The blacksmith was a dwarf. Miyabi asked him if he was the owner of this shop. At the same time, he asked how the dwarf knew that he was also a master. The dwarf pointed behind him and told Miyabi to look around. The dwarf and Miyabi looked at the customers. The gnome said that ordinary users of this weapon choose it for its weight and convenience. He added that only some maniacs or similar masters would look at the weapon as carefully as Miyabi. Miyabi was confused by the explanation and wondered if it was really that thorough. He apologized and said that he really wanted to buy something, not just look at it. The dwarf asked what he was apologizing for. The dwarf also added that he often looked at the work of other blacksmiths. He asked what there was to be ashamed of. Miyabi thanked him and told the dwarf that he would like a knife for self-defense. The dwarf heard Miyabi's words. Miyabi added that he would also like to buy iron ore. This caught the master's attention, so the dwarf looked at him. He asked the main character's name. Miyabi introduced himself by saying that he was an assistant craftsman. The dwarf noted that Miyabi was an adventurer craftsman, thinking about something. The dwarf introduced himself as Weiss and added that he was a hereditary blacksmith. He specified that Miyabi wanted to make a weapon. The dwarf liked the idea, so he said that he liked it. Blacksmith Weiss asked Miyabi to show what he had made before. Miyabi was confused. Miyabi and Weiss stood opposite each other. The dwarf looked at Miyabi animatedly. Miyabi realized he had nothing to show Weiss. It took him 1,000th of a second to think about it. He didn't want to make a weapon. He just wanted to make a cooking stove that runs on magic. It requires 20 iron ore and 20 cobblestones to make. Blacksmith Weiss looked at the guy with shining eyes, and the guy noted that he really just wanted his own oven. The hero thought that the atmosphere of the dialogue seemed to have changed. Miyabi handed Weiss his stone axe. Miyabi clarified that his axe was not very good quality, but he tried. Miyabi hoped Weiss wouldn't kick him out for such a bad job. Weiss realized that Miyabi had made such an axe as a craftsman. He smiled and told Miyabi to follow him, opening the passage. They walked into the working part of the forge. The workshop was bustling with activity. Another man was working on his work, using safety glasses and a hammer. The guy looked around the entire way. Weiss and Miyabi arrived at the ore warehouse. Miyabi was greatly surprised by the supplies of the blacksmith Weiss. He asked with his mouth wide open whether all the boxes in front of him were filled with ore. Weiss climbed into one of the ore tanks holding an empty box. Miyabi noted that this was the first time he had seen such a supply of iron ore, which he needed. Miyabi noted that in the games, you couldn't see real objects. Weiss placed a full crate of ore in front of Miyabi. He said it should be more than enough. Weiss said that he wanted to share this with Miyabi, a novice blacksmith. Miyabi was very happy about this. He thanked the dwarf, taking one piece of ore from the box and looking at it with sparkling eyes. Right after that, Miyabi wondered how much this box would cost. He asked Weiss how much it would cost. Weiss laughed. The dwarf said that he didn't expect the one who made stone axes to have money. He added with a smile that he understood that this was not even mentioning the adventurer who, as a rule, does not have money anyway. Miyabi told Weiss that he would pay for the box of ore, although he thought that of course he wanted to save money, but he couldn't do that. Weiss told Miyabi not to refuse while they were offering and not to worry. Weiss folded his arms and asked Miyabi to show his work if he made a weapon out of the ore. He was curious about what would come of it. Miyabi knew he would have to work on making the furnace first. But he didn't know how to tell Weiss that. Miyabi resigned himself to the fact that he would have to create a weapon. He assumed that it would not take long. Miyabi decided to create a weapon that he would not be ashamed to show to Weiss. Weiss kept the axe. He noted that this stone axe was sharpened in a special way when he began working on a new product. Weiss realized that his interest was making itself known by looking away. Meanwhile, Miyabi went outside. He realized that he had forgotten the direction from which he had come. The guy looked around and realized that he had a feeling of déjà vu. Now he began to understand the value of the map, wondering if he had a topographical cretinism. Miyabi walked down the street, thinking how good it was that he remembered the name of the hotel. Along the way, he accidentally met Mel. Miyabi was very happy about this meeting. She also noticed that he was a lost F-rank adventurer. He asked Mel to show him the way, calling himself stupid. The boy lay down on the ground from fatigue. Mel realized that F-rank was lost in the city again, squatting down and poking the boy with a stick on the ground. She immediately showed him the way to the hotel. Miyabi replied that he had checked into another hotel. Miyabi said that the name of his new inn is Furete. Mel replied that the F-rank lives in the same place as her. She took Miyabi by the sleeve. Mel said that she was on her way to the hotel, so she decided to walk Miyabi to the Furete. Mel and Miyabi stood in the hotel's hallway. Miyabi was very happy that they finally got to her, clasping her hands together. Mel stood in a confident pose. Miyabi took Mel's hands and began to thank her furiously, shaking them. Mel took the situation calmly. Miyabi was very happy. After a few seconds, he noticed that Mel was looking at him very coldly. Miyabi looked down and asked Mel if everything was okay. Mel gave Miyabi a look that told her she was waiting for something. Mel continued to stare at him. After a moment, he realized what Mel was waiting for from him. Miyabi guessed that Mel needed a gift, or rather, of course, he needed to be given something as a thank you. She cheerfully confirmed his words. Mel was happy with Miyabi's guess. Miyabi tossed a bolt of fabric into the air, remarking how good it was that he had managed to buy a lot of things, because now he needed to make something beautiful. Mel looked at the bolt above her head in surprise. Miyabi needs to pour in mana and create the desired image in his head. He cut the cloth in the places he needed. Now he can start sewing. Miyabi took a piece of thread in his hand and then threw it up, and thanks to the crafting skill, he can pour mana into the thread. And then just imagine the path the thread started to move along. He stretched out his arms and the thread itself began to tie the pieces of the roll together. Miyabi used gestures to manipulate the thread and stitch the required pieces of fabric together. Mel and the hotel guests were mesmerized by this spectacle. Miyabi was playfully making a gift for Mel. The hotel guests began to gather around him and watch what was happening. There was a finished cat doll on the table. Mel asked if he had finished or not. He replied that there was just a little bit left. He noted that only Craftsman could do this. Miyabi only had to coat the doll with a thin layer of magic and connect the wool of the great sheep to the doll. There was a fluffy cat doll on the table. Mel looked at the doll very happily. The hotel guests were very surprised by the original work. Miyabi picked up the cat to fix a few details. Everyone in the hotel started applauding his creation. Miyabi was very surprised. He didn't understand when there were so many people watching. Everyone started praising the craftsman. Miyabi became embarrassed. He picked up the cat and sat down in front of Mel. Miyabi handed the cat to the girl and thanked her for taking him to the inn. Mel hugged the kitten and thanked Miyabi for the gift. He was surprised that she remembered his name. Mel replied that she remembered his name only now. The guy thought that he believed it. Miyabi waved to Mel, who was on the second floor of the hotel. Miyabi was convinced that she really liked the gift. He hoped that after this, she would not forget his name. He was seen by Liz, who had just come out of the bathhouse. She greeted the boy on his return, wiping her wet hair from the hot springs. Miyabi was very surprised by her presence. She asked him if anyone had come to him because she had heard someone's high-pitched voice. He replied that no one had been around. Liz didn't really believe him, but she didn't continue. Miyabi asked if Liz had been in the hot springs all this time. Liz confirmed his words. She said that she had been there 3 times. Liz looked very fresh. She confirmed that the hot springs were too good after all. Miyabi tried not to be embarrassed at the sight of Liz, telling himself in his mind not to fall in love and call himself stupid. Miyabi noted that Liz was not acting like his age. Liz told him to go to the springs too, assuming that he had frozen to death outside. Liz touched Miyabi's cheek with the back of her hand. He thought to himself that Liz looked very mature. Liz smiled and confirmed that Miyabi was indeed cold. She sent him to the springs to rest. Miyabi slapped himself for the wrong dirty thoughts in his head. This greatly puzzled Liz. She asked if he was okay. Miyabi understood that Liz was younger than him. He told his companion that he would also go warm up. Liz looked at him in shock and wished him not to slip along the way, although there was no concern visible on her face. After a while, Miyabi was sitting in the bath with an absent-minded look. His appearance made a bathhouse visitor worried. The man told him that the boy would catch a cold this way. The action begins in a deep forest. This beautiful forest has a great variety of plants. Miyabi stands in front of a large oak tree in admiration. Liz doesn't care about this forest. Miyabi tells Liz that this is a real tree paradise. An hour ago, Liz and Miyabi were in the guild. Liz was upset to see that the tasks today were somehow different. Liz and Miyabi stood quietly at one of the stands. To their left, a crowd of adventurers were busily sorting through tasks at another stand. Miyabi said that there were a lot of tasks today, but the rewards were very small. Liz guessed that it was because it had rained yesterday. She assumed that because of the rain everything would be muddy today, and she didn't really want to set up camp in the mud. Miyabi asked if there would be a day off today. Liz replied that they would have to take a day off today. Liz stuck the flyer to the sign. An idea came into her head. She turned over her shoulder to face Miyabi and suggested that they look for the materials he wanted together. Liz angrily recalled this situation while in the forest. The girl noticed that Miyabi was not himself as soon as they came here. He happily ran around the entire forest. He pressed himself against the tree trunk. Miyabi asked how could it be otherwise? He can't be calm when it comes to crafting. He added that there were many different types of trees in this forest. Miyabi's interface showed that there were oak, cypress, and ash trees in this forest. He added with satisfaction that it is a real natural wonder, where different trees with different growing conditions are collected. And when he crafts for a very long time, he begins to understand the differences in the color and shine of each tree. He shouted to Liz in delight that the same species of tree growing in different regions even had different annual rings. Liz responded in fear that she understood his words and told him to do whatever he wanted, but only in a certain area near her. She justified this by saying that the sound of a fallen tree could bring monsters running. At this point, without thinking, Miyabi cut down one of them. Liz turned in his direction in confusion, but the cut tree instantly disappeared. Liz exhaled and smiled nervously. She apologized and said that she had just imagined it all. Miyabi replied happily that she hadn't imagined it. He had simply activated his material gathering skill. Liz laughed nervously. She added that a tree couldn't go into inventory without even falling to the ground, so she must have imagined it. Miyabi cut down another tree at this time. Miyabi and Liz looked at each other distantly. The boy cut down the tree again. Liz devastatedly said that she would go to check the area for monsters nearby. Miyabi said that he was counting on her and happily said goodbye to Liz. Miyabi continued chopping down trees. Miyabi's stone axe broke, which surprised him greatly. Miyabi looked at the remains of the axe with disappointment. Miyabi realized that one of the trees was not being cut by his stone axe. He realized that if the durability of an object is lower than the durability of the material, then when it reaches 0, it will break. The boy opened his inventory. He wanted to make an iron axe, but iron ore was too expensive in these parts. Liz said that after this tree, they should go somewhere else. Miyabi asked why. Because there were still many trees in this forest. Liz replied that there were many animals living in the forests, and if Miyabi continued to cut everything here, the ecosystem could suffer. Therefore, it was necessary to cut little by little and in different places of the forest. Miyabi agreed. He realized that unlike the computer game, the resources here are not infinite. Liz added in confusion that this is a rule for the large state replenishment of wood resources. She believes that a person cannot worry. Miyabi made a cute face. Liz replied that he was the one who couldn't make such cute faces. Liz became wary. Miyabi took up the axe, but Liz asked him to stop chopping down trees, holding his shoulder and looking somewhere behind him. She walked a little further, frowned, and crouched down, staring into the bushes. Miyabi did the same and hid behind a tree. Liz watched the bushes carefully. A rustling sound came from the bushes. After that, Liz started to use the ice needle spell. They appeared in an arc around her and flew towards the target. The needles flew quickly towards the bushes. A noise was heard from the bushes that Liz hit. Liz and Miyabi went to the bushes to check what had happened. In the bushes lay a wolf carcass pierced with needles. Miyabi noted the large size of the wolf. Liz replied that he was still small by wolf standards. Miyabi noted that Liz had noticed the wolf sneaking up on her, although he himself had not suspected anything. She replied that she had realized this by the strange sound that had joined the rustling of the leaves. Miyabi stood up to his full height and pricked up his ears. After that, he added that he didn't notice anything. Liz replied with a smile that it was a matter of experience, but the guy continued to listen. Liz pointed to another bush and said there was another wolf in it. She added that it wouldn't attack them, it was different. Miyabi was scared. He didn't understand how to identify monsters by sound. Liz looked at Miyabi with a hopeful look. She asked if he was done gathering resources. Miyabi realized how he looked from the outside and gave a positive answer. The heroes were in a lively forest. There was a lake next to them. They stopped near the lake, and unusual insects flew near the heroes as they walked. Miyabi decided to get some water and selected the buckets in his inventory. He quickly filled it with water. Liz suggested taking a break. Miyabi hesitantly agreed, but noted that sitting on the dirt was not an option. Liz looked at the roots of a large tree and suggested that they sit on the tree roots. Miyabi asked Liz if she really wanted to, which surprised the girl. She looked at him over her shoulder with a puzzled look. Miyabi smirked with a sparkling gaze and told Liz not to worry because this is exactly the kind of moment he was for. Soon after these words, Miyabi began cutting down trees, preparing and constructing the building. Immediately after, a spacious gazebo appeared. Miyabi breathed a sigh of relief. Liz looked at the building in shock. Liz shouted that Miyabi had built a proper house. Miyabi replied that he had tried to recreate a homely atmosphere. Liz asked what kind of homely atmosphere it was. She reminded him that it was a proper house. Liz asked Miyabi to look around. She pointed out that there was an elegant house in the middle of this virgin forest. Miyabi thought to himself that this was a normal place to relax. Liz rushed towards Miyabi and grabbed his shoulders. She asked Miyabi with a confused expression if he understood what she was talking about. After Liz's words, Miyabi realized. They were standing near the gazebo. He remembered that this was the real world. He himself did not understand why he had been so careless about it. Liz sat down on the chair. Wanting to help, Miyabi elegantly placed a blanket on her lap, worried about her getting a cold. Liz was flattered by this attitude. Liz quickly came to her senses and threw back the blanket in confusion. Miyabi apologized and said he didn't mean to. Liz said she didn't think Craftsman lacked common sense. Liz said it made her feel sick, but the warm cushion on the chair eased the pain a little. Liz added that because it was too comfortable here, she might not notice the monsters. Miyabi replied that he didn't want to get into trouble with the monsters and asked Liz to be more careful. Liz continued to rest under the blanket. She enjoyed the warmth of the blanket. Miyabi looked at Liz with confusion. He decided that he couldn't sit like this any longer. It was time to cook dinner. Miyabi placed the stove from his inventory. He turned to Liz and asked if she could give him a fire. Liz was too relaxed by the warmth of the blanket. She ignored Miyabi's words. Miyabi realized that he would get nothing from Liz. Then Miyabi decided to use a small fire stick. He wanted to use it to start a fire. Miyabi had a magical gift in his hands. Fire. Magic flows through these circuits, which gives any attribute. He noted that an unfavorable effect may also occur, depending on the compatibility of the material and the attribute. He believed that if you combine wood and fire, then of course the gift will work. The log in Miyabi's hands caught fire and burned his hand. Miyabi looked at the gift burning in the stove. He remembered that he used matches before, but now that time seemed to be over, so now he had to stand in front of the stove. Miyabi stood in front of the stove and a craft system formed in front of him. Miyabi was very happy that he actually managed to summon it. Miyabi prepared a delicious grilled meat and served it on a plate with a grin and a very satisfied look. He brought the food to Liz's table. On the table were grilled meat made from the meat of a great sheep and various vegetables, black tea made from simple tea and water, and milk bread made from milk and flour. Liz looked at the dinner with horror. Exhaling, she said that she probably just needed to turn off her consciousness. Liz relaxed and stopped chattering. Liz put a piece of meat in her mouth. She tasted the grilled meat and fully enjoyed its taste. Miyabi also tried a piece of grilled meat and was surprised by its taste. Such tender meat and no unpleasant smell, and a pinch of salt perfectly expresses the meaty taste of each fiber. Even vegetables can't dampen the taste. This was the first meat Miyabi had ever hunted himself. He devoured his lunch with gusto. Liz broke the milk bread in half. She tried the loaf and was very surprised by its taste. Liz said that this bread was very unusual. She cried out in delight that even the sweetness of milk could be felt in this unusual bread. Miyabi replied that he had crafted this bread. Liz was very surprised. She was fired up at the idea of crafting bread every day from today. Because this bread was much tastier than store-bought, she would provide the flour. Miyabi grinned. He took out 2 full sacks from his inventory and said that he had plenty of flour, sugar, and spices. Liz was very surprised that Miyabi had beaten her to it. Liz noticed that they were spending quite a bit of time in the forest today. She asked Miyabi if he liked everything. Miyabi replied that it was one of his best days. Miyabi clarified that it all worked out thanks to Liz. She didn't expect such an answer. Miyabi added that he alone wouldn't have been able to resist the monsters, and he didn't know the rules of the gathering. He said that Liz is a real ace in her field. Liz replied that Miyabi was exaggerating. Miyabi looked up at the sky and noted that he had collected, cooked, and crafted everything he wanted today. He continued by saying that this was not life, but a dream. Liz thought about it. Miyabi asked Liz if she had a dream. She asked if Miyabi would laugh if she told him about her dream. Miyabi promised that he wouldn't laugh. Liz became a little sad. She hopelessly said that she wanted to become an A-rank adventurer. Her dream is to create magic with her own hands and help people with this magic. Miyabi replied that her dream was wonderful. He was sure that it would come true. Liz scratched her head and doubted. She answered hesitantly that A-rank was very far from her. Liz said that she could not use magic above the intermediate level. Liz added that sometimes even average magic was difficult for her. Miyabi listened to her attentively. It would be very difficult for someone like her to get A-rank. Liz smiled falsely and turned towards Miyabi. She said that it was okay because innate talent was very important for an adventurer. Miyabi looked at Liz with a smile and repeated that he believed in her ability to reach A-rank. He pointed his hand towards the adventurers. Miyabi told Liz to look at those adventurers. He noticed that they were all covered in mud. They accepted the quest and ran after the monsters in the muddy forest. With every step they took, mud splashed everywhere. He noticed that even the archer, who was supposed to be covering from afar, was covered in mud from head to toe. He continued. Having somehow completed the task, they did not find time to clean their equipment. They wanted to make it before the gates closed. One of them offered to drag them to the nearest river and dip them in, so they would not have to dry off. Liz replied that this couldn't be true and that she didn't believe Miyabi's words. Miyabi confirmed that he had made up the story himself. Miyabi continued, upset, saying that the adventurers had completed the task, but they could have been seriously hurt. Miyabi said that on the other hand, there are those who accept any assignment. They did not think about the strength of the team, the weather conditions, or the state of the roads. Liz came to an understanding. Miyabi exhaled and rhetorically asked how such adventurers could be trusted. He decided to add and said that there were adventurers who lend money to those in trouble. Liz laughed and asked whose fault it was that this happened. Miyabi looked at Liz with a smile and told her that he didn't think using mid-level magic was a serious obstacle to her dream. Liz was slightly embarrassed and resisted Miyabi's words. They both looked towards the noisy adventurers. They were splashing in the river near the road. Strength is an important quality, but not the only one. Liz and Miyabi were surprised at first, and then laughed. Liz asked Miyabi to wait, and she ran towards the adventurers. She ran up to the girl standing by the riverbank. Liz started chatting with the adventurer, thereby embarrassing the latter. It is enough to just believe for their dreams to come true. Miyabi is fishing for fish in the shallows of the river with his hands. Liz is watching what Miyabi is doing. He shouts that he got their lunch for today. There is a delicious fish baked in a salty crust on the table. Liz chews her lunch and says that she never imagined that she would be eating fried fish while doing the task. Liz adds that monsters are usually drawn to the smell of food, so adventurers often take rather meager food with them. For example, biscuits and dried meat. Miyabi listened to Liz with confusion. She added that Miyabi cooked too much and lavishly every single day. Liz added that she couldn't live like before at this rate. In response, Miyabi asked what was wrong with that. Later, Miyabi and Liz are sleeping. Miyabi dreams of him swimming in a pile of free crystals from Weiss. And Liz dreams that she has gained weight because of her companion's hearty and delicious meals. After a while, the company finds itself in the guild. Eleanor thanks them for their work. She notes that they did a good job by their appearance. Miyabi replies that it's all thanks to Liz. She chooses easy tasks. 2 weeks have passed since Miyabi came to this world. Liz excitedly told Eleanor that Miyabi could carry a lot of things. Miyabi sheepishly denied it. Eleanor found it slightly amusing. Eleanor noticed that Liz began to smile more often. Liz replied that she had smiled the first time they met. Liz noticed that lately she had become angry more often. Eleanor asked if it was because Liz had started to worry about someone. She was hinting at Miyabi. Liz was very embarrassed. Liz expressed her displeasure with embarrassment. Eleanor realized that she had hit the nail on the head and began to laugh even harder. Miyabi realized that Liz was not alone all this time and that she was supported by Miss Eleanor. Now it is wrong to think that Liz strives to become a good adventurer only because of her enthusiasm. Eleanor decided to change the subject and told the guys that recently the orders for collecting materials had increased significantly. She asked if they wanted to take on a new task. Liz replied that she would think about it. But Miyabi understood this is the most suitable. Miyabi understood that it is difficult to carry out the task and protect the assistant at the same time. Liz is very concerned that he does not get hurt, but Miyabi knows Liz's dream. He really wants to help her realize it. Miyabi doesn't want to be an obstacle in her way of achieving her dream. Liz asked what Miyabi was going to do today. Miyabi didn't understand the question. Liz reminded him that after the task was completed, they were free. Miyabi replied that in that case, he would like to practice magic. Liz replied that she would also learn some magic spells. In response, Miyabi said that she could just rest. Liz responded with the same words. They looked at each other with hurt feelings. Miyabi said that for him, magic was a hobby. For Liz, too. They both laughed. They agreed that they would do what they could today. After some time, Miyabi had a wooden cube in his hands. Magic gift, flame. He carefully examined the cube. Miyabi practiced with magic items using buckets of water. He realized that magic talent, even in this world, is one of the most complex systems. He realized that there must be compatibility between materials and attributes. If they are compatible, the magic will work. And if the compatibility is broken, the magic will simply flow out of the chain. Therefore, it is important for him to control the supply of magical energy so as not to spoil the material. Now Miyabi is about to move on to the main part of the training. Last time, Miyabi made a deliberate mistake to get fire. But he didn't need that now. He still held the cube in his hands. Miyabi tried to concentrate. He needed to bring the mana to the very ends of these magical circuits. Mana began to flow through the cube. It lit up and changed structure. Miyabi managed to block the release of heat and create a gift with a new effect. He received the effect, produces weak fire. Miyabi held the wooden cube gift in his hand. It was very warm. Miyabi realized that in order to replace the batteries, they could simply be placed around the room. He quickly came to the conclusion that even so, the cold outside would not go away. He needed something that was easy to put on and wouldn't get in the way while doing his tasks. Then he came up with the idea of creating thermal underwear. He was very happy and proud of his idea. He wanted to show it to Liz as soon as possible. Miyabi ran to Liz with a smile and asked to borrow her underwear to make it warmer. Liz reacted sharply and sarcastically to Miyabi's request and showered him with insults. He was hurt by Liz's words. Miyabi fell to his knees. Miyabi lay on the riverbank, emotionally broken. He thought about how difficult it was to get the girl's underwear, and it wasn't even underwear. He knew that it would be better to use a robe or another type of clothing for this. Miyabi's mood was still depressing. His thoughts were interrupted by a guard. He approached Miyabi to inform her that the gates would soon be closed. After the guard's words, he came to his senses. He walked into the city, dejectedly. His face was blank. Once in the city, Miyabi angrily remembered that he always got lost at such moments. Miyabi said that this time it wouldn't happen. But not this time, because Miyabi learns from mistakes, and now he has a map of the city with him. He located himself and knew which way he needed to go. He realized he was near the eastern gate, so he just needed to go forward. Deciding to stop by Mel's place on the way, he quickly headed towards the inn. Seeing Miyabi, Mel immediately showed him the way. Miyabi proudly stood in front of Mel and declared that he was not lost. This greatly surprised the little one. Miyabi gave her a toy bird. Mel thanked him. Miyabi and Mel stood near the wall. He asked the little girl where she was going at such a late hour. Mel replied that she was on her way to the workshop to get her weapon repaired. She added that her sword was a little dented. Mel's sword was pretty worn out. Its durability was almost zero and its magical properties were almost exhausted. Mel replied that it was all because of unreliable magic. Miyabi asked Mel how she knew that, and then she turned away. Miyabi said that he would also like to repair the weapon, but he did not even know where to go. Mel turned inquiringly in his direction. A scream rang out across the city. It was Weiss's scream. He was scolding Mel for bringing a sword that wasn't completely broken again. Weiss turned towards Miyabi, and he said that he had seen this young man somewhere before. Miyabi introduced himself and said that he hadn't made the weapon yet, but had just brought the sword for testing. Mel realized that they were already acquainted. Weiss gave Mel a beating for the sword and for Miyabi to boot. They entered the workshop. Weiss said that he had a lot of orders, so Mel would have to wait. Mel replied that she wanted to fix the sword right now. Weiss looked at Miyabi and assumed that the boy's crafting level had increased. Weiss asked Miyabi if he could use the material synthesis. Miyabi was very surprised by the dwarf's question. He assumed that Weiss wanted to ask him to use restoration, a skill that allowed him to repair items using additional material. Miyabi thought that he would not succeed. He began to make excuses, citing that the sword was probably made of expensive material, so there was no need to take risks. Weiss noted that he might not have such a unique opportunity anymore, and the control of magical energy is the best quality of Craftsman. Miyabi wanted to carry out restoration. Weiss assured the boy that everything was fine. Mel's sword was wearing out quickly, but she had money for a new one. Miyabi tearfully asked for permission to fix her sword. Mel asked if it would be a gift. In front of Miyabi lay a dragon's fang, the material of Mel's sword. Weiss and Mel encouraged Miyabi. Miyabi was under a strong psychological impact. He sat down at the table and picked up the sword with a dragon's fang. He focused and crossed his fang with the blade. The blade glowed. The pairing was successful. Now you need to let the magic in through the dents and scratches. Unlike the magical gift, here you have to control the magic in the material as well. That's the whole difficulty. Miyabi exhaled and concentrated his mana on the dents and unevenness of the sword. Weiss, Mel, and Miyabi are sitting in the dwarf's workshop. Miyabi is working on Mel's sword at a machine. Weiss reminds Miyabi about breathing. Weiss smirks and says that if Miyabi successfully synthesizes her sword, he will reward him with some dragon teeth. Miyabi was sweating all over. He glanced at Weiss with a smile and remarked that it would be very nice of him. Mel stood next to him and encouraged him. Miyabi worked hard. It was already deep into the night, but Miyabi continued to work. Miyabi exhaled and said that he had finished his work. Weiss took the repaired sword and began to examine it. He gave the sword to its owner and asked her what she thought. Miyabi asked him to pay attention to it before evaluating the sword, because he had given it 100 times more than he had planned. Weiss confirmed his words. Weiss looked at Miyabi and said that synthesis with high-quality material is not part of the craftsman's job. Miyabi was dumbfounded by what he heard. He reminded the dwarf that he had said that craftsmen were more experienced in this matter. In response, Weiss laughed loudly. The dwarf laid out a pair of dragon fangs on the table as promised. Miyabi fussed and said that he couldn't take them because they were too many. Besides, he had already spent one fang on a sword. Weiss smiled and told Miyabi that it usually takes 4 fangs to make a sword, but Miyabi only used 1. Mel patted him on the shoulder and praised him for his work. Miyabi was very surprised by Weiss's words. After a while, Miyabi came home and fell asleep on the couch. He was very tired today. Liz looked at him with understanding as he slept. In the morning, Miyabi and Liz went to the guild. On the way, Miyabi said that his whole body hurt terribly. Liz replied that it was partly because he fell asleep right in the hallway. Liz decided to choose a D-rank material collection quest, Morb Grass. Miyabi walked up to the counter and reached for the quest he was interested in. He asked Liz what she thought about the quest to explore the Jasper forest. Liz hesitantly asked what type of quest it was. Liz said that these tasks can affect the ranking of other tasks, and, to be honest, she has never taken on such a task. Liz thinks that it is too early for them to take it. What if a dangerous monster jumps out there? Miyabi asked if it was because of him that she didn't want to take this task. Liz looked at him uncertainly. Miyabi's fears were confirmed. Liz recalled that during the mission with the Great Sheep, she was very careful and prepared for anything. Although everything ended well, perhaps this happened only thanks to her foresight. Liz awkwardly added that Miyabi was good at collecting tasks, and there were a lot of bonuses from these tasks. Miyabi agreed unconditionally. Miyabi, remembering Eleanor's words, replied that if Liz was aiming for A rank, she would need a lot of experience. Liz reluctantly agreed. Miyabi happily added that if a monster appeared during the exploration, they could hide from it underground. Miyabi jokingly replied that he was a mole in his past life. Liz replied that if he was so sure, then he could try, but she reminded him that she had already warned him that it would be difficult. Miyabi agreed. Miyabi said he relies on Liz. They happily took the leaflet to Eleanor. Eleanor asked Liz if this was her first study. Liz smiled and confirmed it, adding that she wanted to try something new. Eleanor replied that she could trust the two of them, but asked them to be careful. She asked them to leave immediately if they suddenly felt a threat to their lives. Liz worriedly asked Eleanor if something had happened. She sadly replied that the team that had gone there had not returned yet. The boys pondered Eleanor's words. Miyabi and Liz walked into the forest, recalling Eleanor's words that the previous team had not returned from there yet. Miyabi noticed that it was surprisingly calm and quite peaceful there. They hadn't encountered a single monster in half a day. Liz turned to Miyabi with concern and said that was what was odd. They hadn't encountered anyone in this particular forest. They followed Liz's directions, and she looked around carefully along the way. This is a forest with a rich ecosystem, located northeast of Angelum, and there are many monsters here. Liz said that this forest was usually popular among adventurers as a place to gather medicinal herbs, but after that group went missing, it was forbidden to enter. Miyabi remembered Eleanor's words. Monsters and humans are natural enemies. Liz asked Miyabi what would happen if humans disappeared from their habitat. Miyabi replied that the monsters would increase in number. Liz confirmed his words. She added that the monsters were multiplying faster and could come from other nearby forests. Liz cautiously told Miyabi that there must be a lot of things in this forest, which is why this task appeared. In the meadows of Kreen, flocks of gala wolves have appeared, whose main habitat is the Jasper forest. This task was created to find out a possible ecological problem in the forest. Miyabi thoughtfully concluded that monsters were actively running away from a place where they could live well, which was really strange. Liz and Miyabi stopped near a bush. Liz said that they needed to take samples for research. Liz pointed at the animal droppings and ordered Miyabi to take them with her. Miyabi reacted sharply. Liz asked if she could put it in her inventory. Miyabi responded positively and asked if they could just take it into account and remember it. Liz smiled and reminded her that Miyabi wanted her to receive a rank. After some time, Miyabi and Liz came to the inn. For the night, not including breakfast, they paid 5 silver coins. Miyabi came into the bedroom and immediately lay down on the bed. He is very happy with the soft bed. Miyabi took out the gift from his inventory. He looked at the cube and thought. Miyabi realized that there was nothing unusual in the tree sample taken from there. All they saw were small animals. He rolled over onto his back. Miyabi thought about how the search could take a long time, and even if they combed everything, they would have to report on the reason why the wolves ran away. They had no leads. Miyabi suddenly remembered about the report. Wondered how they would report. He realized that in missions to eliminate someone, it was enough to bring a body part as evidence. When collecting something, they did not describe anything. He was too relaxed because there were no instructions from Liz. Miyabi perked up and pushed away thoughts of Liz's guilt from his mind, because this was the first time they had taken on such a task. Mistakes would always happen. They are a team after all. Miyabi looked out the window and thought that the night was passing slowly. Miyabi took out paper, pencils, and a map from his inventory. He had crafted the paper from wood and glue made from animal bones. He made the pencil from charcoal and wood, and the colors would come from pigments. Miyabi began writing down his report. The inventory windows provided him with light. Miyabi noticed that this time, surprisingly, he wanted to do all of this himself. Miyabi drew the borders on the map. He remembered times from his past life, but he didn't know that it would ever be useful to him. Miyabi realized that an adventurer needs to know many things. In the morning, Miyabi gave Liz a large book. Liz looked at it with bewilderment and asked him what it was. Miyabi replied that he had prepared the results of their research yesterday before going to bed. It was necessary for the report. Liz was surprised that Miyabi had done it alone and wondered how long it had taken. Miyabi replied that he fell asleep before the date change in the book. He gave Liz an approving hand gesture and said that he had slept well. Liz said that she definitely had to look at it. Liz started flipping through the reports, which made him nervous. Liz confidently closed the report and said that she would now do the same. This surprised Miyabi. She added that Miyabi was already very tired, which meant he could make some mistakes. She asked to provide such things to her. Miyabi replied that this way he would at least do something other than collecting. It would be better for them to share the duties. Liz looked at the book with confidence and replied that she wanted to learn how to make such reports too. Miyabi completely lost his head. He agreed with Eleanor's words that it was not a matter of diligence. Liz said that the report is submitted to the guild orally, which greatly surprised Miyabi. She continued by saying that the written report is made by the guild itself, based on their oral report. Miyabi was very upset that so much time was wasted. Liz continued by saying that this is why Miyabi's report was perfect. Miyabi asked if he was talking about the map. Liz noticed that all the notes and color highlights were very easy to read. There were even things she hadn't noticed. Miyabi showed Liz his new wooden lining. Liz did not understand what it was and asked Miyabi the purpose of his new creation. Miyabi answered that it was some kind of lining. It was convenient to put paper in it. Liz still did not understand its purpose. Miyabi made a funny face and added that with this thing he would be able to make all the notes on the go. This made Liz very happy. Liz asked if Miyabi would write down everything she needed if she found someone's trace. Miyabi was holding the tablet in his hands with satisfaction. Miyabi laid out the sheets of paper in front of him and happily said that this way he could sleep at night, completely comfortable. Miyabi announced with a smile that they would show everyone that the adventurer Liz was perfect in her research. Liz resolutely agreed. Liz and Miyabi traveled a lot and wrote everything down in the lining. On the second day, they wandered through the forest. On the third day, they visited a tight forest hole and wrote down notes in a shelter. On the fifth day of their exploration, they discovered something very strange. Miyabi and Liz saw an extinguished fire on the other side of the pond. They remembered that the forest was still off-limits to others and wondered who owned the fire. Miyabi suggested that they might be the same missing adventurers who had settled nearby. Liz answered uncertainly. Liz suggested that they couldn't just leave the coals and walk away. To prevent a fire, they would have to put them out with water and bury them. Liz realized that the adventurers did not have time to do this. Something could have happened. Miyabi looked at the fire with concern. Liz suggested that they watch the fire from afar. Miyabi agreed and decided to craft something for the occasion. He bound fallen leaves together with magic to make bushes. He hung them on branches and thus created a quick and easy camouflage shelter. Liz tipped the pillow that Miyabi had made from goat hair. They sat down in the hut. Now they could secretly observe the other side with all the comforts. Liz said that she was scaring herself by not being surprised anymore. Miyabi asked her to be surprised. Miyabi and Liz watched the fire for a long time. Liz never lost her vigilance for a second, and Miyabi fell asleep after a few hours. In the evening, Liz woke Miyabi and told him to be quiet. Someone was approaching the fire. A huge orc appeared from the bushes behind. Its appearance frightened and puzzled Miyabi. They sat without making a sound. Several orcs came out from the direction of their hut. They were sea crank monsters, black orcs. Miyabi thought that the animal trails belonged to someone else. Miyabi realized with fear that he had not spared mana to mask the scent in vain. They did not live in this forest. Liz had an idea to kill them. Miyabi looked at Liz and asked if it was because of those orcs that the other monsters migrated from the forest. Liz replied that she couldn't say for sure, but most likely the black orcs are a mutant species, which is why they have a large mass and are social. Perhaps there's a nest of them in the forest. Miyabi was about to leave the forest to inform the guild, but Liz commanded him to follow them. After some time, they came to the nest of black orcs. It was located near the cave. Miyabi noticed that there were a lot of individuals. Liz agreed. Liz looked at their camp in horror. She couldn't imagine that there were so many of them. Liz added that there were more of them than expected, but the problem wasn't just the numbers. Liz said that when the herd grows more and more often, higher-ranking orcs with corresponding intelligence levels are born. A-rank adventurers are needed here. Miyabi said it was dangerous and suggested they go back and tell the guild. Liz replied that that was exactly what she wanted to do. Liz hesitated. She explained that monsters had a very fast life cycle, and under the right conditions, the situation would change in a few days. That was exactly what had been happening these last few days. It would take about 3 days to assemble a kill squad, by which time it would be too late and the orcs would have already broken into the settlement. Liz apologized, saying that Miyabi was in danger because of her. Miyabi replied that there had to be a way out of the situation. An idea came to Liz's mind. They decided to enter the cave to the black orcs. Miyabi and Liz dug a hollow in the monster's nest. Miyabi wrote down the cave structure he now knew. It seems that the strategy Liz came up with is working. However, Miyabi thinks that the orcs are not that smart. Miyabi and Liz hid in a secret hideout located in the underground orc settlement Flabby Oak. It was very fast. Miyabi couldn't believe they were able to create such a huge underground space. Liz replied that she never thought it would be such a cold dungeon. Liz told Miyabi to hold her knees and that they needed to hold out until morning. Miyabi took out a gift from his inventory and gave it to Liz. Miyabi asked Liz if she thought he would let her spend the night in such a dark place. Liz looked at the cube in surprise. She suspected that the cube was made of tall wood. Miyabi asked her to look closely at the cube. He began to improve the room. The space begins with the foundation, the installation of smoothly curved beams and columns. Miyabi activated the cube with the command, "Grant magical light." He said that this material is used to decorate the ceiling and walls. In the center of beauty, shining tree. The cube grew into a large, glowing magical tree, the warm light of which filled the entire room. Miyabi picked up the gift in the form of a log. He wanted to make a safe and warm place underground for the frozen Liz. He activated the log. Their cramped cold hollow had become a giant room with a fireplace, 2 bedrooms, a glowing tree, a dining area, a heating system, and a sink. Miyabi was pleased. He thought even the handicraft-loving Liz would be surprised by this. Liz was amazed that Miyabi had built an entire house in such a short time. Miyabi was very upset that she was not surprised by his tree and new gifting magic. Liz said that even without the hot spring, her arms and legs felt like they were floating and she could relax, like she was in heaven. Miyabi had made the floor warm on purpose. Miyabi was upset by Liz's weak reaction. Right after that, Liz screamed with happiness. This made Miyabi happy. She said that she had never been in a more comfortable place than this. She even forgot that there was a black oak tree above them. Miyabi replied that he didn't want to sleep on the floor, so he prepared a fluffy wool bed for Liz. He showed Liz her private room. Miyabi said that it was like hugging a futon, which is why it was so perfect for this cold season. Liz immediately laid down on the bed and began to enjoy its softness to the fullest. Liz immediately jumped out of bed and said in embarrassment that she would never fall asleep. Miyabi realized that she was in a good mood. Miyabi left the room and told Liz not to sleep, no matter how good she felt. Liz said offendedly that she was still an adventurer. With a rank, she definitely wouldn't oversleep. From behind the blanket, she said shyly that her body was waking up on its own. The day came, Liz continued to sleep in bed. Miyabi began to wake her up. In a state of sleep, Liz asked her father for a little more time to sleep. Liz shyly covered her face with her hands and asked Miyabi to forget about everything. Miyabi sent Liz to wash up. He opened the hatch of their shelter and informed Liz about the dawn. He asked if Liz was ready to move out. Liz gathered her hair and they walked outside together. Now that Liz had had enough sleep, they could begin. 2 black orcs stood at the entrance to the cave. They were on guard duty and were noticeably tired by morning. One of them reminded them that their shift had long since ended. The other confirmed his words. They looked at each other, after which one of them asked if there was anything worse than the night shift in their world. Right after these words, his interlocutor was struck by Liz's attack. This greatly surprised and angered the orc. Reinforcements began to arrive from the cave. Liz began to cast a freezing rain. The attack tore off one orc's arm. The orc immediately attacked Liz and missed. It turned out that Miyabi saved Liz from the blow using a hole in the ground. He praised Liz for her excellent work. She clearly did not expect such a move from Miyabi. Miyabi said that next time they should be more careful with the retreat time. Liz agreed. The one-armed orc turned his head from side to side, looking for Liz. Miyabi realized that the tactic Liz had come up with worked perfectly. The code name for this tactic is Mole Tactics. Liz suggested using it before an attack a while ago. Given their difference in strength, a frontal attack is not an option. Liz knew that if they just went out there, the orcs would overwhelm them with numbers. She needed time to build up her mana for an attack. Even a few seconds of hesitation could be fatal for them. They needed to somehow get rid of this weak spot. Liz drew a diagram of the attack on the ground against the orcs and said that they needed to place many escape routes around the area so they could avoid direct contact. They would use long-range magic and hide. That way the orcs won't be able to tell where she's coming from. They'll take advantage of their confusion and attack from behind. Afterwards, Liz will finish them off with strong magic. If they do this several times, they will get rid of the inequality in power. Then, according to Liz's plan, they will be able to win. Miyabi compared this tactic to a game of catch-a-mole. Miyabi asked, what if a higher-level monster appeared and they had nowhere to run? For that case, he would have to study the entire structure of the cave. That way, they would have escape routes. Miyabi pointed out that there was only one exit from the cave. It would be bad if they got stuck there, so they needed to dig more paths or find another exit. Liz noted that even though she was the one who made the plan, sometimes the ideas were reasonable. Miyabi asked when they would start work. Liz thought for a moment and replied that they would start at dawn. She had been using magic for hygiene for a long time, so she would not have enough for the black orcs. She dreamed of having infinite mana. By this point, Liz had killed another orc, making it her 5th. If they were careful, they could avoid the high-level monsters. Miyabi became obsessed with the idea of killing them all, which attracted the orc's attention, and he struck the place where the adventurers were holed up. The blow didn't hit them, and Liz decided to ask a strange question. Miyabi was all ears. Liz told her that the black orc had very tasty meat. This information puzzled Miyabi. Liz continued by saying that if they killed them all, they would get a lot of meat. The orc strike was blocked by a block of solid ore made by Miyabi specifically against physical attacks. This greatly surprised the monster. Liz added that even if they sold most of it, there would still be some meat left over. Liz's mouth began to water, and she too became fired up with the decision to kill every last orc. Miyabi, looking at the tired Liz, doubted that they had enough strength to kill all the orcs. Liz replied that using powerful magic like the ice spear requires a lot of mana. It is only enough for 5. Then Miyabi suggested preparing traps. The orcs continued to search for the attackers while Liz was already preparing a spell. She struck 2 more orcs with the ice spear. With each attack, Liz found it more and more difficult. Immediately after the attack, Liz rushed away, simultaneously provoking the lessons with an ugly face. This greatly surprised the orcs. The orcs were swayed by Liz's provocations and rushed after her. The monsters didn't notice the traps underneath them and started falling down. This greatly surprised the orcs. Miyabi and Liz were glad that their plan worked. The orcs were finished. Tired, Liz sat down on the grass. She asked Miyabi if he had put everything in his inventory. He replied that he didn't seem to have forgotten anything. Miyabi's attention was drawn to the thin blade. On the handle of the blade was written, "To my husband Theodoros." This sword was carried by one of the orcs. It must have belonged to one of the missing ones, Miyabi said sadly. Liz sadly agreed. Liz added that it was good. This surprised Miyabi. Liz sadly held the sword. She was sorry that the owner of the sword had died, but the sword itself remained with them. This way they could take it to the missing person's relatives. Miyabi supported Liz's idea and put the sword in the inventory. Liz straightened up and suggested finishing the investigation and returning to the city. The sword was on Miyabi's mind. He knew what had happened to these people. He knew it wasn't his fault or Liz's. They were just unlucky. Miyabi can't get rid of the obsessive thoughts. He tried to forget that it had anything to do with him. Miyabi realized that Liz is really cool. After a few days, Miyabi still didn't know how to clear his mind. Miyabi and Liz started to approach the guild. Liz said that when she comes to the guild, she feels at home. Miyabi added that they haven't been here for a long time. They entered the guild. Liz immediately notified Eleanor of their arrival. On the way to her, Liz added that they had come to give the report that Eleanor had asked them to. Eleanor was very surprised to see them. She welcomed them back and said she was worried because they were late. Liz replied that they were just being careful. That's all. Eleanor was glad to hear that they were all right and asked to see the report. Liz told Miyabi to give the report to Eleanor. Miyabi handed the book to Eleanor and said that everything was as written in the report. Black orcs settled by the lake and the forest. The black orcs greatly confused Eleanor. Miyabi began to open the inventory and added that Galawolf's bones were also found in the vicinity of the settlement. Miyabi gave her a report. Eleanor hadn't expected to see a written record of what had happened. She added that it was very kind of him. But the guild had already made a report. She asked if she could see it. Eleanor asked Miyabi if he had written the report alone. This puzzled the boy a little. He replied that his task was to write everything that concerned the vegetation and terrain, and everything related to demons fell on the shoulders of the smart Liz. These words confused Liz a little. He said that he did not think that he could help in any way. In fact, Miyabi made a significant contribution. Eleanor read the notes with surprise. She noticed that such a competent report was written by 2 people in just 10 days. Even for masters, it would have taken a month. Eleanor noticed that the report described the entire settlement of black orcs. She was stunned by the speed of Liz's team. Miyabi was a little embarrassed and replied that they tried their best. Eleanor stood up from the table and screamed in surprise at the killing of 11 black orcs. She said that even a B-rank adventurer wouldn't be able to do this. Later, she realized that even an A-rank adventurer wouldn't have it easy. The other adventurers listened to her words with surprise. Miyabi noticed that Eleanor's screams were attracting a lot of unnecessary attention. He didn't like the unnecessary attention from the adventurers around him. He hurriedly asked Eleanor to calm down. Eleanor calmed down. Miyabi slowly began to complete his report. Eleanor was anticipating the answer. Hiding behind the confused Liz, Miyabi awkwardly said that they simply killed them all. and drowned out what exactly they did wrong. Liz awkwardly asked Eleanor if they could just be considered normal orcs. Miyabi awkwardly hid behind her. One of the guild members quickly gave a negative answer. Another member added that they had simply confused them with other monsters. Another member of staff looked at the boys with fear. She assumed that this was a false report. Eleanor and the other workers looked at the boys in confusion. The adventurers behind Liz and Miyabi began to fuss. Eleanor said tiredly that she was an expert on all the basic demons. Liz listened attentively to Eleanor's speech. She asked Liz what rank an adventurer needed to be to defeat at least one black orc. Liz replied that the adventurer needed to be C rank to do so. Eleanor confusedly confirmed her words. She added that she alone would be enough to deal with one orc. She added that, but when there are 11 black orcs, it's a completely different story. Eleanor continued by saying that even if you take a group of C-rank adventurers, even with 2 supports, they would not be able to complete the task. The adventurers began to seriously think that she simply confused the monsters or was lying. Miyabi and Liz listened to the other adventurers with dissatisfaction. Someone present said that they probably exaggerated their merits in order to earn more. The opinion was supported by adding that there were only 2 adventurers. Liz called out to Miyabi, who turned around confused. Liz was angry. She said that everything was fine and gave Miyabi the signal to act. A mountain of meat formed in front of Eleanor, its weight breaking the counter. The workers nearby were shocked. Liz declared that they would sell the meat wholesale. The employees looked at the mountain of meat in horror. Eleanor calmly exhaled and urgently announced the arrival of the meat prince. All the warehouse workers heard Eleanor's words and immediately understood what she was talking about. They were confused by the arrival of the meat prince. 3 warehouse workers immediately rushed to the counter. They were furiously interested in what kind of wall of meat had appeared on the counter. Eleanor replied that it was black orc meat. She asked to verify the veracity of this fact. The warehouse workers began to examine the meat. The first worker confidently said that it was definitely black orc meat. It was of excellent quality. The second worker added contentedly that his gut told him that the meat tasted excellent. There was no doubt that this meat was brought by the meat prince. Another worker supported him, cheerfully adding that the meat of the meat never lets you down. The adventurers stared at Miyabi, asking if he was the meat prince from the meat country. Miyabi looked at the crowd with a detached expression. The crowd of adventurers began to discuss the meat prince. Rumors began to spread among them that the prince had a supply of meat. The meat prince lived up to the adventurers' expectations. They asked each other if the prince could sell them meat. Miyabi leaned toward Eleanor and asked if that was really what they called him. Eleanor listened awkwardly to Miyabi. She confirmed his words with a smile, saying that this nickname had stuck with him ever since he brought the earth sheep meat. Miyabi realized that he already had 2 nicknames, Meat Prince and Cupid. Eleanor added that he was a man of 2 nicknames. She continued by saying that Miyabi was so popular that he was already becoming a myth. Miyabi fell to his knees in horror. He was drowning in tears. Liz approached Eleanor with some kind of appeal. Eleanor listened attentively to Liz. Liz whispered something in Eleanor's ear and smiled. Eleanor looked at Liz with a smile and replied that she understood. Liz walked up to Miyabi and patted him on the back of the head. She told him not to despair. She added that it was rare to find a support with 2 nicknames. She mockingly asked if the meat prince agreed with her. Eleanor went to the warehouse, where she was told that the staff had found out that it was indeed black orc meat. The leader of the adventurer group personally confirmed this fact. He said that every piece of this pile was black orc meat. She looked at the meat and wondered how they got the meat in such perfect condition. There wasn't a single cut on them. She said, confused, that it was jewelry work. Another dimension for storage and clever combat tactics. And even in reports, he is no worse than the royal bureaucrats. Eleanor did not understand who Miyabi really was. Even the staff are talking about it. Eleanor managed to hush up the case with the earth sheep, but this time it won't be possible to cover them up. She was worried about something. The unknown man was looking at a piece of paper. He stood up from his chair in front of the window. Eleanor assumed that Rise already knew what she was going to tell him. Eleanor approached Liz and Miyabi. She asked if the 2 of them had some time. They looked at her in surprise. Eleanor calmly informed the boys that the person from above wanted to discuss their report with them. Liz and Miyabi looked at Eleanor devastatedly. They both did not expect such news from Eleanor. After a while, Eleanor, Liz, and Miyabi were already standing in front of the luxurious doors. Eleanor said that the guildmaster of the guild invited them to his place. Liz and Miyabi looked at the doors devastatedly. They did not understand what they did wrong. Liz is looking forward to finally tasting the dark orc meat they obtained while completing the quest to explore the Jade Forest. Also, drooling and burning with happiness, the girl says that due to the first-class meat, their squad can easily get rich. Miyabi noticed her love for large sums. The boy began to complain about how his wallet was quickly empty. He also wants to become rich in the blink of an eye. Although Liz does not quite understand where the young man spends his money so quickly and on what, the girl suggested saving money this time. For them, it was a good idea because they were just supposed to get a reward and that was it. They are in some luxurious office drinking tea. While Liz's squad drinks tea, thinking about what they could have done, Eleanor and the man silently watch them. When he put the cup down on the saucer, the boys tensed up. The stately man introduced himself as the master of the Adventurers Guild. His name was Zion. He got straight to the point. The matter concerns their research in the Emerald Forest described in the report. Zion's face is emotionless. He approaches this matter quite seriously. Looking into the eyes of the adventurers, the guildmaster asked them if they had received help from fellow adventurers or others. Miyabi and Liz became a little worried. Their answer was an affirmative refusal because they were the only ones who fought an entire settlement of 11 orcs. The boy wondered if Zion suspected them of dishonest labor. Miyabi mentally screams at Eleanor, who is standing next to the guildmaster, that Liz would never do such a thing. The girl only looks on, upset. They created a big stir throughout the guild. Even Eleanor-san is confused. The boy understands that Zion only knows them from reports, but their success does not match their rank. It is not surprising that the man has questions for them. The guildmaster says that investigation requests are very important to the guild, more important than requests for protection, assistance, and other tasks. Looking at the tense kids, he continues to say that such tasks are for C ranks and above. Miyabi and Liz understand that the master needs proof now. A stately man orders to tell the truth and only the truth. The girl reaches into some bag while her partner Craftsman panics, not knowing what evidence to provide. Liz takes out the items they gave to the guild. It was found in the orc settlement. She swears by the sword of the fallen warrior. The guildmaster, named Zion, picked up the girl's squad's find and silently examined all the details. On the handle were the prerequisites that would help to figure out the probable owner. After examining the weapon, the man turns to Eleanor, saying that everything is fine. He releases the children. They can go. Everyone is shocked. Also, Zion tells the girl to check the details of the missing people. He wants to return the thing to the owners. Eleanor-san obeys, but she doubts her boss's actions, which the guildmaster himself noticed. He studied the report, the dossier, and the oral report of the subordinate. He has no objections to Liz because she is responsible and competent. Eleanor herself worries, saying that the guildmaster is usually cautious in this matter. To which Zion hands over a report indicating Liz's success rate in completing tasks is 98.2%. These are her stats. The guildmaster made sure the kids could see them too. They are shown the profile of the adventurer Liz. Miyabi and his friend are very surprised watching Zion's reaction. The girl is highly appreciated by clients and representatives of the guild from the very beginning to the present. The number of orders is 173 successfully completed, 170, and the share of successful orders is 98.2%. The freshness of the meat and other items is proven. Buying from other sources is unlikely. Besides, it is impossible to make a report of this level without looking into the forest. Zion says that it is more difficult to prove that they are cheating than to prove that there is no cheating on their part. Reading the report, Liz says she made her decision based on what she could verify. The guildmaster says that these pages describe everything in detail. On one of the pages, the girl saw a letter of thanks from her client. Zion believes that her achievements are fully deserved, but the man thinks that attacking the Black Orcs is a reckless decision for the girl. Liz says that if she were alone, she wouldn't even think about it. With a smile on her face, sincerely and honestly, she says that Miyabi assistant was with her. The guildmaster concluded that he was the vanguard. The kids were worried again, not knowing how to answer Zion correctly. Liz said that everyone does their job, but the girl is the core of the group. Then the man asks that Liz is responsible for the attack, but she has an assistant. The two-man squad turns away to discuss their response. Turning back, Liz says the boy has taken out 2 enemies, but he still claims he's just an assistant. Zion doesn't understand what's going on. Liz covered the boy's mouth with her hand, saying that Miyabi could not objectively evaluate himself and his abilities. The young man was fed up with such a statement. The girl asks to be allowed to say it directly. Miyabi is a walking warehouse for quest resources. The guildmaster listens to the girl's words. In addition to keeping food fresh, he digs large holes in a matter of minutes under the guise of a support and stores soil, stores a pile of wood. His warehouse is larger than the warehouse of the production guild. Even Angelum can envy this. The guildmaster named Zion listened attentively to what the girl was saying. He needed exactly these details to get as interested in their squad as possible. The man realized that the boy's inventory could store other things. Liz said that he had heard her correctly, although she thought that he was not listening to her at all. Guildmaster Zion believed the rumors about the meat prince and believed that it was a special storage facility for meat, as people said. Eleanor-san denied everything, and the man thought about his words. Miyabi then decided to say that his extended storage contains other materials besides meat. Zion finds this impossible. Realizing that there was no deception in their words, the man suggested that the young man take out all the materials they didn't need and take them to Eleanor's warehouse. Liz is grateful to the guildmaster for believing her. In response to her gratitude, she says that it is her merit, because she never gave any reason for doubt. Looking down, the man chuckled and a smile appeared on his face. The girl did not understand what he had noticed. The master asked about the staff she had taken. Zion, looking at the girl holding the staff in her hands, says that he misses him, her father. Liz didn't know that they knew each other. The man placed his hand on her shoulder, saying that like father, like daughter. He calls her a very serious girl. Standing in the doorway in the same pose, the girl lowered her head in melancholy, and Zion noticed that she had grown a lot. Miyabi, looking around, tells Eleanor-san that this is quite a large warehouse. The woman said that it is not that big compared to the warehouse of the production guild. She turns to the boy, saying that the adventurer's main income is custom work. Everything Eleanor had collected here was just an additional image. The young man became curious and asked if she was an adventurer. The girl started working here when her team broke up, and 3 years have passed since then. Eleanor says this without looking at the young man. She says that she has been an adventurer for a long time, so she knows how difficult it is to obtain materials. The root of the tusk is easily damaged. The girl asks if the boy has a talent for this, but he denies everything, calling it sleight of hand. Standing in front of the sorted materials, Miyabi, while Liz is not around, wants to talk to Eleanor about something. Awkwardly and shyly, the boy wanted to ask about the possibility of transferring his fee for the investigation to the sword owner's family. The girl reminds him that the fee for this work is quite high. Even if they split it, it will still be 100 gold each. The guy asks not to worry. He will get his share from the sale of the materials. Eleanor-san says that the boy shouldn't think like that. If he's going to donate his money every time someone dies, he'll go broke. He doesn't know what will happen in the future, but this time he wants to do it. This is his way of reconciling with himself. The guy doesn't want to drag it out and does it for his own good. Eleanor doesn't say it's bad. They've had people donating half of their fee to the bereaved family, but not the whole amount. There have been cases where they've announced a collection for money for the bereaved families. This time, that's what they'll do. The girl asks him to remember that the reward is a fair price for adventurers who put their lives on the line. It would be disrespectful to others to refuse the payment so easily. The boy thanked her. Eleanor-san walked away from him with a smile on her face. 2 days later, in the guild building, Eleanor-san, with a paper in her hand, shows the details of the evaluation of this request. Liz and Miyabi silently watch with their mouths open as the details of the request were evaluated. There is no emotion on their faces. They are speechless and dumbfounded. Eleanor asks to accept these 3 bags of gold. Liz is afraid and the boy is sure that she has mixed something up, but no. Eleanor-san checked the data 3 times and asks them not to worry. 19 coins is 9.1 million. Even if you divide it by 2, it comes out to 4.55 million. This is the annual income of the young man's house. Both the boy and the girl are speechless and in a state of shock. Eleanor reminds them that they were going to split the fee themselves. She accepts their decision. The shocked squad thanks the girl in a trembling voice. The young man thinks about the commission fee that will be deducted as payment for the visit. He hopes that this will help at least a little. Also, Eleanor announces that they have decided to promote Miyabi-kun's adventurer rank to D rank. The youth, hearing this, spat out all of his tea in surprise. Liz screams that he is all dirty. The young man apologizes, saying that he was very surprised. Miyabi then turns to Eleanor, asking why it's D rank and not E rank. The girl replies that it's unusual for an assistant to be promoted 2 ranks at once. The promotion is based on the guild's contribution and future expectations. The kids think this is absurd, citing the guildmaster's wishes. Eleanor reminds them that the information that they are only F rank causes a lot of unnecessary quarrels. The girl says that the two of them have earned more money than the average B rank adventurer. This will certainly cause a public reaction. The boy only just got the message. Miyabi-kun thanked Eleanor for the work she had done, to which she said that the guild would be better off if the boy remained her supporter. The young man thinks that the girl is lying to her, but he is still pleased. He bowed, saying that he would count on her. Eleanor remembered that she wanted confirmation of something from Liz. They were about to leave, but Eleanor-san reminded that, as always, she was donating half of her fee, and she needed confirmation of anonymity. The girl jumped up to cover Eleanor-san's mouth. She said that Miyabi was here and they had just discussed it. The woman, still smiling, apologized, citing that she was so forgetful. Liz was seething with embarrassment. The boy, standing near the door, remembered Eleanor-san's words about people who donated half of their salary, while Liz screams for the woman to do everything as always. The boy seems to have guessed that her partner is the very person donating her payment. The girl screams that the whole scene that happened looked as horrible as possible, but none of that matters because she manages her own money. Liz is embarrassed that Miyabi found out everything. The boy laughs at the situation, saying that he said absolutely nothing about it. Eleanor-san smiles silently. They shake their fists at each other, saying that they did a great job on their first big assignment. The kids walk down a street filled with stalls. First they had to deal with black orcs. Then Gilmet called them. Miyabi-kun thought that since they had finished all the tasks, there was something they needed to do. Liz thought that it would be another collection of materials, but she was wrong. The boy shouted that she had guessed wrong, because they would celebrate their victory. On the table are signature Chinese dishes, which the young man demonstrates. A full variety of the menu which one can only dream of. Liz noticed that the interior of the environment is different from the usual. He asks not to worry about trifles. Sitting at the table and having lunch, the boy asks to eat whatever she wants while he cooks the meat. Liz wanted to make it herself, but the guy refused her, saying that he was in the mood for cooking. The girl says that her partner spoils her very much. She picked up some food, realizing she had never seen it before. The mage thought it was bread and took one bite. She looked at the food, blushing with pleasure. After tasting it, Liz turns to the artisan in delight, shouting that there is something inside, and that this something is very tasty. This steamed bun is perfect for the cold season. The girl found delicious, melt-in-your-mouth cubes of meat inside. Liz enjoys the taste so much. The hot sauce and the sweetness of the dough are a perfect match. Soft and fluffy, not like a bun with milk. Meaty and sweet taste that melts in your mouth. She wants to try another dish and asks Miyabi-kun to hand it to her. The young man, of course, does not mind and grabs the tray on which all the food is. Suddenly, what Liz wanted appeared. The girl did not even have time to understand what happened. She initially thought this table was very strange, but it turns out that it also rotates. The boy proudly says that this is Chinese cuisine at its best. Liz is happily spinning the table, saying that she has no idea what her partner is talking about, but she is only having fun. Miyabi-kun angrily asks him to stop spinning the table with the food on it. The girl apologized, saying that she got a little carried away. A girl with ears appeared next to them, actively eating one of the prepared dishes. The kids looked at her silently and then both exclaimed, calling her Mel. The girl smelled the meat and came to it. Miyabi asks her partner how she knows her name, since they don't seem to know each other, as the boy thought before. Mel eats the dish one after another. Liz, shouting and calling Mel a B-rank adventurer, asks the boy how he knows her. The kids angrily grab the dishes, taking them away from Mel. Miyabi holds the girl with the ears by the scruff of the neck. She continues to chew something that she managed to grab. The partner found out that the boy met Mel completely by chance. The girl said that he was constantly getting lost, but the young man replied that lately everything has been different. Mel the adventurer approaches Miyabi, saying that the blacksmith Mr. Weiss was looking for him. Liz is shocked that they know him. The partner, nervous and sweating, turned to the boy, asking if he even knew who Mr. Weiss was. The young man casually replied that he was a kind blacksmith, the head of the forge. That was his idea of him. Blacksmith Weiss himself came to visit. He looks at the kids and asks them why they are together. Liz is confused, and Miyabi says that they work on the same team. The boy does not suspect anything. The blacksmith asks the girls permission to take the young man away for a while. Liz doesn't mind and tells them not to rush. The hero listens to the dialogue between Mr. Weiss and his partner, not understanding why they communicate as if they were old acquaintances. The young man turns to Liz, asking what is going on and what Mr. Weiss is talking to her about. She introduces the man as Weiss Dark Iron, the most famous master of his time, recognized by royalty. And in addition, this blacksmith is Liz's adoptive father. The boy fell out of reality from the girl's words. The master laughs, saying that he did not know about their joint collaboration. Miyabi. Kun was excited and a lot of questions appeared in his head. Master turned out to be her adoptive father. Then what happened to her real dad? Mr. Weiss's smile changed to a serious expression, because he didn't just come to visit for no reason. The blacksmith came to them because of the lords of Angelum. They commissioned him to undertake the reconstruction of the residence of Duke Berdini. The bearded man offers the boy to put his hand to it. Miyabi-kun gave a questioning consent without realizing it. He was too dumbfounded by the offer made by the blacksmith Weiss. The boy, hiding behind a fan, and Liz simultaneously ask if this is the same lord they are thinking about. The guy describes himself as a simple guy from the street. He is perplexed why he was offered the job. The girl's adoptive father said that he was entrusted with selecting workers. The boy is afraid because it is too much responsibility. Liz, on the contrary, encourages him that it is a business job where he can make connections. The guy suspects her of ulterior motives. The girl placed her hand on her partner's shoulder and, calling him by name, ordered him as the leader of their team to put all his efforts into this. There is no joy written on the boy's face. He only obeys his mentor's order, promising to do his best. Enclosed by huge walls, the western district of Angelum. Beyond the gentle rise lies the district of aristocrats, whose houses are full of luxury and wealth. Such ranks do not deny themselves anything. A group of people is heading somewhere forward. Horse-drawn carriages are driving along the roads. In the center of the city is the palace of Duke Berdini, where the blacksmith Weiss and his team were awaited by the Duke's subordinates. This place is luxurious. Its own fountain in the middle of the territory, as well as a majestic building the size of dozens of houses. Here they come. At the last meeting, Uncle Weiss asked to prepare for difficult work. The boy looks around the huge building in front of him. Walking behind the crowd, the boy noticed that everyone had brought a change of clothes, and perhaps he should have taken some too. Miyabi was called in at the very last minute, so he thinks they won't expect much from him. But it's a good chance to see professionals at work. Weiss's team passed by bushes with plants. For the young man, this is a new experience because it is not every day that you can see the mansion of an aristocrat. He wants to start as soon as possible. As they walked step by step, something caught the boy's attention. Looking around, he noticed something unusual. These were plants that looked completely wilted. A man with glasses came up to him from behind. He looked completely different. The old man said that it was a shepherd's rose. The man happily reports that it is a type of flower that has many petals. Miyabi-kun is taken aback by the stranger's behavior. He does not understand who it is and why he is bothering him. The old man continues to talk about flowers, saying that their homeland is a country with a warm climate. In the north of Angelum, he completely disappeared. Blacksmith Weiss addresses the friendly old man as if he were my lord, saying that he has come too early, and then it dawns on the boy that this cheerful little man who suddenly appeared and talked about flowers was that very man. This man is Duke Trens Verdini. He says it is not very polite to sit in the room when an old friend comes to see him. On the eve of her departure, Liz realized that Miyabi-kun knew absolutely nothing about this place. She did not want the boy to embarrass himself in front of the master, so she took it upon herself to teach him. She asked him if he had at least heard of the Lord of Angelum. The guy replied that he had, but he wasn't sure if they were thinking of the same person. Marquise Berdini is one of the 5 great marquises of the Kingdom of Fortia, a great noble family that rules the northern territory of Angelum. The current Marquis, Trens Berdini, is known for being one of the most influential and successful of all the successive heads of the family. He also graduated from the Royal School of Magic with the highest rank of noble. In Angelum, the 3 main guilds are allowed to conduct business freely, but they may impose restrictions to enhance the prestige of the nobility. It is said that these are allowed in Angelum to encourage free trade between lords. As long as you have a title, you can take any commission, and those who have money can buy whatever they want. That's why Liz became an adventurer in this city. The Lord cares for his people, but rumors are that he is a bit strange. A crowd of people under the guidance of the blacksmith Weiss stands in the palace of Trens Berdini. Because of the silent atmosphere, the boy begins to get nervous. He feels uneasy in such an environment. Liz told him that they are a bit strange, but Miyabi-kun thinks that he is quite friendly. In any case, the boy is surprised that all these people are his students. The man apologized to everyone for keeping them waiting. With their permission, he introduced himself as Trens Berdini. Approaching the blacksmith, he addresses him as a master, saying that it is a great honor for him to work with him. In turn, Weiss, kneeling, promises to provide everything in the best possible way. Duke Verdini looked away with a slight smile on his face. The boy thought Trens looked at him. Passing by in a row of standing, Weiss's students, the Lord says that the palace may look magnificent from the outside. The boy realized that the Duke did not even pay attention to him. Trens Verdini continues to talk about the building. It has been about 200 years since it was restored. It is more dilapidated than it appears. The Duke would like the building's exterior to remain the same, but the interior to be furnished to suit the new era. The old era must be overcome and the building must move on. Trens Berdini asks to have faith in their master blacksmith Weiss, but not to stop thinking for themselves while working on the restoration. The Duke, with a confident look and a slight grin, says that everyone should strive for innovation and wants this house to be something that future generations can be proud of. The boy thinks he is a good man since he thought about the conveniences of the craftsman. The Lord's subordinate said that during the construction period, they would live in a small room where she took them. A thoughtful boy, who was trying not to attract any attention, was hit on the back of the head with a hammer. Someone called out to him. It was the guy who was squatting in front of him with the very tool he had hit him on the back of the head with. He called Miyabi-kun the stranger who had joined them. His not very friendly face suddenly changed to rage and his not very polite speech to a shout. He orders to listen to him. The guy does not know what the boy has thought up, but he will be his successor. A young man with bulging veins on his face and capillaries in his eyes shouts right into the boy's face that he is Sid the Iron Heart. This guy orders him to remember this. The dumbfounded boy, almost turning gray, moved away from the crazy guy and gave a positive answer. A guy came up from behind saying that the creepy guy gave himself a name. Using a chokehold on the aggressive guy, he introduces himself as Sid's brother, Hank. Ironheart is furious and yells at his brother for introducing himself in such a haphazard way. Miyabi-kun apologizes for showing up so suddenly. He promises to try not to disturb them. Hank kindly says that no one will complain about the decision of the head himself. Blacksmith Weiss slammed his hammer on the floor, shouting for everyone to gather. This was no time to slack off, and they would work together with their comrades. They were approached personally with a huge order, so they have no right to shirk. The students standing in a row answered their master in chorus. Blacksmith Weiss gave the guys the drawings in advance. He will go around to each one as a leader. After a short briefing, the master gave the order for everyone to get to work. The crowd, dispersing, again responded in unison with consent. The boy confidently thought that he too had to try very hard. He wanted to go up and ask the blacksmith about his duties. But Weiss asked him to take something. The master handed him a pen with drawing paper. Miyabi-kun smiled. Then he asked what that meant. The blacksmith replied that they didn't have the blueprints for that part, so he would have to do it himself. The master irritably responded with an affirmative and asked if he had to repeat it. The boy attacked the teacher with refusals because how should they build it without drawings? The construction had already begun. Weiss said that they could not come up with a beautiful design for this part, so he entrusted this matter to him. The boy, looking at the teacher leaving, thinks that he is trying to get him into big trouble after this job. Weiss, with a smirk on his face, tells Miyabi-kun that from today on, he is responsible for this man and the big tower. The man, short in stature, with a cap and glasses on his head, asks him to take care of him in an embarrassed tone. Is everything really okay? They are sitting in a huge hall. Miyabi-kun is nervously thinking about what happened. Weiss took on the responsibility and ran away. Looking at his subordinate, he thinks that the guy himself is not bad, but from the side he looks even thinner and resembles an owl. The boy's main problem remains the bathtub. He never thought that he would have to create a design for something. Miyabi enthusiastically thought that this was a great opportunity for him. The infrastructure itself does not need to be changed, only repaired. The main thing is the interior. While the young man is thinking, the boy is trying to tell him something. When he picks up a pencil, he wants to put something on paper. Miyabi can create whatever he wants, and he won't have to worry about the budget. The boy actively tried to attract the attention of the mentor, but realized that he did not notice him. Miyabi came to his senses, realizing that someone was calling him. He was too carried away by his dreams and asked the boy what happened. Sitting by the bathtub, he remembered that they still hadn't met. The boy introduced himself as Miyabi Crafter. The boy, completely unsure, stuttering and stumbling, introduced himself as Curry Ian. At the moment of his speech, the shy young man bit his tongue. The boy looks at him and thinks that must hurt. They start talking. They are both craftsmen. This is something they can work together on. Miyabi addresses the boy as Karan, although his name is Karen. Ian wants to, but is too shy to object. While Miyabi says that the boy probably already realized that they need to come up with a design first. Karen, whom the boy continues to call Karen, begins to swell. Miyabi asks him to start dismantling him first, after which he promises to join him. He called the boy Karen again, but Karen himself can't stand to hear the boy call him. The boy noticed that he was angry and didn't understand why. He still finds it easy to work with him. Duke Transverdini looks at the blueprints. Some are in the traditional elven Polish style, and some are in the style of a dwarven rock cave. Miyabi-kan listens to what the Lord reads. Smiling, my lord calls all the drawings very trivial. The boy is petrified by such words because all this was rejected. Miyabi-kun, he tried to surprise him with this. Duke Transverdini would like to see something unconventional, something he had never seen before. His favorite architecture from fantasy, which he surprised in the game, would seem completely ordinary here. This world is very similar to the fantasy games of his world. Dream World, the game he devoted so much of his time to, was the pinnacle of these fantasy games. The boy doesn't know what new he can offer to this world, which is so similar to the game Dream World. Miyabi-kun goes back to his ward, who is chipping off pieces of tiles. Karen was surprised that the boy had already returned. Only a small part of the work had been done there. The boy had assumed that there was still a lot of work to be done here. Miyabi noticed that Karen had loaded so much material into the wheelbarrow. He shouts that he doesn't need to carry such heavy things because he uses his inventory. The boy doesn't understand what he's talking about at first. The boy asks not to say that the craftsman doesn't have inventory. Karen remembers that he definitely does. Happy and embarrassed, the boy shouts that he has a lunchbox with hot and delicious food in his inventory. Miyabi is stunned to find that this is all that is stored there. He remembers Liz telling him that artisans are the least fortunate of all the manufacturing professions. That means a lunchbox is all he can fit in his inventory. He asks to borrow his hammer for a second. With a light swing, he hit the tile, which shattered into pieces. His protege was dumbfounded by such a picture. Karen calls Miyabi-kun her teacher with sparkling eyes while he thinks about how weak the skills of craftsmen are. It's already late at night, and they are lying in the room allotted to the team by the light of one lantern. The boy asks not to be called a teacher. He is busy with the drawings. Karen lovingly talks about how he has already become his teacher. The way he destroyed the floor with just one punch will forever remain in his memory. Miyabi thought about how his stuttering has disappeared somewhere. Then the boy began to ask his teacher where he learned this special movement. He began to envy him. Karen continued to question the teacher about where he learned it. He is amazed at what talent can lead to. Miyabi torments, begging the ward to go to bed. The boy does not call his abilities talent, assuring, as he continues to call him, Corona, that he can do just as well. Turning off the flashlight, Miyabi claims that the boy hasn't even tried to do this, which means that anything is possible. The dark-haired craftsman says he never thought he would destroy so much. Karen is amazed at how incredibly fast they manage. He then turns to the teacher saying he has a question. Opening the door to another room, the boy asks his mentor if he knows what this place is for. The dark-haired youth says that he did not go into this room. Duke Trensverdini appeared behind them, saying that this place was for boiling water. The boys fell out of reality from the unexpected appearance of the Lord. They jumped aside, frightened by the Duke's appearance, but he did not react. Smiling, Trens explained that they boiled water here and carried it to the bath next door. The young man clarified that there was no running water in the room. The Duke informed him that it was brought here from a well in the yard. Miyabi-kun noted that this was rather inconvenient. Usually, Trens would assign this to a man who had fire magic. He would carry water and boil it with fire magic, but he got too old and quit. The work is simple, but finding a new worker is quite difficult. The Duke laughs. It's problematic. The Duke asked him if he had any unusual ideas about it. The young man took the word very seriously and said that he already had a design that he would like to show to my lord, but he needed to add something. This interested Trensverdini. He sat down on the floor in the same room, saying that he would wait here. Miyabi, stunned by this action, said that he would bring the Duke a chair. The boy provided all the drawings he had drawn during the night and asked Trens for his opinion on it. This design is a tribute to one of the architects of the game Dream World. According to Miyabi, it would be perfect for this world. Trensverdini noted that the boy decided to use the architecture of the Makalini elf dynasty as a basis. The young man does not admit defeat, having learned that such a thing already exists here. Blacksmith Weiss, sitting on the sofa and crossing his arms, says that this is almost all he can say for today. The Duke is very glad that everything is going well and according to plan, with the exception of the big bath. Weiss reports that this will take a lot of time. Raising an eyebrow and smiling, the blacksmith says that everyone would be bored if everything went that easily. Duke Trensverdini notes that the master is cruel. After all, he has already agreed to the final design of the large bathhouse in his performance. With a heavy sigh, Weiss says that if nothing comes of the young man, then they will use his design. But he is not upset, because something tells him that the Lord himself is not against it. Trens smiled after these words. It is all because of his bad habit, as my lord says. If he sees an opportunity, he definitely wants to take advantage of it. Blacksmith Weiss laughs, saying that His Majesty's desire for something new has not diminished at all. They sit opposite each other, and the master, as an old friend of the Lord, says that he does not change. He agrees with Trensverdini. It's the same for him. Even the client's desire sometimes can't stop him. Although Weiss is called a master, he doesn't feel like one. The blacksmith still considers himself a novice who wants to see where this young man's talent will lead. They seem a little overconfident to the Lord. But since Mr. Weiss has his eye on them, Trens is willing to wait. Sitting over the design drawings, Karen eagerly says he has some interesting ideas. A luxurious park in the middle of which stands a sturdy tree surrounded by a fountain. It's a sunny day. People are walking and relaxing. As always, calm, Eleanor-san is absorbed in a book. But a girl approaches her, calling her name. It turned out to be Liz in a cute outfit, apologizing for keeping the woman waiting for her arrival. Eleanor reassures her that it's okay because she just came by a few minutes ago. The woman compliments the girl, saying that the cute outfit suits her very well. Liz spent a lot of money on it. The girl, smiling shyly, says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, so she decided to wear something other than the adventurer's clothes. Liz doesn't usually buy things like this, but since Miyabi is with her now, she thought it would be okay. She thinks that using someone else's inventory for her wardrobe isn't very good, but since her partner doesn't mind, it's okay. Eleanor-san noticed, since we were talking about Miyabi, that the boy hadn't appeared in the Adventurers Guild for a long time. Liz, with a smile on her face, says that the young man was going to take part in the renovation of the Duke's mansion. She thinks it's a great event. After these words, the luxurious Eleanor was stunned, at first, not finding words for it. Watching the overview of the Duke's palace after some silence, she gives a positive answer. Miyabi-kun was exhausted. For the third day in a row, they continued to bring him projects, and the Duke continued to reject them for the third day. That was why the bathroom renovation progress had not moved forward. While in the library at the Duke's residence, the only thing the boy realized the entire time was that almost all of the fantasy architecture from the game already existed here. There was an impressive collection of books. Their team had nothing much to do, so Karen, as the boy continued to call him, was taken by another team. Miyabi remembered the words about the Duke wanting to see something he had never seen before. The young man gets mad, calling the task very vague. He needs to be more specific. The boy presented Verdini with a very abstract, large bathhouse, in which there were strange creatures. The Duke noted that the young man was carried away in the wrong direction, with which Miyabi himself agreed. The young man is reminded of the old days in real life when he did everything according to the client's wishes, but he rejected her, saying that it was not what he wanted. They are sitting at a bar after work, snacking on alcoholic drinks. The man continues to say that sometimes the client's ideas and his are different, and in some cases the client's desires change on the fly. Miyabi shouted that this is unreasonable. He can't read minds because he's not a psychic. The colleague replies that this is the importance of listening to the client. You need to be able to shift the angle of your perception to understand what's on the client's mind. Miyabi-kun thought of Duke Verdini. The boy thought about thinking like your client. It won't come so easily to him. He was lost in thought and lost in the courtyard. This building is so huge that Miyabi feels like a tiny insect in it. There is so much luxury everywhere, like huge chandeliers and works of art. It makes his head spin. He saw something. It was an exit to the outside, to the garden of the Lord's palace. Thinking that if he looked around he would be able to understand him, Miyabi began to go down the stairs. A girl addressed him as a respected person. She, holding a small bouquet of flowers in her hands, tells him that there are no areas designated for repairs where he is headed. The boy was happy to see the maid, saying that he was a little lost. The girl didn't answer but just looked at him with a piercing gaze. It was as if there was emptiness between them. She apologizes and says that it is forbidden to go beyond the area being repaired. The maid clarified the direction of the young man. He said that he wanted to go to the bathroom. He is upset that she appeared. The girl, having put the flowers in a vase, says that the bathroom is in the neighboring building. Having upset the guy even more, she says that she will take him to the right room. Hoping that the maid would leave him alone, Miyabi asked her to simply tell him where to go, thinking that the girl was very busy. The girl was adamant and with a stony face repeated the same thing. She would take him to the bathroom. They headed to the place the boy needed. The boy decided to fill the void with conversation, introducing himself and saying that he was a member of a construction crew. The maid unwaveringly replied that she was eagerly awaiting the results. Remembering the luxurious garden, he begins to praise it, calling it beautiful. He also noticed that there were many roses there and, hoping for a dialogue, asked about the blooming of roses, that they bloom at this time of year. The maid only gave a positive answer. Gradually moving away but also following her, the guy feels uneasy. He looks around the premises and is surprised, although awkward. The girl does not react to the guy's words, after which the young man began to walk even further away from her, but already in deathly silence, since there was nothing to talk about. The girl was not in the mood for empty chatter. Miyabi feels very awkward. He feels like he is staying with a friend who is not his own. His situation is reminiscent of a situation from his past life, when he and a stranger were sitting in a cafe together, and their mutual friend was late. Passing by the garden, the guy can no longer stand this silence, and wants the maid to see him out already. Suddenly, he noticed someone familiar in the garden. The silhouette had ears. Someone is playing with toys. The kitten says that the bear smells very tasty, but he says that the kitten has been deceiving her from the very beginning. No one will come to his aid. The boy, having observed what was happening, saw Mel sitting on the ground. He was very happy to see her, although he was surprised that she was in the Lord's palace. The girl sitting next to her was squeezing all the water out of the toy. Mel went towards Miyabi, saying that it was him everywhere. The young man noted that these were his words. The second girl turned to Mrs. Mel, asking who this gentleman who came was. The girl with the ears introduced Miyabi as an F-rank adventurer who was great at getting lost. The boy corrected her, proudly saying that his rank had recently changed from F to D. Mel was dumbfounded. The girl who played with Mel, in a luxurious dress made of expensive fabric, her voice soft and her manners graceful. She introduced herself. Her name is Chiffon Verdini. Then it dawned on Miyabi how he hadn't thought of it himself. Father and daughter are very similar. The young man is amazed at who Mel has found to play with. The boy asked what they were doing and what happened to the unfortunate bear cub from whom they were squeezing the water. Chiffon says that it was nothing special. They were just playing with dolls with Mel. They got so carried away that they accidentally dropped Mr. Mishka in the mud. After that, the girls washed him and played with him. The young man is a little shocked by this. The maid is angry that the mistress did not call her to do the laundry. Chiffon, calling the girl Alicia, asks her not to make such a face. At least she would like to do the laundry herself. Mel asked Miyabi about his purpose in being there, thinking that he was lost again. The boy nervously replied that getting lost in the Lord's estate is a recipe for trouble, although he had managed to wander around a bit. He didn't hide it and said that Mr. Weiss had actually asked him to help with the reconstruction here, although not exactly help. Miyabi, pretending to be poor, says that this probably can't be called just help. The blacksmith commissioned the plans for an entire bathhouse, but he hasn't succeeded yet. Mel tries to calm him down, and Chiffon has realized something for herself. She wanted to ask something of the dark-haired boy playing with Mel, but changed her mind and simply smiled. They are sitting by the fountain in the courtyard. She is surprised because the guy is so young and already responsible for the whole bathhouse. The girl thinks that it is hard to please her father. The guy agrees with her words. The Lord's Palace's luxurious facade stretches out against their backdrop. Still sitting by the fountain, Chiffon tells us that her father is a very busy man, but always devotes plenty of time to taking baths. She smiles happily at the boy, saying that she can't wait to see their new beautiful bathhouse. The girls can't help him in any way, so they decided to just support him by controlling the toys and flags. Mel joined the lady. The boy is happy, which is also not bad in its own way. Chiffon Verdini invited Mel to continue washing Mr. Bear, to which the girl with ears happily agreed. Miyabi, watching them do the laundry and listening to what they were saying, thought about Chiffon's words. Father is busy, but he spends a lot of time taking baths. Trens Verdini wants things he's never seen. The boy saw the light, and a table appeared in front of him, which he had made in the inventory. He began to quickly sketch something on paper while the girls watched him. Miyabi turned to Miss Alicia, who wanted to take him to the bathroom, and asked her to take him to Duke Verdini's room. The boy was so happy that the maid was surprised by his speed and haste. They sit alone with the milord. The young man, worried, tells about his idea, presenting the drawings he sketched near the fountain. Trens Verdini, after thinking, smiled back at the boy. Karen runs to the teacher, not believing that everything was actually approved. Miyabi, grabbing the boy by the arms, began to spin him around, happy that they were finally given permission. He apologized for making them wait so long. The boy was determined because they were already at the starting line. The boy wandered off somewhere while Karen stood behind him, thinking how great it was. He was all disheveled after what the teacher had done. Looking at Miyabi, the boy is surprised that he was able to create a design that the Duke himself approved. Awkwardly approaching the young man from behind who was thinking about mastering secret techniques. Karen shouts that she wants to become a craftsman like him. Clinging to his leg, the boy reminds him that the teacher said that he can do it too. The boy does not remember this. Still hanging on his leg, he asks to teach him. The boy is ready to do anything. Karen says that he is tired of being a burden. Mr. Weiss took him into the workshop out of pity. Only in the magic of improvement, he is a little better than others. The boy can only watch others work. He hates it. They look into each other's eyes. This is the first craftsman other than him that Miyabi has met in this world. When he came here, he had no time to think about others. Karen holds his hand tightly. The boy thought that maybe he could help at least the child standing in front of him. Looking into the eyes of his ward, he does not give guarantees, but agrees to help in mastering the skills. Karen became happy when he heard this and jumped into the hero's arms. Sitting on the bathroom floor, Miyabi first asks the boy to show him what he can create. The boy, holding a hatchet, reaches into his inventory, saying that he is good at making hammers, which is why he uses them often. Miyabi then watches Karen saw a log by hand, then make the parts by hand, and finally assemble them. After sweating a lot from his previous actions, he shows his teacher his finished hammer. Miyabi stopped him, asking why he didn't use the crafting skill, where instant crafting was convenient. Embarrassed, Karen says that if he uses the skill, it turns out to be something ugly, not similar to the original idea. He then has to correct his product. Miyabi thinks that the quality of the finished product is low and there is no point in crafting quickly if time is spent on corrections in the end. Of course, there is a chance that his skill is special, but besides the inventory and support magic, there is most likely another level of skills that they simply do not know about. Then there is only one solution. Miyabi realized that the solution is to pump up the skill level. Suitable for pumping, and also necessary for the reconstruction of the bathhouse, only one product is suitable. He figured out what to entrust the boy with, showing a small cube that is 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter in size. He tells Karen to use his crafting skill and make him 5,000 of these stone blocks. Having seen and understood what task the teacher gave him, the boy himself turned to stone. He says that he will not be able to create something of such quality and in such quantity. Karen thinks that it is better the old way. But if so, then the skill will not become better if it is not used. Miyabi says that this is an important detail that will become a key element for the bathhouse. He understands that it is difficult, but Karen should try. After thinking about the keyword important, after listening to the teacher's words, he promises to try. Out of the corner of his eye, Miyabi watches his charge huff and puff. He's making some very strange shapes. There must be a reason Mr. Weiss brought Karen to the Lord's estate. Looking at the efforts, the young man smiles, thinking that this is the purpose for which he united the artisans. They are skillfully led. He entrusted the manufacturing to Karen, but it was time for him to work. The boy came up with a self-heating bath. The manufacturing method is simple. It is necessary to prepare stone blocks enchanted with the elements of fire and water. The block with the water element will be the source block, and the block with the fire element will be the heating block. Then they just need to be installed in alternation, which will cause a constant flow of hot water. Now the Lord will not have to use manual labor. Miyabi shouts in the other direction, thinking that it turned out even better than planned and decided to go get materials for a real bath. He met a blacksmith who called out to him. Mr. Weiss notes that his subordinate has received permission. He encourages Miyabi, calling him a good boy. The blacksmith wants to know what the result was and asks to show him the drawing. Miyabi is surprised that he asks about it so calmly and asks not to give him such crazy orders. The boy holds out the drawing. Looking at the paper, the blacksmith asks the youth about the skill used to fill the bathtub with hot water. Miyabi proudly noted that the expert himself had noticed it. Skills can create water, so the boy came up with a system that uses it. The master listened to the boy. The boy thought that such a brilliant idea could be bragged about. Blacksmith Weiss silently looked at the papers. The happy boy said that he had just finished the prototype and offered the master to take a look at it. Turning his gaze to the young man, Master Weiss told Miyabi to come back and better do it quickly. Karen ran as fast as he could, calling for his teacher. Something urgent and unimaginable had happened. Something Miyabi hadn't thought of. A disaster occurred in the bathhouse where the boy had made a prototype of a bathtub. The three of them came into the bathroom and saw that the prototype was slowly filling the room with water. The entire bathroom was being cleaned by the maids and Miyabi and Karen. They were almost done, having sweated a lot over this job. After exhaling and throwing all the supplies into a bucket, the maids asked permission to leave after the hard work they had done. The boy guiltily apologizes for causing everyone trouble with his ill-conceived prototype of a bathtub. Mr. Weiss and Karen are sitting on the floor saying that it's not okay to leave the tap running or to just walk away without supervision. Miyabi feels like a child because he's being scolded. The boy still finds it strange. They always use a lot of water in the bathhouse, but how they get rid of it later is unknown. All this time he is working on the assignment from the teacher. Weiss says that this estate is 200 years old. All the infrastructure is ancient too. He believes that, as in the past, they simply carried it away with magic. The conclusion is that there are no running water here. Miyabi pondered over the manual difficulty. Blacksmith Weiss does not understand what his protege means. Karen is still trying to create small blocks. The master realized that the boy wanted to do everything in such a way as not to strain the magicians once again. The boy working on the blocks admired the fact that the teacher took into account the concern of others. Sitting on the floor and feeling the material, the master says that in this position they have two pressing problems. Miyabi listens to what Weiss says. Looking at the drawing, the blacksmith says that the bathtub that the young man made is no good. The boy thinks that the master connected the prototype with the real idea. But the problem was not in this, and Weiss asked to do the same. Miyabi made a small construction and, putting his hand in the water, says that the liquid is warm and everything works. This is good. But the master asks him to take off his shoes and stand in it. The boy obeys and does what Weiss said. He didn't have time to fully step into the water. Only after touching it, he jumped away from the liquid. Karen worries about her teacher. The blacksmith says that the power of the spell can be adjusted by changing the amount of mana put in. He thinks that the idea of heating water in this way is excellent in itself, but the idea of putting hot blocks on the surface is not. While Karen cools the teacher's burnt leg, Miyabi understands, but crying does not think it is reasonable that it should be demonstrated on his example. He asks the teacher about the second problem. The master points to a stone. The foundation of the Duke's estate is much thicker than usual. There are 3 layers of such stones. To lay the water supply, they will have to break through them. If we are realistic, they will not make it in time. Pretending to be a cool specialist, Miyabi makes a cute face, but it doesn't work out very well. Karen, praising him, says that for the teacher's techniques, this is not a problem. Weiss doesn't yet suspect what the boy means. In the blink of an eye, the master's calm face was replaced by shock. The boy dug a huge hole in a couple of seconds, removed 3 whole stone blocks. Digging deeper and deeper, Miyabi asks Mr. Weiss for permission to dig all the way to the river. He only asks the boy, dumbfounded, who he is. Karen glows at the sight of her teacher's abilities. Sitting on the floor, quite dirty, Miyabi hugs the shovel and says that while he was digging the path, an idea came to him. Blacksmith Weiss sits on the floor and sees that the boy has returned as if nothing had happened. He has one reaction to everything, as the young man under his charge noted. He rubs his nose and says that it seems to him that the blacksmith was not surprised, which means that everything turned out badly. The master asks not to anger him with nonsense, and asks what sensible thing came to mind. The guy explains his idea. They can't lower the temperature of the blocks to keep the water hot, so why not heat it somewhere else? He shows the foreman a rough plan and its implementation, outlining it in pencil. Weiss realized that as long as the bath is not used, the water will flow into the river. Miyabi understands that this will happen, but he still feels sorry for wasting it like that. The master laughs, saying that for them, commoners, this is a luxury. The boy thought about luxury. He had lived near hot springs for a long time, so he almost forgot that the first hotel had only a basin of hot water. Miyabi thought about dumping hot water into the river as it could harm the fish, which would affect the ecosystem. Karen listened to him attentively. The boy suggested that if it can't be hot, it can be cooled. For example, by blowing, which the student does. The boy thought about cooling. Sitting on the floor, the 3 of them began to carefully think through the plan and its implementation. Late evening. The Adventurers Guild building. Someone knocked on Master Zion's office. The man allowed entry. It's the lovely Eleanor who comes in and apologizes for disturbing them at such a late hour. Zion says it's no big deal. He noticed that the girl had dressed up. It turned out she was going on a date. Giggling, she suggested that the girl could brag. The man asked her not to answer if she didn't want to. He found her difficult. He asked why she was bothering him on his day off. The giggles turned serious. Eleanor heard something curious and decided to report it just in case. Locking the cabinet, Zion asks his subordinate if this news is a problem. Eleanor thinks it is. The girl says that an adventurer took on an order under the jurisdiction of the Production Guild without permission. This is what the sources of this information claim. Standing in front of the window, the calm on Zion's face changed to tension. Two people from Weiss's construction team ask the young man what he and Karen do every day until late at night. Miyabi makes a test relief for the next day's work, and the boy is still doing the given instructions to make 5,000 small parts. Then the two comrades say the obvious, do it the very next day because not sleeping at night is bad for your health. The boy laughed, but said that he would finish soon. The test relief he makes depicts roses. Miyabi can't get the flower petals right. Two of the team members say it's fine as is. Other guys from the team, interested in the young man's occupation, came to this chatter. They want to help a little, to speed up the process of making the relief. Sid watches what is happening. He wanted to take a look at what the stranger was doing, but the thug was blocking his view. So he stood up to take a look inside the circle of people. Seeing the relief, Sid broke through the people, shouting that they were all praising him in vain, which made Miyabi conceited. Some were scared, and his brother was indignant at Sid's antics. The boy was scared because he did not think he was conceited. He grabbed his relief carving tools and said that Mr. Sid would handle everything. He took the prototype from the boy and began to cast his spell, giving more shape to what Miyabi was trying to do. When he was done, he blew away the excess shavings. Giving the prototype to the boy, Sid proudly tells him to look at it and remember it well. After seeing it, he felt as if he was surrounded by roses. Miyabi looks at what Sid has done with her mouth open in shock. One of the construction crew members also admires what he has done. The petals look alive as if they were not made of stone at all. No one knows how it is possible to carve something like that from such a material. Miyabi is shocked that blacksmiths can do something like that. The whole team is silent for a while looking at the young man, and at the same time, everyone starts laughing, except for Sid and the dark-haired boy who doesn't understand anything. Hank apologizes to a stunned Miyabi, saying that it's been a long time since they've seen such a reaction to Sid's work. Walking up to his brother, he leans on his shoulder, imagining Sid as a sculptor. This information leaves Miyabi even more shocked. Then the young man asks the guys what kind of workshop they were in. The team includes a carpenter, a mason, and a cabinet maker. Hank tells him a workshop, but there are actually a lot of them. The chief usually has both simple blacksmiths like Hank and weirdos who want to become blacksmiths despite being a sculptor in his profession in the forge. Sid is annoyed by his brother's words and tells him to shut up. He always says that there are no boundaries to the craft, so he takes everyone he sees potential in. Laughing and quoting his boss's phrase, Sid says that Weiss likes to repeat that raising young animals is a hobby for him. The entire construction crew sits in a circle and chats. Now, after Hank's story, Miyabi understands everything. He didn't understand why there were so many young craftsmen on their team. Even though the Duke himself ordered it, it's a great chance for everyone to prove themselves. He expects great things from everyone. That is why they proudly say that they will never disgrace the black iron with their work. Everyone is determined. The boy smiles, enjoying the moment, but Karen screamed. The boy asked what happened, although his student had spoiled the atmosphere. The boy called the teacher to take a look. He shows off a stone cube he created using his skill. The boy is incredibly happy about this, and Karen will try to create another one. And so, one by one, a small cube appears in the boy's hands. Miyabi is incredibly happy and convinced that Karen did it with the skill. The boy himself is happy that he can create them in such quantity. The teacher praises him for the work done. Still happily and unsuspectingly, Miyabi-kun as a teacher asks Karen to use his witchcraft skill and cast the wind element on all the cubes. The boy froze at what he heard, and the rest of the team began to condemn him, calling Miyabi heartless. The boy did not know this. He later learned that magic, which requires precise control of mana, cannot be used more than a couple hundred times a day. The luxurious palace of Duke Trensverdini. The reconstruction is almost finished. Only the bathhouse remains, which Miyabi is busy with. He is sitting on the floor and looking at two prototypes, one of him, the other of Sid. The boy is carefully examining it. Sid asked irritably about the secret of carving. The young man bows and apologizes for disturbing the work. The sculptor thought he had something serious to do since he came. Sid asks why the boy should tell him anything. The sculptor notes that his relief was also highly praised. Miyabi thought it would do. But still, when you create something, don't you want to give it the best you can? All Sid replied was that he noticed how the boy didn't like to lose despite the fact that he smiled all the time. Miyabi, awkwardly rubbing the back of her head, thinks that's not true, but the young sculptor tells him the exact opposite. Looking him in the eye, Sid says that he wants to beat the sculptor in his own art. This is what plays as proof that the boy does not want to lose. He doesn't want to win. He just wants to improve his skills in this. The sculptor just wiped his face from sweat. Sid asks him that he wants to create something of the same quality as him. The sculptor sees from the boy's face that he thinks he can do it. The boy agrees to teach him, although Miyabi considers himself not so impudent. He will teach him, but not during working hours. The boy had already started to say that he had thought they would refuse him, but suddenly he realized that they wanted to help him. He thought that he had already been sent away. Sid, returning to work, stretches his back, telling the boy that it will not harm him in any way. He turned, pointing his finger at the young man. The sculptor says he will knock this arrogance out of the boy. The boy is determined in the matter of training. In the evenings, in his free time, Sid, as promised, teaches the boy his skills. Miyabi works hard, honing his abilities. Duke Trensverdini himself watches them. He notices the progress and the desire to prove themselves in the cause of reconstruction. Something new and unimaginable is emerging in the bathhouse. They work until late. The young man notices that the student is doing an excellent job. Looking at the cubes the boy has made, he praises him for his efforts and progress. Their meal breaks are magnificent. Miyabi cooks everyone special dishes that the others can't make. The construction team is extremely happy about this. The boy and Karen carefully work through all the drawings so that there are no mistakes in their work, like last time. Blacksmith Weiss notices this. He is pleased with the boy's work. A sunny day in the Western District. The palace of Duke Trensverdini shines in the rays of a bright star. The construction crew gathers after finishing their work. Sid says he almost went crazy, but his brother praises him for a job well done. The other boys sit and notice that Hank and the sculptor have finished too. Everything is fine, as the older brother says. Only Sid was told to fix something. The young man is stunned and ready to fight. They laugh at him. Hank says it's not often you see the Duke himself doing construction inspection. Construction inspection is checking the finished work against the approved plans. Wealthy people usually delegate this to their secretaries. Sid says there's only one job left, and that's Miyabi and Karen's job. They hope for the best. Duke Trensverdini, accompanied by the blacksmith Weiss, walks down a corridor that is flooded with bright sunlight. The Lord asks if everything is ready, to which Miyabi answers with a firm yes. Karen is shaking with excitement. Everyone is in the locker room, which is being carefully inspected by Lord Trens and Master Weiss. Karen tugs at her teacher. He tells him that his heart is about to jump out of his chest because he is so worried. Miyabi asks him to be patient with him a little longer, but the young man himself admits to the student that he is also worried. He remembers his past life and mentally tells himself that he has never gotten used to criticism of his work. The Duke says there's no problem with the changing room, and thanks to the magic, it's warm and cozy. Miyabi says that stone buildings are usually cold inside, but that's not the case here. The young man is always nervous when it comes to business, although he is confident in his side. But it would be rude of him not to live up to the expectations placed on him with his head held high. Miyabi invited him to go to the bathhouse, a luxurious glass dome instead of a simple ceiling. The room overlooks the beautiful sky and trees. The Lord's residence, the bathhouse in it, is illuminated by the sun's rays. Everywhere there is harmony of flowers and plants. Duke Trens himself, Ferdini's mouth dropped open in surprise. He had not expected such stunning beauty. The young man standing behind him was confident in the work he had done. Before the Lord begins his inspection, the boy, with Trensverdini's permission, wants to tell him something. Relaxation room for a new generation. The bathhouse is made with an emphasis on relaxation. By adding the warmth of trees to the architecture and sculptures, they created a space for relaxation. Behind the glass, you can see the greenhouse garden. Karen says the air bubbles coming out of the little stone blocks feel like a pleasant massage in the jacuzzi. There are only about 5,000 cubes, but the boy thought he was going to die. The bathtub is surrounded on 4 sides by statues of goddesses. The conservative stone sculptures have been completely transformed. The young man recalls how the room looked before the reconstruction. After the work done, the guys prepared 4 types of hot springs and a greenhouse garden, which can be admired even in winter. There are imitation open-air baths, a medicinal bath, a bath in the form of rice fields, and a jacuzzi. The Lord laughs, saying that there were problems with the springs, but they managed everything. Miyabi apologizes for the previous incident when the water overflowed and they had to completely change the plans. The puzzled Milord says that it is something that will be difficult to test under the current conditions. He wonders if the boys have thought of it. Miyabi, with a smile on her face, asks the Duke not to worry and invites him to see it for himself. Raising his head, the boy gives a sign to the guys sitting on the glass dome, whom he asked for help. When the inspection of their work is over, help will be needed for Miyabi. Only it will be physical labor. Smiling, the young man in the kerchief asks not to worry about anything and leave everything to them. He reminds that they are one team. They all took the large black cloth at once and, almost bursting from the weight, pulled the fabric over the entire dome. Watching the darkness that had fallen, the Duke thought that nothing unexpected could happen during the inspection, because he saw it all on the drawing. The Lord's residence, the bathhouse, night lighting. Everything around seems to shine. The Milord himself is touched by this natural peace. Miyabi says that the statues that were previously in the bathhouse, with Trentz's permission, Verdini, were dismantled. The young man considered these statues beautiful, but he thought that some memory of them should be left. Trenz Verdini sees no useless decorations. The focus is entirely on the relaxation functions, a new design idea based on nature. At the same time, there is a tribute to the previous architect. With complete pleasure on his face, Duke Trenz Verdini believes that this is exactly the new style he was looking for. In the light of the bathhouse's night lighting, the Lord turns to his ward and thanks him for the work he has done. Miyabi didn't take the order seriously at first. The boy remembers thinking that he just wanted to watch the professionals work. He didn't think that they were counting on his talents. However, he first met another craftsman, Karen, who was not very honest with himself, and other people who are always willing to lend a helping hand in difficult times. The entire construction team was friendly, even Sid. Of course, the work was not without mistakes, but Miyabi had fun. He is happy with the work done and tells the Duke that he is glad that he was able to meet his expectations. Then Trenz Verdini says that it is time for the work inspection. The boy is overjoyed, because before that everything was just an excursion for Miyabi. Master Weiss takes out the papers, noting that the Lord is right. He wanted to check the drawings, but says that it is not necessary. Mr. Trenz took his shoulder, mysteriously saying that there was one better way to check whether all this met his requirements. This best way is taking a bath. His face expresses bliss and complete relaxation from taking various baths. Miyabi and Karen turn away in embarrassment, not understanding what they were looking at. Master Weiss yells at his friend to bathe later. The Lord's luxurious residence shines in the night. The rooms have been reconstructed. Everything is done as if from a needle. The Duke's maids and wards walk everywhere. The boy, wiping a bottle of wine, asks if they should be here. He is surprised. Looking at the Lord, Miyabi says that he looks completely different. Weiss says that no matter how much of a bather he was, he is still the local lord. It's a party to celebrate the completion of the reconstruction for the nobles. Sure, they had a hand in it, as Miyabi says, but they are still commoners. The blacksmith reminds them that they were invited, so there's no need to be modest. While sipping wine, the master says that Miyabi has an interesting idea with different baths. The young man admits that such establishments are common in his homeland, so he drew inspiration from them. At first, he had to rack his brains. This didn't work and that didn't work. He thought he had to come up with something out of the ordinary, something extravagant. But he was wrong. The Duke's head contains more knowledge than the books of an entire library. And at every step of the estate, there is a masterpiece of art. His eyes can no longer be surprised by any sight. So the boy thought that he was looking for thrills. But it turned out to be the opposite. He remembered Miss Chiffon's words about how his father was very busy, but always took the time to take a bath. Miyabi realized that the Duke simply needed a place where he could relax. So he created an artificial waterfall, and, while keeping the atmosphere of a nobleman's residence, added wood to the decor, which was pleasing to the eye. He thought it would be easy to copy an ordinary Japanese bath. but then he would not have his own eye in the work. As the boy remembers, Sid said the Miyabi simply doesn't know how to lose. While he and Weiss watch the events in silence, the boy is sure that he has learned a lot. Someone calls his name. This is Sid with Karen. They shout that the meat is just superb and the omelet is very fluffy. Miyabi shouts back that he hasn't eaten anything yet. Coming closer to the guys, he began to gobble up everything that his new friends give him. Master Weiss watches his picture with pride. He is pleased with the work of his entire team. Chiffon Verdini returned to her father, wishing him a good evening. They are surrounded by a luxurious garden near the residence. She reports that she has just seen off the last of her guests. Trens Verdini laughs that Sir Shanbell loves to talk, and that she cannot escape him. The last of the guests leave in a horse-drawn carriage. The father thanks his daughter for helping. The girl notices that winter is coming soon and it is already night. But it is warm here. The Lord says that it is all thanks to that craftsman. The heat is retained by the fact that the steam from the bath passes through the pipes. Here, you can grow plants that grow in the tropics. They walk arm in arm. Trent says that in the spring they will see beautiful flowers, like Chiffon's curls. Father and daughter laugh at this. The girl became very curious. Is it possible to grow flowers from the capital here? Her father wondered what kind of flowers she would like. Chiffon, giggling, said it was a secret. Trends replied that it was so difficult with children her age. Walking around the residence, the girl asks her father about the papers. Trends Verdini explains that these are drawings that are quite interesting to look at. Carefully examining all the sketches, the girl points to a line that stretches to the city. The sunny city which is visible from the residence. The rays of a bright star cover the entire city, enclosed by great walls. Liz grabbed Miyabi's hand tightly, urging him to walk faster. He says he's perfectly capable of walking on his own. But she says he's a bit slow today. He is annoyed. What else could she expect from him when he only got home yesterday? Liz says frustratedly that at this rate they will be late. The boy heard the key word, late, and thought about it. The girl says that they are almost there. Looking ahead, she notices that there are already a lot of people. Something new has opened in the city center, where she wanted to get to earlier. A special foot bath has appeared. Announcements about its opening today are hanging around the city. People are splashing in the water. Miyabi was talking to Trens Verdini about the foot bath. Because of the nature of magic, the hot water cannot be stopped, so they will drain it into the river, lowering the temperature with a long pipe, using the excess heat for the greenhouse. With a smile on his face, the boy remembered that the opening of this bath is today. Liz tells him that she has been waiting for this. Having fun, they enjoy the warm water in the bathtub, putting their feet in it. The girl remembered that Miss Eleanor had asked her to tell him that Miyabi should come to her when he returned home. Putting on his shoes and getting out of the bath, the boy asked what the occasion was, but the girl didn't know. She was told the exact date and time. The young man now understood why she was in such a hurry to get here. The pleasure has been replaced by a burden due to the oppressive atmosphere. Relaxation has been replaced by complete tension. There is no life on their faces. Eleanor-san, as calm as ever, smiles at everyone, and Guildmaster Zion exhales resignedly. The subordinate left, and the master said that the young man had worked without permission from the Adventurers Guild and the Production Guild. After hearing this, the boys humbly ask for forgiveness from Guildmaster Zion. They didn't know about it. The boy says that he never thought it would turn out like this. Liz didn't think it through either and gave permission herself. She apologizes. Zion denies their words, saying that, in a sense, they are victims here. If they are more careful in the future, there will be no consequences. They found out that Mr. Weiss was the source of the problems. The master says that this man is a bit famous for his own way of doing things. The blacksmith says that dealing with papers is Zion's job. If there are any questions for Mr. Weiss, let the master ask himself first. Zion asks them not to forget what he told them, but he called them for a completely different reason. The kids are surprised. The master of the Adventurers Guild hands them a paper saying that it is their personal order. The youngsters are dumbfounded because right now they are going to meet the customer. Such are the circumstances. From the carriage, the magnificent residence of Duke Trens Verdini, from which Miyabi recently returned home, can be seen. The Lord, with a bright smile beaming across his entire face, greets his subordinates. Zion came with them. Miyabi and Liz did not expect that they would come to the milord himself and their mouths open in surprise, after which they began to whisper. The boy wonders if everyone sees the lords that often. Liz hisses that it's not so. Who does he take the nobles for? She did say, of course, that he would have connections, but not to that extent. Behind them stands the master of the Adventurers Guild. Zion slaps them on the back, scolding them for their behavior in front of the Lord himself. They were scared and asked for forgiveness. Trends only watches them. After bowing, Liz introduces herself, saying that she is an adventurer. It is an honor to meet the Lord. Mr. Verdini asks to leave all formalities and make herself at home in the residence. He reports that he was recently amazed by the talent of the craftsman Miyabi. However, Mr. Weiss reported that by his main profession, he is an adventurer. The Lord wanted to see his comrades. The girl is shy, saying that compared to Miyabi, she is ordinary. Trends interrupts her, saying that there is no need to be modest, since he has learned of her achievements. He cannot deny her lack of experience in dealing with nobles. Zion leaves the room. Duke Trends Verdini would like to entrust them with the protection of his daughter on the 600-kilometer journey from the capital. The young man thinks this is the perfect chance for Liz. The girl says that 2 will not be enough to accompany her. At least 2 more fighters are needed. She has little experience in selecting adventurers, so she will accept those hired by the Lord. Trends Verdini has heard that the girl is very careful. The selection of performers has already been completed. Opening the curtains, he says that their presence is already excessive. The Duke has selected 1 group of A-rank adventurers, Redcliffe, and 1 B-rank adventurer, Mel. The team only needs one thing. They have to show that they can be useful. They say that the Goddess of Luck has only 1 strand of hair, and whether they can grab it or not depends only on the guys. The boy is excited, but Liz is lost in her thoughts. She is thinking about the group she has picked, Redcliffe, the rank of which she wants to achieve. Out of the blue, they were suddenly given an order to escort and protect the Duke's daughter, Chiffon Verdini. The destination, which is 600 kilometers away from the city, is the Royal Academy of Magic in the capital. A squad of high-class bodyguards had already been selected, and the squad of 2, Liz and Miyabi, was simply surplus. They were given a separate task, something extremely vague and crazy. To show that they could be useful, from the residence of Duke Trends Verdini, the guys returned back to the Adventurers Guild building. The girl looks depressed. She looks at the floor and does not talk about anything with her partner. Ever since they left the Lord's mansion, the boy noticed that his girlfriend was depressed about something. Miyabi approached Liz and asked her about her desire to handle this order, since they could still refuse if it happened. The girl declined, saying that it was unlikely that such an opportunity would arise again. She admits that something is bothering her. She wanted to confess about the Redcliffe group. Then she saw Eleanor and Winter. Liz says that the guild leader told her to go to the girl. Eleanor greeted them and said that they needed to settle some formalities. She congratulates them because not everyone can get a personal order from the Duke. The kids continue to surprise them. Liz refutes her words, saying that if anyone here is amazing, it is Miyabi, not her. The girl thinks that an order from the Duke is rare. Eleanor says that usually nobles only hire adventurers of rank B and above. Moreover, if you do not have wide fame, an impeccable reputation, and serious achievements, no one will even look in their direction. The very fact that the nobleman approached them would give the team prestige among adventurers. Miyabi understood what connections his friend meant, but a hand flew into his side. Liz thinks it's more of a test than an order, to see if they're even worthy of receiving work from the nobility. Eleanor asks if the Duke has spoken about this, but the girl gives a negative answer to her question. She quotes the Lord, saying that they must show their usefulness. Simply put, if this time they can't prove that they have some value, the next time they will be of no use to anyone. When the Lord spoke of the order, he did not mention the date or the size of the entire caravan. She thinks that this is also a test. Liz asked her partner if he would trust careless people who cannot plan anything. Miyabi thinks that she is greatly exaggerating. The Duke, he thinks, does not seem like a person who would treat them like that. The girls looked at him and started laughing and being touched, calling the guy very naive. Miyabi was ashamed of their reaction. Liz tells the confused boy that the nobles are different from them. They have common sense and very crazy ideas. The boy understands that they grew up in different circumstances, but he does not want to think about social stratification. The three of them walk down the corridor following Eleanor, and the girl draws Miyabi's attention to the other adventurers, heading step by step. The boy is surprised and interested in looking at the other adventurers, and the girl is stunned. Grabbing his clothes from behind, Liz, with fear on her face, asks her partner not to move. A group of adventurers pass by, clearly very experienced. A girl with a luxurious braid, a man with curly hair and a hat, and a fearsome warrior in iron armor. Liz covered her friend's back while he was in shock. Several people in extremely noble attire and with stern expressions entered the guild at that very moment. They were all stately and handsome, and one of them was wearing armor. Miyabi was extremely shocked when he saw these people, and Liz was hiding behind his back. The guy gasped, then said that these people were so powerful. Suddenly, he was surprised when he looked at Liz. He asked why she was sweating and if something had happened to her. The girl hesitated and told the guy that he needed to wait a little. Suddenly, someone heard Liz's voice and called her name. All three of the tall men stood next to Liz and looked at her with extreme interest, while the girl froze in place in horror. Miyabi also froze in place, trying to understand what was going on in this place. Noticing this, Liz screamed loudly, looking at all these people who surrounded her. The girl with a high ponytail and elf ears, in turn, was incredibly happy to see Liz. The elf immediately exclaimed with delight that her dear Liz had been found. She immediately began to question the confused adventurer about where she had been all this time and how she had lived. She exclaimed that Liz had grown up beautiful. She hugged the girl and asked again where she lived. Liz said in fear that the elf was too close to her. She lost her breath, as the girl clung to Liz ever more tightly. One of the men stepped forward and said what a blunder it was. He had no idea that they had just almost lost their muse. The man with luxurious black hair and a hat on his head smiled slyly and extended his arms, telling Liz that she should not be shy and that they should all hug in honor of the reunion. Another stern man wearing large armor took off his helmet, revealing a very cute man with glasses. Liz sighed heavily, then apologized to Miyabi for not telling him about this right away. All three of them clung tightly to Liz, who with some sadness told them that Red Cliff were old acquaintances of hers. The girl looked sad, but Eleanor and Miyabi were in complete shock. Liz took a deep breath and said that they should get acquainted. She told them that the girl's name was Laura, and she was a healer. The man in the armor was Tyson, and he was a tank. There was also Dorde, who turned out to be a swordsman. Laura continued to smile warmly at Liz and shower the girl with compliments about how beautiful she was. The adventurer was visibly uncomfortable. Watching Laura, Miyabi noticed the typical long ears. He realized that she was an elf. However, Laura's speech did not at all resemble Miyabi's Quenya, the language of the elves. He gasped, talking about how good Laura's language was. Eleanor smiled and asked if the boy had noticed. She said that Laura was speaking in an elvish dialect, which was quite typical. The girl told Miyabi that he should listen a little. At that moment, Dorde adjusted his hat and addressed Eleanor as best he could. He looked at Miyabi, who was sitting next to Eleanor, and asked who this young man was. Miyabi immediately stood up from his chair, while Eleanor kept her smile. The girl quickly told them that this guy's name was Miyabi, and she and Liz formed a team where the guy played a support role. The entire Red Cliff team listened attentively to everything Eleanor said. After hearing the words about the boy acting as a support, they all turned their heads as one and stared at Miyabi, repeating Eleanor's words. The boy felt awkward. After the boys fully understood everything that Eleanor had told them, they all jumped up from their seats at once and started shouting loudly, asking what it all meant. Miyabi was quite confused by their violent reaction. Laura jumped up from her seat and threateningly asked Eleanor to tell her that these guys, it would be better not to go in pairs. Eleanor simply said that the group consisted only of them. Laura fell to the ground, unable to hear it. She said what a disgrace it was, and she didn't understand it. She said she didn't remember raising Liz to be such a bad girl. She said dryly that she didn't remember Laura raising her at all. Tyson burst into tears and said that if Miyabi was serious about a relationship, the men would tearfully give him their beloved girl. Miyabi thought that support was the most common role for a craftsman in a group. He was confused. Suddenly, Dorte stood up and walked sternly towards the guy. He told Miyabi, not being completely sure of his name, to listen to him carefully. The guy became very nervous. Dorte asked if Miyabi had the determination to protect Liz even at the cost of his own life. The boy looked at them with some confusion and asked if they understood what support meant in a team. Silence fell over the room. Immediately after that, Dorte repeated his question about whether Miyabi had the resolve to protect Liz even at the cost of his life. At that moment, Miyabi realized that the only answer to that question was yes. He scratched his face awkwardly, thinking that it wasn't a question at all. He said the words that he didn't really understand what it meant to be determined to protect. He said the words that Liz was a talented adventurer, and she was much stronger than him. Miyabi himself was a different matter. He smiled broadly and said that he wanted to make the girls' adventures as comfortable as he could because he certainly could. Liz was very touched by these words. The girl blushed, looking at Miyabi. She called him by name. Dorte wasn't too happy with this answer. He spoke for a while, but he was so quiet that no one could hear him. Miyabi asked what he was saying. Dorte picked up his hat and angrily asked if Miyabi had just said that Liz would definitely be happier with him than was anyone else. Miyabi and Liz were shocked, and the boy loudly shouted that he had not said that. Dorte lifted his hat slightly higher, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, looking into the distance. They all stood right in front of Miyabi, and then threateningly informed him that they could accept his declaration of war. They all looked at him predatorily and said that since he said so, they would definitely test him on this trip to see if he was a worthy man for Liz or not. They said that he should think of them as his beloved Liz. He also threatened him, saying that he should try to arrange the most comfortable adventure for them, and if he succeeds, they will bless their relationship. Miyabi was completely shocked by this turn of events. Miyabi screamed in shock, asking the others how they had even come to this. Eleanor took a deep breath and told the boys that they should probably start doing some really important things and questions. After that, Liz met with Wise. His forge was closed that day. When she told the man everything, he said that he understood the fact that the girl got involved with those problematic guys again. The girl sighed, agreeing with Wise completely. She said that she had been avoiding them for so long, and that she didn't understand why it had to be like this with such an important order. She thanked the man for fixing her staff. Miyabi asked the boys if Red Cliff was an A-rank adventurer group. He asked if they always acted like this. Liz took a deep breath and said that it wasn't like that. She explained that all three of them were veteran adventurers with excellent reputations and skills to match, and that they only went crazy when Liz was around. The girl sighed sadly. She sat down and then began a rather difficult story about her father. The girl said that this man was also one of the members of Red Cliff. The girl told Miyabi that when she was still very little, they often played with her in between their missions. She remembered a lot of joy and smiles on their faces. Liz also added that at that time their concern for her was not so strange to her and the girl was happy with them. The girl smiled awkwardly, after which she said that everything was fine until her father died on one of his missions 8 years ago. At that moment, Miyabi remembered Liz's words that this man, Weiss Black Iron, was her adoptive father. Everything turned out exactly as he had imagined before he learned the whole truth. It was quite hard to listen to. The man said that after her father died, Redcliffe became obsessed with overprotection and it was very difficult. They were completely inadequate, so Weiss had to adopt the girl and hide her from them as far as possible. Wiz looked down, then awkwardly apologized for causing her uncle so much trouble. She felt guilty. She looked at her staff and said that he was only supposed to make this very staff for her father. Miyabi was a little surprised when he heard about this and that it wasn't that important. The boy also looked at the girl's staff. Weiss slapped Liz on the head and said that she shouldn't say such stupid things. He added that she was causing him much more trouble since she became an adventurer and only came home for repairs. He sighed and said that she was not a daughter, but a real grief. Liz laughed and apologized to the man, after which she thanked him for putting up with her. Looking at them, Miyabi caught himself thinking that they seemed very friendly to him. Although there was nothing strange about it, after all, they were adopted father and daughter. He looked at them again and thought that there was still a wall between them. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wise asked what they had decided on the escort order. He understood that the girl did not want to travel with Redcliffe. Liz exclaimed that she would fulfill this order because it would be stupid of her to miss such a good chance just because of personal emotions. Suddenly, the girl thought about it and said that there was only one thing that could really hinder them on this mission. Miyabi looked at the girl in bewilderment. After Liz told everything, Weiss asked what kind of stupid declaration of war this was, and whether Miyabi was a worthy husband for Liz or not. He looked quite skeptical after hearing all this. The man sighed and said that there was a 90% chance that the entire group thought that the boys were dating. Liz and Miyabi sighed and said that it was pretty obvious and that's what they thought. Liz started to say that if they didn't resolve this misunderstanding, they would definitely have even more problems. Miyabi said that if she hadn't noticed, the problems had already started. The boy took a deep breath and reminded him that he had basically just said that his role on the team was support. Miyabi asked what was wrong with that. The guy said that he had some feeling that they hadn't listened to him at all. Liz dropped her hands and smiled and told Miyabi that he was quite naive. Afterwards, she looked at him coldly and said that if they understood what they were being told, she wouldn't have run away from them at all. Miyabi gasped. Suddenly, he thought about it and asked her to wait, because he would like to sum up some of the results of what they had. Miyabi went through the entire train of thought and said that they were definitely trapped now, because everything was leading to them dating. Liz coldly stated that they needed to do something about it. Miyabi thought deeply about what exactly they could do. He placed his hand on his chin and lost himself in thought. He thought about it until his face dropped too low. Suddenly, he smiled stupidly and said that he had thought of something they could do. Liz looked at him briefly and said that he had just come up with the worst idea of all. Miyabi yelled indignantly, asking the girl why this was the worst idea, if he hadn't even said anything. He said it was very rude. Liz said that it was clear from his face that the idea couldn't be adequate. Miyabi exclaimed that he had come up with a great way. He said that they would get rid of this misunderstanding without using words. Liz looked at him in confusion and asked how that was even possible. The guy smirked and said something about how if words weren't working, they would just force the entire group to understand with their bodies. Liz looked at the guy with an extreme look of disappointment on her face. She agreed. The girl sighed, saying that everything was exactly as she said because it was the worst idea possible. At this time, in the guild, someone was asking his friend if he had heard any new news. They were discussing that Redcliffe was in town and they even went into town. The other girl was very surprised and asked if it was true. She said that she was a fan of them and she was very sorry that she was working the second shift today because she could have seen them. Eleanor watched all this silently and listened to the girls' conversation. She looked down, thinking about Redcliffe. Suddenly, someone knocked on her door. The girl was thinking about Redcliffe. It was a group of adventurers who stopped the rampage of monsters in the capital 8 years ago and became heroes overnight. There was no one who did not speak of them with respect. The girl was walking down the hallway when Dorte and Tyson came out and called Eleanor. Laura was there too. They looked at her and asked if they could talk a little about Liz. Eleanor didn't understand how Redcliffe became this. Liz opened the door with a surprised expression and looked at the man in front of her. She thought about what happened when the man she adored came to see her. The girl thought it was quite a joyful event. Eleanor closed her eyes with a sweet smile and greeted Liz. Liz thought it was a joyful thing, even if the person was coming for work. She sighed in confusion as she stood in the doorway, then awkwardly asked Eleanor why she was there. Eleanor, with the sound of teacups clinking, said that she didn't usually come straight home, but this time she was here. Liz, who was sitting next to her, said that it was no big deal. At that moment, the boy and the girl quickly and awkwardly exchanged glances, nodding their heads at each other. Miyabi, holding a box of sweets, began to apologize. She said that they had done something again that deserved an apology. Eleanor replied with a smile that it didn't mean that she had come to scold them. The girl started talking about how she urgently needed to confirm something with the guy and the girl today. Miyabi looked at the girl puzzled, clarifying her words. Eleanor began to tell the reason why she came to this house, while the boys listened to her attentively. The girl shuddered slightly, repeating the same question. Liz jumped up in shock, asking that she would really be the leader of the group. Miyabi looked at the girl from behind in the same surprise. Eleanor closed her eyes and sighed slightly. The girl decided to tell about what happened a week ago. Then everyone from Redcliffe gathered. Dorte turned to Eleanor, asking if it was really she who was accepting the request this time. The girl looked at the flying bird, wondering why the dove was there. Eleanor answered that everything was correct, and then asked what they needed. Dorte looked at the girl, saying that it had been decided to appoint Liz as the leader of the group. Eleanor asked him in surprise what he meant. The girl asked the guy to repeat his words. To this, she was playfully told that once was enough. Laura winked at Eleanor, telling her that it was about Chiffon's escort request. The girl repeated the guy's words, saying that Liz would be the leader. Eleanor refused, saying that it was impossible. After all, the leader of the group must have a higher rank. The girl was asked if this was really an unofficial rule. Dorte said that this rule was not necessary at all. Eleanor asked with displeasure why such a decision was made. Dorte smirked slightly at this question. The girl thought about the team and that this was their surprise for Liz. Eleanor calmly asked if they really hadn't heard anything about it. Liz exclaimed that they had people with A and B ranks, so it was not necessary to make her the leader. Eleanor replied that she had said the same. The girl said that she also had documents stating that permission had been received from the client, so they would have to agree. Liz was confused and wanted to object. Liz stood in front of the boys and said that the Duke really allowed them, nobles, to be treated like that. Eleanor responded that, unfortunately, it was true. The room became dark, so Miyabi tried to intervene by muttering something. The guy started talking about how this was a job with a lot of responsibility. He said that this was exactly what the Duke wanted. Miyabi asked if this was true. The boy exclaimed that they would have to try hard. Liz turned to Miyabi with a stony face, asking if he was serious now. The girl said that the A-Rank's Red Cliff had promoted an unknown C-Crank adventurer to the top. Miyabi listened to the girl in confusion. Liz asked the confused boy how high he thought their expectations were. She frowned and took a deep breath. The girl asked herself with displeasure why they only did such unnecessary things. Meanwhile, Duke Trensverdini settled in his office. He, sitting at his desk, asked about how things were going with the confirmation. The man turned to the girl who stood in front of him. Alicia only listened obediently to the Duke. She reported that there was a message from the guard. Alicia said that with all due respect, they wanted to know the true intentions behind appointing an inexperienced newcomer to such a position. Duke of Trensverdini leaned thoughtfully on his arm as he spoke about Redcliffe's proposal. He found it interesting that they were so passionate about supporting her. Alicia listened to the man silently, frowning slightly. After that, she apologized for her impudence. The girl said that if a man was going to play, she would like to ask him to give priority to the safety of the young lady. Alicia wanted to say that if he continued to rely on Redcliffe in everything, something would happen. However, the girl did not have time to finish speaking because Trensverdini gave her a rather cold look. The girl froze in shock at this, looking straight at the Duke. She quickly fell silent. The man smiled slightly at this reaction. He said that he understood her train of thought very well. The Duke said that the girl was thinking about Madame Chiffon, and he understood her feelings. He stood up from his seat, saying that there was something else. Duke of Trensverdini passed by Alicia, telling her not to invent anything unnecessary. He told the girl to think only about how to fulfill her duties. Some time had passed since then. Bright rays of the sun appeared from behind the horizon, and a carriage arrived at the estate. The carriage with several accompanying people arrived at the high gate. Liz and Miyabi got out of the carriage. The girl looked a little tired, and the guy looked forward with a happy smile and sighed. In front of the boys was a girl who looked at them, sighing. Miyabi called Mel by name, quickly approaching the girl. Mel turned to Miyabi and Liz, saying that they really arrived. The guy asked if this was all the girl had with her. Mel looked at Miyabi, confirming his words. She handed him her small bag and said that she was counting on him. Mel called Miyabi her assistant. The guy looked at her with a smile and happily agreed, while people looked back. Miyabi quickly turned his gaze to the other side and froze with a little tension. He thought about Redcliffe arriving. A group of people appeared on the street, confidently moving forward. Dorte approached the guy. He placed a huge bag in front of the guy and addressed Miyabi in a deep bass voice, saying that he had gone a bit overboard with the things. The guy stood there, amazed, and looked at it. After Dorte, Laura approached Miyabi, looking at the guy with a smile and winking. The girl put a large bag in front of the guy. She also addressed the guy, saying that she had also overdone it. Following them, Tyson approached Miyabi, who silently looked at the guy and placed a bag in front of him, which was even bigger. Miyabi looked at the guys standing in front of him with a very confused expression. He was slightly taken aback. At this point, Liz intervened, quickly approaching with a loud shout for them to wait. The girl deftly hit Dorte, Laura, and Tyson on the head while Miyabi stood by in shock. Liz started yelling at the Red Cliff members with indignation. She asked Dorte what was with the head decorations and the disgusting way of speaking. Dorte smiled slightly and asked in response that he really didn't talk about it. Dorte, like Laura and Tyson, said in a sweet voice that it was to be like Liz. They looked at the girl with charm. Liz responded in shock that her patience also had its limits. Suddenly, Dorte pointed his finger to the side, saying that this was the first test. He turned to the assistant and said that adventurers should not think about luggage. He stood next to a large bag while talking about how the guy should carry these things himself, calling him the Meat Prince. Dorte looked closely at the guy and said that this was on condition that the guy could, of course, carry these things. Miyabi looked at the adventurer with a smirk and wondered if he really wanted to provoke him with that nickname. The guy thought it was quite a bold move. Liz looked at him suspiciously, thinking that he looked happy. Miyabi walked confidently towards Dorte, who silently looked at the boy. There was a great tension between them. Miyabi frowned slightly and looked straight at the man, then raised his hand and pointed it towards him. The huge bag Dorte brought disappeared in an instant. The man screamed loudly in fear. At that moment, Laura rushed towards Miyabi. She seriously shouted words about taking her things as well. Miyabi, with a serious expression, pointed his hand towards the girl. Laura's bag also disappeared, causing her to scream as well. Tyson also directed his gaze at the young man with a little confusion and tension. The guy with the same face turned to Tyson and also took his things. The man also screamed loudly from this. All the Red Cliff members quickly gathered in one place. They began to whisper, discussing that the guy really put everything in the inventory. The adventurers said that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. Miyabi stood aside and silently looked at them. At that moment, someone approached the suspicious adventurers. All the participants of Red Cliff were called by name. Dort, Tyson, and Laura froze in place and fell silent. Behind the boys stood an angry Liz. The girl asked the adventurers if they didn't have too much luggage for such high-ranking adventurers. They froze in confusion. Laura and Dort turned around and looked at the girl with a frightened expression. Liz said that Miyabi had a lot of space in her inventory, and that was good. However, the girl said that otherwise they would have to load a whole cart. Liz asked Red Cliff with displeasure to think about it. Miyabi, who was standing next to the girl, nodded quickly, agreeing with Liz. Tyson, Laura, and Dort sat humbly in front of Liz, agreeing with her. The girl closed her eyes, saying that since they were the ones who proposed her for the role of the group's leader, they should try hard. Dorte quickly responded to the girl with an affirmative, a sweet smile on his face. Liz only sighed at this. At that moment, Liz's attention was drawn to Miyabi. He called her name and informed her that they were here. The girl immediately looked much more serious. A carriage drove up to them, and noble people got out. Duke Trens Verdini was accompanied by the young Chiffon Verdini. The guild leader and the maid Alicia were also with them. Liz quickly bowed with a serious expression while an equally serious Miyabi stood behind her. Liz introduced herself as the leader of the group fulfilling the escort request. She said that she would try to get them to the capital. The girl also took responsibility for the 2 weeks of travel. Trens Verdini laughed slightly, saying that it was their maid Alicia who was traveling with his daughter again. Chiffon smiled pleasantly and said that they were relying on them. Alicia just bowed silently. The guildmaster approached Liz, saying that he saw that she was worried. Liz looked at the man, calling him the guildmaster. Zion began to talk about how the mission where A-rank adventurers traveled with Liz would be a valuable opportunity to gain leadership experience. The man looked at the girl carefully and said that he was looking forward to a good report. Liz looked at the guildmaster with a smile. She said that she would do her best. After this conversation, the chains that held the main gate began to spin vigorously. Miyabi approached Liz, who was standing next to the arriving carriage. The guy began to turn around in confusion to look around. He asked the girl where Mel was. Liz told him that the girl was getting ready for the night and was sleeping on the roof of the carriage. After this, Chiffon looked out of the carriage window towards her father. Duke Trens Verdini told his daughter not to forget about the diary. Chiffon smiled sweetly at her father, taking his words into account. The main gate opened. a large group of people gathered at the exit of the castle, and so began the first day of their escort mission. This mission promised to be extremely difficult for the entire group. After the boys had covered a decent distance, they stopped in the forest under the rays of the bright sun. It was a short rest stop. Miyabi got out of the carriage and gasped, saying how beautiful the scenery was. The boys said that they were currently walking right on time, so they should have lunch. Dorte agreed. Laura stretched and then agreed as well. Immediately after this, the experienced adventurer smiled broadly and raised her hand, intending to sum up some of the results. The girl quickly exclaimed that it was time for the second test. The girl smiled smugly and said that preparing for food was also the assistant's job. She turned to Miyabi, intending to tell him something, but by that moment the guy was already working on it. He raised his hand, and right in front of the guys there appeared a small and very neat place with tables, chairs, and umbrellas from the sun. The whole group of Redcliffe was speechless from this. Liz was a little confused when she saw the new environment. She looked at Miyabi and asked if it was different from usual. The guy explained with a smile that he thought that the usual would be too small for so many people. The boys hung around silently for a while, then came up and firmly said that they needed an explanation. Miyabi smiled at them and said that they needed to wait a little while he prepared the food. The boys sat silently at the table, unable to say a word. Laura looked at Dorte in bewilderment and asked if he wanted some water. The man, equally bewildered, agreed. Miyabi only laughed smugly. He glanced at them briefly and smirked, thinking that the start of this mission was going extremely well. Alicia and Chiffon were also very surprised at this time. Alicia couldn't believe what she saw, while Chiffon smiled softly, amazed by the level of service. Miyabi sighed as he looked at them. He was a little surprised that the girls froze at his actions. He also caught himself thinking that it was extremely bad that they dragged the two of them into all of this as well. He pointed to one of the seats with a smile and respectfully invited Chiffon to sit down on the bench. Then he turned to Alicia so that she could also sit down and rest. The guy quite cleverly sat the extremely calm Chiffon on the bench, after which he sat Alicia, who still had not recovered from the shock. And in the blink of an eye, the girl came to her senses and was even more surprised. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat and loudly asked Miyabi why he had seated her too. The guy was surprised and said that it was so that she could eat too. Alicia exclaimed that she was just a maid. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter called Alicia by name, trying to calm the maid down. She smiled and said that they should trust Miyabi with this. Alicia was visibly unhappy about this. Suddenly, a light scent of something pleasant appeared near Dort. Miyabi slowly approached their table with a certain dish. Smelling the wonderful smell, Dorte gasped loudly, realizing what was in front of him. He was amazed when he said that it was a creamy stew. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. Miyabi had prepared a creamy stew with a huge amount of vegetables for them, and he also put milk bread with the food. Dorte jumped up from his seat and asked if it could be that unexpected. He asked if this dish was also in the guy's inventory. Dort sighed loudly and extremely displeasedly, saying that it was simply impossible for it to smell like that. After all, they were on a mission. At this point, Tyson had already tried the dish. The man only said contentedly that it was incredibly delicious. Dorte and Laura were shocked, but they quickly began to eat. At that moment, someone called Miyabi by name, which attracted the boys' attention. Next to him stood Little Mel with an empty cup, asking if she could have some more of his delicious, creamy stew. The boy leaned down and took the cup from the girl's hands with a smile. He looked at the dishes and asked if it would be enough for her if he put some in. Mel only quietly said that she would like more meat in her portion, and so their break time passed. The sun had already gone down a little, and the boys were ready to set off again. Liz looked at her map in confusion, thinking that, in any case, they had already reached the place they were supposed to get to according to their plan. Miyabi at this time stepped aside and stretched his arms well. He caught himself thinking that they were going much faster than he would have thought. Suddenly, someone approached the guy and called his name. Dorte leaned against a tree and said with a smug smile that they had no time to relax. Miyabi sighed heavily, asking if everything was happening again. He said that Dorte was as cheerful as always. The man stepped forward and exclaimed that Miyabi had already pitched one at lunchtime, but for a comfortable journey they simply needed to set up a comfortable enough tent. Miyabi thought about how he had already been told to carry the luggage, cook the food, and now this. However, he also thought about it, so he wasn't too worried. Liz called the guy by name, but he sighed and said that everything was fine. Dorte raised his hand high and then exclaimed that it was the right time for the third test. He said that Miyabi should show them the tent he had prepared. Miyabi smirked smugly at the man, deciding that he would quickly show them what he was capable of. The next moment, he showed them the essence of his strategy. Right in the middle of the forest, there appeared a large house which greatly amazed Red Cliff with its scale. Miyabi said that they could pass. The guy smiled and said that he would take them to their rooms. Liz, meanwhile, felt some discomfort. Tyson was sweating profusely in shock, while Laura and Dort had their mouths open in shock, unable to say a word as Miyabi talked about walking them to their rooms. The three of them fell to their knees, looking at the huge house in front of them. They couldn't believe that in the blink of an eye, Miyabi would be able to provide them with an entire house to rest in. Dorte started pointing and asking Miyabi what this was all about. He demanded an explanation. Miyabi smiled and said that the house was equipped with stables. He was about to tell everything when Dorte stopped him. The man said that he wanted to hear an explanation of what these were in general and how he got the house. Hearing this, Miyabi thought about it, also looking closely at his building. The boy touched the ground and said that there was no road from the house to the stable. Dorte stopped him again, saying that he did not mean that. He exclaimed that this could cause a huge problem that would leave their names in history. Dorte quickly approached Miyabi's face, then nervously exclaimed that it was extremely strange when a whole house suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The guy froze. Immediately after that, Miyabi sighed with a slight smile while looking at Dorte. This made the man even more angry, and exclaimed that Miyabi shouldn't make the expression of a person who wanted to ask what Dorte was talking about. The extremely angry man immediately turned back, wanting to get some support. He called Liz by name and told the girl that she should also add something. Liz, at the same time, pointed to the roof to Miyabi, saying that she would like a small passage and a roof here. The guy, in turn, obediently made all the edits. Dorte was very shocked by such betrayal. The three of them fell to the ground, wondering if they were the ones who were strange here. Miyabi quickly turned around and looked at the group of adventurers who were extremely depressed. Miyabi smirked smugly, thinking that his strategy had worked perfectly. The strategy against Team Red Cliff was to create an atmosphere of normalcy because the group should stop thinking about it. He smiled, wishing the group would stop thinking about it. And the name of this strategy was, if the brain is useless, then they should stop using it altogether. The guy was extremely pleased with himself. Miyabi also noticed that Liz had calmed down. This was very good because at the beginning she was too worried. The adventurer's legs were shaking mercilessly at this time. At this time, Dorte rose heavily from the ground, leaning on something. He covered his face with his hand, saying that the competition was not over yet. At this time, Laura and Tyson also looked at Miyabi with anger and resentment, trying to stay on the ground. Dorte immediately exclaimed that this house was nothing more than simple papier-mâché, and it was not at all a fact that it would be comfortable. Liz sighed, saying that this house could shelter from the rain and wind, which was already comfortable. They fully understood that all the hardships during the journey came from the constant cold and hunger which Miyabi had already successfully dealt with. Dorte stood firmly on the ground, trying to collect all his thoughts. He rushed into the house as fast as he could, which greatly surprised Miyabi. The man exclaimed that they simply had to clear everything up, otherwise they definitely wouldn't be able to trust this guy with their dear Liz. As soon as they entered the house, the boys fell silent. They saw that this building had all the amenities people needed, and therefore they could not say a word against it. Right after the group of professional adventurers, little Mel came in, quickly looked around and gasped in admiration. After the girl, Chiffon came in and said how beautiful the interior of this house was. Mel walked around the room, then asked Miyabi if he had created the house himself. The guy laughed awkwardly and said that he was not good enough to build a whole house. Suddenly, something unusual caught his attention. He looked at Red Cliff, who bowed their heads, not saying anything at all. Miyabi was confused, assuming that they had already given up. The guy didn't pay much attention to it. Miyabi sighed and said that it was time for them to start preparing for dinner. Liz agreed, then added that she was already looking forward to it. As it turned out, at this time, behind Red Cliff's backs was an equally astonished Alicia. And so it was late night. Little drops of water were dripping off Alicia, while the girl was completely confused. She looked around and wondered what she was doing in this place. Chiffon quietly said that the maid was taking a bath. The girl rose from her chair with a smile and said that she would never have thought that she would take a bath while traveling. Alicia looked around the room and asked what kind of room it was. Chiffon went to the window and looked out, then informed them that this room was a room specially allocated just for them. Chiffon said that she had previously been sure that they would undoubtedly spend the night in that large house in which they had dined not long ago. She closed the window with a smile and relayed Miyabi's words that it would be much calmer for the entire group. Alicia hesitated, then lowered her head guiltily and apologized to the lady. The girl knelt down and said that she could do absolutely nothing about what was happening. Chiffon looked at the maid and said that everything was fine and Alicia was probably very tired of driving the carriage. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and said that she was a servant. Alicia lowered her head, after which she added that she served only her lady and would not dare to serve anyone else. With a strong sense of guilt, Alicia said that she was incredibly pathetic. Chiffon looked at the maid with sympathy. She smiled and then said that there had never been a single time when she considered Alicia's work to be bad, and yet so many years had passed since the girl began her service. Chiffon sat down next to Alicia, who was kneeling in front of the girl. She addressed her maid by name, calling Alicia Cavalier. Chiffon told her that she was doing well. After that, the girls sat down on their beds. Alicia looked at Chiffon, who had gone to bed and thought that a long journey was a huge burden on the body. She thought that even if a person was an aristocrat, it didn't change anything. The girl thought that at least this shouldn't change anything. Alicia lay down, noticing that the bed here was softer than in the mansion. She lay on the bed with a serious expression on her face and looked ahead. Alicia closed her eyes, thinking that there was nothing she could do. The girl thought that even though her lady had said that everything was fine, she could not allow herself to be spoiled. Alicia went to bed thinking that starting tomorrow she would definitely return to her old self. Meanwhile, a heavy rain began outside and poured down without stopping. The girl thought that she would become an ideal maid again. Mel sat in the rain and stayed awake, guarding them. The next day, which was already the second, the rain continued to pour heavily. Heavy drops of rain hit the roof of their house. In the morning, Miyabi woke up and went outside. He stood there with a surprised expression on his face and looked at the rain. He said in shock that it was raining so hard. At that moment, a girl suddenly appeared in front of him, which scared the boy very much, causing him to scream. Miyabi handed Mel a small towel and asked curiously if there was anything unusual. The girl replied that there was nothing. She suddenly remembered that the boys from Red Cliff snored loudly, even louder than the rain. While the boy was talking to the girl, Liz came up to them and called Miyabi by name. He looked at the girl, who informed him that the departure time had changed. They went into the room while Liz was talking about how they were going to wait until the rain eased up. The boys didn't know if the road was okay because it was raining so hard outside. Liz dried her hair and said what she thought. The girl looked at Miyabi with a serious expression, saying that the weather in this area was changeable. She said that if the rain died down a bit by lunchtime, they would set off. If not, they would stay another night. The guy told Liz that he understood everything. At that moment, Mel called Miyabi by name and asked what it was. She stared at the table, and the guy told her that it was just breakfast. The girl frowned slightly, looking at the guy. She started to say that she tried so hard on guard duty, so now she wants a reward. At that moment, she heard her stomach growl. The guy asked if she wanted something more filling. After that, Miyabi served the girl a hot dish. It was black ramen on a pork bone. He said something about it being for lunch, but he still agreed. Mel stared at the bowl in front of her with great admiration. The girl happily began to eat. She was delighted with the food that was served. Miyabi awkwardly looked at the girl, while Liz stood behind him, confused. Liz approached Miyabi and put her hands on his shoulders. She started to say that it looked very tasty. She asked if she could have some too. Miyabi looked at the girl with fear, asking her if it was heavy for breakfast. The girl looked at the boy with an innocent smile on her face and asked him what was so hard about it. Miyabi thought with shock that teenagers' stomachs were incredible. After eating, the boys gathered. Miyabi sighed and asked if it was time to wake up these sleepy heads. The guy looked towards the rooms, then went to them and knocked on the door. Miyabi and Liz came to a small house. The guy started calling Dorte, Laura, and Tyson by name, telling them to wake up. Meanwhile, it was still raining outside. The boys stood in front of the door, slightly confused and dissatisfied. Liz, adjusting her hood, asked the boy if he had overdone it with the house. Miyabi agreed, saying that it could be true. Miyabi turned to Liz, saying that he thought they would oversleep. However, he had no idea that they would oversleep that much. While they were talking, the door to the house suddenly opened, and Alicia appeared on the threshold, out of breath. Miyabi and Liz quickly looked in her direction. The guy looked at the girl with a smile, wishing Alicia a good morning. The girl asked him in confusion what time it was. Liz informed the girl that because of this rain, the departure time was delayed, so everything was fine. The guy looked at Alicia with a smile and said that they had overslept Red Cliff too. The girl repeated the words with shock that they had overslept. Miyabi informed the girl that breakfast was waiting for them in the dining room. He looked at Alicia, who inhaled questioningly, looking at him. Miyabi flashed a smile that meant his intentions were 100% good. He was saying that the girls should first change their clothes and tidy themselves up. Alicia, who was standing in front of him, looked at him with confusion at first. Suddenly, the girl realized that she was standing in front of him in her pajamas, and her hair was tangled from sleep. She blushed deeply from embarrassment. The girl quickly slammed the door to the house while Miyabi continued to stand there smiling. Liz awkwardly turned to the guy and said that it was a bad move. Miyabi only asked inquiringly what was wrong with that. Liz told the guy that the maids were very careful about how they looked. They were still standing in the pouring rain. After a while, Alicia returned to them. She closed her eyes and then calmly apologized. The girl standing in front of Liz and Miyabi spoke about how she wanted to restore her honor after her recent disgrace. Alicia asked him to let her cook or do some other chores. Miyabi raised his hand and awkwardly responded to the girl by saying that, fortunately, nothing bad had happened, so she shouldn't worry about it. The maid raised her gaze to the boy, which was full of determination. She said the words that this was her repentance. Miyabi only sighed in understanding. Chiffon laughed as she said that Alicia had the strongest sense of responsibility in the world. The Duke's daughter said with a sweet smile that they had caused them inconvenience, so she was asking for something to be done by the maid. Miyabi agreed because Chiffon asked for it. Alicia quickly nodded her head to the guy and humbly, closing her eyes, asked him to take care of her. After that, Miyabi looked out the window. He thought about how it was raining and it wasn't going to stop. The guy sat by the window and thought about how they ended up staying in this place for the whole day. Besides that, he also thought about what was going on with Red Cliff. Dorte, Laura, and Tyson bowed low, sitting on their knees. They apologized sadly and said that they were truly sorry and, in fact, they were all wrong. After they woke up after lunch, they were pretty downhearted. The boys were saying that it wasn't a futon, but a real monster. After a while, Miyabi made the most delicious ramen. Dorte couldn't contain his emotions when he saw this dish and burst into tears, saying that this soup was simply monstrously delicious. Laura said with admiration that her teeth were so strong because they tore meat into pieces so easily. Tyson cried deeply and said that these were orc dishes in their perfect form. Miyabi noted that they were resurrected when they ate ramen. The guy sighed, thinking that they got used to it very quickly, and that they were like Liz. And so began the third day of their escort mission. A small drop of water fell into a puddle. Miyabi stepped outside and smiled, taking a deep breath. He shielded his eyes from the bright afternoon sun. Noticing how favorable the whole situation was in this place, the guy came to the conclusion that they, apparently, could set out on their journey today. Suddenly, a figure of Mel appeared in a small window hanging on the roof. The girl called Miyabi by name and briefly said that she wanted to eat. The craftsman sighed and agreed with the girl. As the boys walked down the corridor together, they met Alicia, who was already fully dressed. The girl froze, after which she wished the others a good morning. The guy was confused and noticed that Alicia woke up extremely early today. At that time, Mel was silently looking at the maid from behind Miyabi. Alicia only said that it was quite natural for her to get up early. She proudly closed her eyes and said that she simply could not afford to oversleep for the second day in a row. The guy gasped and said that everything was exactly as one would expect from a professional maid. Suddenly, someone laughed. Chiffon smiled sweetly, talking about how serious Alicia was. The girl told about how her maid even lay down on the floor yesterday, and all this so that she wouldn't oversleep again the next day. Alicia, red with shame and embarrassment, turned to Chiffon and began to scold the girl, while the lady only laughed sweetly. Miyabi sighed with a smile, thinking that Alicia had seemed much more severe to him before. Suddenly, the maid turned around and said to Miyabi in all seriousness that they should probably start preparing for breakfast already. The girl's face still had a slight blush on it. Miyabi smiled warmly at the suggestion. The guy noted that there was something cute about Alicia that attracted him very much. At this time, the guild leader was walking along the corridor, which is located in the castle with an extremely high ceiling. He silently moved around the building. Suddenly, someone called out to Zion by name, causing the guild leader to immediately snap out of his thoughts and look up at the person who had called him. In front of him, he saw the head of the production guild named Georgie. A stern man with a very dissatisfied face told the head of the guild about what an amazing meeting this was. Zion came a little closer to the man and greeted Georgie, expressing his respect in his address. Immediately after his words, a heavy silence hung in the corridor. The man thought that he had not wanted to meet this person for some time, but everything turned out that way. There was an expression of some awkwardness on his face. Zion bowed low and told the man that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. He apologized again for the inconvenience that the repairs had caused. Georgi sighed and said that he accepted the apology since it had been a waste of time and effort. He made a face and said that this craftsman was a thing of poor manufacture to the very depths of his soul. He said that this guy did not even know the manners that should be inherent in the members of the guild. The man was very displeased. Georgie said that it would be nice to even put this young man on the blacklist. Hearing all these cruel things, Zion frowned, trying not to respond to the insults. He sighed and closed his eyes. Zion bowed his head with heaviness and said that the guy would admit that he was inattentive. He politely asked Georgie to be lenient, since Miyabi had already been scolded very harshly. The man only turned away and sighed in displeasure, after which he walked away in another direction. Zion silently watched Georgie leave. Suddenly, the Duke appeared right behind the head of the guild. With a sly smile, he noted that Georgie, as he saw, still hated artisans. Zion was very surprised by such an unexpected appearance of the gentleman behind him. Zion immediately turned and bowed deeply to the Duke, who had already turned and looked out the window. The man noticed how quickly the guild leader had come to him. He smiled slyly, saying that he had something he really wanted to show Zion, and then led him into another room. After a while, they came to a huge room. Water was flowing around and there were incredibly beautiful plants on the sides. Zion was simply speechless from such beauty. The Duke, meanwhile, was silently smiling behind him. Zion gasped in amazement, saying that it was all so sudden that he found it hard to believe. He noted that such quality work would not lose even to professionals. The Duke smiled and said that it was indeed so. Then he narrowed his eyes and admitted that he found it a little suspicious. He looked at the guild leader and asked if he agreed with that opinion. He said that despite being a craftsman who could only produce low-grade goods, he was able to create something that could compare with the work of promising professionals. And he even has an inventory that is in another dimension. He looked at Zion and said that with all this, he was even able to connect himself to the houses of the 5 great dukes. His face looked a little threatening. He looked at the extremely confused Zion and asked how this guy looked in the eyes of the guild leader. The guildmaster's gaze trembled. Duke Trensverdini looked back and called Zion's name. A strong gust of wind blew down the street along with a small bird. At that moment, a small bird landed in the open window and sat on the back of a chair that was in the empty office. The Duke told the little creature that he needed to find out for him the tracks of the adventurer Miyabi to Angelum. The distance from Angelum to the royal capital is about 10 rai, about 30 kilometers. The Duke's daughter's escort moved through the forest and mountains. Miyabi, wiping the sweat with his hand, walked next to the carriage. The guy thought about how there were also them who had to overcome this path in 2 weeks. Behind Miyabi walked Liz, and Alicia drove the carriage. After some time, they stopped at the pass. The guy sighed tiredly because they walked tirelessly from morning till evening. They coped with quite a difficult journey. However, something happened to them again. The boy held out his hand with a confused expression, wondering why things were going this way. Miyabi asked why it was raining again. They stopped and set up camp again in the pouring rain. Meanwhile, it was already the 6th day of the escort request. The guys were resting at a small table while the guy was looking somewhere with a rather confused look. Mel was dozing in the corner nearby. Liz sat with a serious face and looked at her notes. Chiffon, meanwhile, drank tea and looked at the girl with concern. Chiffon was quite worried. She clarified with Liz that it seemed that they would arrive in the capital late. It was still raining heavily outside. Liz began to say that because the weather was unstable, their arrival might be delayed for a few days. Chiffon replied that she understood. The girl said something about how awkward it was. At that moment, Miyabi approached them and asked the girl with concern that they wouldn't make it in time for classes. The Duke's daughter answered him that that wasn't quite the problem. Chiffon sheepishly explained that it was because she was falling behind in her studies. Liz and Miyabi were shocked by this statement. Words were heard that she was still just a carefree girl, despite the fact that she was of noble blood. Chiffon asked the boys with a smile if that was what she thought. Liz and Miyabi immediately shouted that there was no way that was the case. The girl laughed sweetly at this. Chiffon said with a smile that it could be a simple excuse. The girl said that she was returning to Angelum to study territorial management, as well as to communicate with guilds and other aristocrats. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, then the next feudal lord will be Chiffon. She said that because of this distance she had no choice but to skip school, since there would not even be a long vacation. The Duke's daughter said that the teachers, so that she could make up for what she missed, prepared assignments for her for the time when the girl would be away. After her story, the girl looked at the boys while the rain continued outside. She said with a grin that for this reason, when they got there, she probably wouldn't have the opportunity to sleep for a while. Liz and Miyabi looked at the Duke's daughter who had just shared her situation with them with surprised expressions. At this point, Chiffon was asked if she remembered the topics of the lessons she had missed. The girl sighed in confusion, then answered in the affirmative. Liz, slightly nervous, clutched the hem of her skirt and began to speak. Liz looked at the Duke's daughter with an embarrassed expression, saying that if she didn't mind, the girl could explain them to her. Alicia, Chiffon, and Miyabi froze and looked at Liz with a little surprise. The Duke's daughter asked her in confusion what she meant. After that, the girl began training. She said that Chiffon studied the Marfa experiment on measuring specific gravity in magical mechanics. Liz said that the element of earth magic, when compared to the properties of others, is the heaviest of all. Liz said with a serious expression that water magic elements are light and have a higher permeability, so it is difficult to combine them with anything. Chiffon raised her hand in confusion, indicating that she had a question. The girl asked that, given Alvin's definition, shouldn't elements of the same element combine well with each other? While Liz was teaching her lesson, Laura and Miyabi were watching them from the side. The girl continued to talk about what was said about this in the theory of the structure of VRMMO magic. Miyabi turned to Laura, asking the girl what was going on here. The girl, looking bored, told him that she didn't understand anything either. At that moment, Miyabi energetically asked if it was true. He asked the girl if she had a book on magic on her belt. He pointed to the object next to her. Laura looked at the guy and asked if she wanted to look at it. After that, Laura opened her book, which revealed flowers on the pages. Miyabi froze in confusion, asking what it was. Laura laughed loudly at this. The girl told Miyabi that adventurers use magic the way they feel. Laura said that there are probably no ones among them who study all sorts of theories. She took hers in her hands with a smile on her face. Laura closed the book on magic, saying that there was hardly anyone among them who would be able to explain anything to the noble lady. After these words, she looked away. She turned her gaze to Liz, who was enthusiastically telling Chiffon something. The Duke's daughter was also focused on her lesson. Laura, looking at them, said words about how this was to be expected from Weiss's daughter. A little time passed from that moment. The Duke's daughter spoke with admiration about how wonderful it was. The girl said that Liz knew the theory of the magical properties of the Schuldsets so well. Liz replied to Chiffon, saying that the basic part was described everywhere only in complex language. Chiffon exclaimed that Liz should not be modest. After all, this is not how people who were able to fully understand her during their training should speak. Chiffon looked at the girl with absolute admiration, asking Liz who she studied with. The girl smiled awkwardly, saying that it was all self-education. Chiffon sighed in surprise, repeating Liz's words about self-education. The Duke's daughter began to speak, slightly confused about what she had heard about Liz being raised by Weiss. Liz only laughed awkwardly at this. Liz smiled and said that he didn't want to do that. The girl told her that Uncle Weiss just gave her money. Liz said that for that reason, She grew up reading books from the Adventurers Guild library. Chiffon listened to her attentively. Chiffon turned to Alicia with delight, asking her maid if she could imagine such a thing. She spoke joyfully about meeting such an incredibly talented girl. Alicia replied that, unfortunately, she could not. Liz was very confused by this. Suddenly, Chiffon looked at her when Liz started to say something again. Liz turned her back on the girl, saying that it was just a theory. The Duke's daughter looked at the girl sadly, then called her name. She wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by the noise that someone sneezed. Laura closed her eyes dramatically, sighing. She was talking about how the rain had made the window cold. Liz came up to Laura and started swearing, saying that it was all because of her clothes. She told Laura to dress warmer. The girl screamed that she would never do that. Laura screamed that an open stomach was a sign of youth. In response to Laura's words, Liz shouted that this was no reason to dress like that. A confused Chiffon watched what was happening. Laura looked out the window suspiciously. She frowned slightly, saying that this rain was still very strange. At this point, Dorte entered the house, very wet from the downpour. He told the girl that it was true. It was still a bit early for the season. The adventurer called out Liz and everyone else's names, which made the girls immediately become much more serious. Dorte looked at them carefully, saying that he wanted to hold an urgent meeting. Dorte and Tyson entered the room, so everyone gathered around the table. The man began to talk about how he had received some data from a nearby village, taking something out of his pocket. Everyone listened attentively to the man. And outside the window, the rain continued to pour. Dorte pulled out some papers from his pocket, saying that they were weather reports for the last week or so. Mel looked at the records closely, asking what percentage of rain there was. The man opened the records, saying that this was also the data of the village branch of the Adventurers Guild. He said that the weather record for the last 5 years was now recorded. Liz took the weather notes into her hands and began to look through them carefully, her face becoming more and more serious. Liz froze in place with a shocked expression on her face. Her eyes quickly widened and she frowned slightly. The girl couldn't even utter a word from shock. The girl put the notes on a table, also leaning on it. She could not believe that the rainy season had started earlier. Miyabi turned towards the girl in shock, asking if that was the reason it had been raining all this time. Dorte, who was standing next to her, sighed while Liz was too shocked to say anything. Dorte, adjusting his hat, closed his eyes. The adventurer informed his companions that they had a worse problem. The man began to explain that their main problem was snow. He imagined a forest that was covered with a thick layer of ice. Dorte began his explanation by telling them that the capital was surrounded by mountains. He said that it was like a natural protective wall, and if it snows, of course, the danger, for example, of frostbite increases. At the same time, when you walk through the valley, the altitude above sea level increases rapidly. The man said that for this reason, it would be ideal to reach the capital before it started snowing. Liz and Miyabi listened to the adventurer's report in shock. Meanwhile, Dorte continued to speak. He informed the boys that from tomorrow onwards, he wanted Liz and Miyabi to ride in the carriage. Everyone listened attentively to the man, and Liz turned around and looked intently at the adventurer who stood next to her. Liz asked the man if he meant they would have to travel as baggage. Dorte told her he wanted to double their speed. He adjusted his hat again, saying that in other words, they would have to run for 8 hours straight. After these words, Dorte turned his gaze to the guys, asking them if they could handle it in such a case. Miyabi was very confused by this question. He looked at the adventurer in silence. The guy thought that even with his equipment of increasing physical strength and reducing fatigue, he would have a hard time. Miyabi looked at the girl, thinking about her. Miyabi looked at Liz, who quickly became gloomy. The girl lowered her gaze, saying that she couldn't. When she said these words, she stuttered slightly. Dorte nodded to the guys, then quickly turned his back to them. The man turned to Liz, saying that in that case, the reconnaissance would be on the girl. Liz just remained silent to his words. Some time had passed since that conversation. Morning had come, and that meant the 7th day of the escort request. The wagon with the escort set off again. A pair of horses pulled the cart carrying the girls and Miyabi, while Dorte and Tyson ran alongside it. In the driver's seat sat Alicia. who looked quite serious as she held the reins. Miyabi sat awkwardly next to the girl. In the carriage itself were Liz and Chiffon, who were silently looking at the road. At one point, the cart stopped because a large tree blocked their path. Dorte and Tyson walked forward to look around. Dorte turned towards the carriage and addressed Miyabi. He scratched the back of his head and asked the boy if he could remove it. The boy quickly began to get off the carriage, confirming the man's words. The young man headed towards the log that blocked their path. He deftly used his skill, after which the tree disappeared. Dorte and Laura, who were standing behind the boy, exclaimed in surprise. After a short pause, everyone quickly returned to their seats. The man exclaimed words about how great it was. He said that with Miyabi, any road would become smooth and even. After a while, the group stopped again. Laura approached the guy and called out his name. The girl turned to Miyabi and said that she wanted to exchange the food for something that could be made in a short time. The boy nodded to her while Liz stood behind her. After that, night fell. The boys stopped at the pass. Miyabi was lying on the bed when suddenly someone addressed him with words about how great he was. This made him sigh in bewilderment. Liz, who was lying not far from Miyabi, started talking about how everyone from Red Cliff relied on him. The guy was surprised by this and asked if it was true. He turned towards Liz and with a smile on his face said the words that the girl was also doing well in intelligence. He looked at her with sincerity. The boy lay there and remembered the adventurers. Miyabi began to tell about how Laura praised Liz because in order to determine distances and numbers, well, you need to be very good at magic. Miyabi closed his eyes with a smile and asked if it was an indicator that the girl was praised by an A-rank adventurer. There was no response to the guy's words, so he looked at the partition. He stood up confused and called Liz by name. He stood up and looked at the girl's sleeping place, wondering if she had already fallen asleep. The girl thought at night that she realized that Miyabi was doing well. She thought that it was no wonder that they were amazed. She recalled the past of late, thinking that there was hardly anyone who could repeat what he was capable of. The girl thought of Miyabi, believing that this was his special value. After these thoughts, Liz quickly closed her eyes. The girl closed her eyes and frowned deeply. She lay on the bed and thought sadly about what use she was here at all. The girl was lost from such thoughts. Meanwhile, life went on in the rest of the world. Everyone was doing their own thing. Sid, frowning slightly, drank water and listened to someone counting. There were 150 lands, 200 branches. Next to him, on all fours, stood Karen, who continued to talk about how there were 150 rubble. Sid walked up to the boy who was engrossed in the bill and kicked him, causing the boy to fall forward with a loud cry. Karen started waving his fists in displeasure and shouting a question about what Sid was doing. The guy frowned and asked in response what the boy was doing during working hours. He said words about how suspicious Karen was. Sid leaned against the walls and casually asked the boy if he was practicing handling the equipment. Karen sat down again, answering the boy's question in the affirmative. The boy, with a satisfied smile, told how on the very last day of construction, the teacher gave him a special schedule, which he used himself. In fact, he did more. Karen believed that he was already one step closer to the teacher. Miyabi was very proud of this. Sid said with displeasure that Miyabi's inventory was not so disorganized. Remembering some moments from the past, the boy exclaimed that he was simply a monster. Karen looked down sadly, saying that he would really like to go with Miyabi to hunt, but there was something else. Sid finished speaking for the boy, saying that suddenly it turned out that the boy had already left the city. Karen sadly agreed. A week ago, Wise told the boys that Miyabi had already left for the capital. Karen raised his head and looked up. The boy said something about wondering how the teacher was doing. The boy remembered Miyabi and wondered what his teacher was doing now. Meanwhile, Miyabi looked somewhere. The boy looked out the carriage window straight at the girl, who looked back at him. Miyabi asked Liz if she was okay. The girl smiled back and asked the boy what happened and why he was asking. As the carriage moved along the road, accompanied by the adventurers, Miyabi glanced at the girl. He said that Liz just seemed tired yesterday. The girl asked him if it was true. Liz smiled widely and closed her eyes. She calmly replied that her body was well rested because she was sitting here. Miyabi smiled sweetly back at the girl, then laughed and retreated back to his seat. Miyabi sat down in his seat, thinking that Liz had a terrifying aura. He rode next to Alicia while the others ran alongside him. The boy raised his head and looked at the sky with a slightly sad expression. The boy was thinking about Dorte's offer. Miyabi was thinking about the girl understanding that this was necessary in order to get there safely. He was aware of the fact that the girl was worried about the situation. He noticed that before setting out, she went to the library and collected information about the root and monsters. Miyabi thought that Liz, as the leader, was ready to take responsibility. Miyabi looked at Dorte and Tyson standing in front of him and thought about what would happen in this situation. He understood that the role of the leader had practically passed to Dorte. Miyabi looked at him with displeasure, thinking that the man had upset Liz with this. He did not understand what the man was thinking. At this moment, Dorte exclaimed in surprise, noticing something. The man looked towards the carriage, addressing Miyabi and Liz. The boys immediately turned their attention to him. Dorte lifted his hat and looked at them. He exclaimed the words for them to get out. After the man's words, Liz and Miyabi quickly left the carriage. They looked at something in front of them with surprise and admiration. The boys approached a tall statue that stood not far from them. Miyabi exclaimed in shock, asking what it was. Dorte told them that it was a boundary stone. It was a sign that separated territories from each other. The boy looked at the stone in surprise, assuming something. Dorte also looked at it, confirming the boy's guess. The boys were standing in the middle of the road that led to the mountains. Dorte said that the royal lands began from this place. He said that these were already the territories of Ragpater. Miyabi looked ahead in admiration as the man continued his story. He said that the capital itself was also behind that mountain. At that moment, a huge bird appeared in the sky and a noise was heard. Liz immediately noticed that something was wrong. She turned around and screamed that there were monsters in the sky behind her on the right. Miyabi quickly turned around in great surprise. The monster was rapidly approaching and screaming loudly. The bird screamed and flew towards the boys who were standing by the stone. Liz and Dorte looked closely. The man said that 3 objects were moving towards them, 50 meters away. He asked Liz if she could reach them. The girl braced herself, answering affirmatively. Liz quickly swung her staff, summoning ice needles that instantly flew towards the monsters. The birds flew towards her in a frenzy. However, the attack with ice needles did not work. The arrow that was flying at the bird did not hit because the monster changed its trajectory. Miyabi was watching them, so he asked in shock if they had dodged. Liz froze in shock for a moment. However, the girl quickly prepared herself and attacked again, sending more arrows. The bird monsters were finally hit by the ice needles. They started falling with a scream as they were hit by the girl's attack. Miyabi stood there looking at them in shock while Dorte was there. Liz looked closely, saying that it was a bit unexpected. The girl said that since they got rid of them, it was good. She asked if that was true. After that, Liz went back. She entered the carriage, where she was asked about what she used recently. The girl guessed that it was the first-level ice needles. She still asked if she was right. Liz was slightly confused by the question. Chiffon looked at the girl who entered with a smile. Liz sat down in her place, answering that everything was exactly like that. Chiffon said that she thought so. However, the Duke's daughter said that it seemed strange to her. She started to talk about how the ice needles were just a simple ice magic spell that turned the ice into games and made it fly. However, the girl noticed that what she had seen recently looked like the trajectory had changed halfway through. The Duke's daughter asked Liz why this had happened. Liz told her that the explanation would be a bit long. The girl looked at Chiffon with a smile, saying that if you explain it simply, it was the use of magic manipulation. Liz explained that in order to master this, one must train for a long time on objects at a distance. Chiffon repeated the words about manipulating magic with interest, saying that she understood everything. Chiffon looked at Liz, who was silently looking at the girl and smiling. Her gaze gradually began to change to a slightly more interested one, and Liz became a little awkward. In the end, Chiffon beamed. Looking at Liz, who did not know how to act from this, Liz turned away from Chiffon, who was full of enthusiasm. The girl shyly replied that if Chiffon was interested, she could teach her. The Duke's daughter immediately agreed happily. Meanwhile, the carriage moved further along the road. Tyson, who was running next to Dorte, noted that they had an excellent pace. The man agreed with his comrade. Dorte was collected. He said that if they continued moving at this pace, they would get there in 5 days. The adventurer said that it would be wonderful if the sky remained clear until then. Some time passed, and night fell, so the boys stopped for a rest again. There were ice magic shards on a small tree stump a few meters away from the target. Chiffon panted heavily as she watched it, while Liz was standing next to her. The girl sighed, then said that it was quite difficult. She sat down on the porch while Liz continued to stand behind the young lady. Chiffon looked at her wand with a little confusion, then told her that they were constantly running into an obstacle. Liz smiled, looking at the girl, then told her that at the very beginning it was inevitable. The young adventurer brought Chiffon some warm tea and some delicious cookies, then handed her some food and said she could take it. Chiffon looked at the cookies in surprise and asked where they came from. The girl suggested that Miyabi could have made a delicious dessert. Liz confirmed this and said that they were needed for a snack during the break. Chiffon smiled warmly and said that she had heard about it from her father. So she was going to always stay prepared for anything. But it seemed like she had forgotten that they were on the road. She said that when it rains, there are passages in the house, and when they study, there is a chalkboard in the rooms. It was amazing. Chiffon took the mug of tea and closed her eyes, smiling warmly. She said that she couldn't stop being amazed at how wonderful it was. Then she turned her gaze to Liz and asked how the girl met Miyabi. The adventurer looked at the young lady and said that Miyabi had gotten lost in the forest that was not far from Angelum. Liz said that she had accompanied Miyabi to the city, but he had no money and they had become one team, floating with the flow. The girl sighed, saying that this was how it happened that they were traveling. Chiffon looked at Liz in surprise and asked if it was true that before meeting Miyabi, the girl had been working completely alone. Liz lowered her gaze and said with a small smile that she was a mage who usually acted as a rearguard. So this was probably very strange. After that, Liz looked at Chiffon and asked the girl how well she was trained in magic control. The young lady laughed awkwardly and said that Liz herself could see that she was more of a hindrance. She looked away and said that her training only prioritized high-level magic. Liz looked at the girl very carefully. The girl smiled awkwardly, and then told Chiffon that she had extremely great magical power. She thought that in magic everything depends on talent, and she herself was born with little magic. There are only three necessary conditions for using magic. The methodology of creating magic is theory. To manipulate magic at will is skills. The energy that generates magic is magic power. It is believed that it is especially important to have magic power. Unlike skills and theory acquired through experience, magic power is present from birth, and everyone has it in different amounts. It's not that it doesn't grow, and if you use it, it will slowly but surely grow, just like muscles do under constant strain. Liz thought so, and so she continued to load herself with training. However, about a year ago, she almost stopped growing. In order to use the small amount of magic power more effectively, she trained in magic control. In search of ways to use a small amount of magical power for magic that requires a lot of energy. Liz studied the theory of magic. However, during the time that Liz persistently spent on training, all those who had these abilities initially moved far ahead, leaving Liz alone behind. The girl could only helplessly look at their backs, thinking that this was an abyss that could not be closed by efforts. Without physical strength, magical power, and if you hesitate with decisions, it was simply impossible to do. She had none of that. The girl sat down on the ground and buried her face in her hands, plunging into even more difficult thoughts. After that, Liz slowly stood up and took a deep breath, while her eyes expressed the rather difficult experiences she had to go through. The girl put her hands on her head, thinking that she understood perfectly well the fact that she simply could not change anything with her thoughts alone, and she had already decided to do everything that was in her power. Chiffon watched Liz's torment in silence. The girl slapped herself in the face, trying to calm herself down. She thought that now she needed to fully concentrate on training. Immediately after that, Liz gently extended her hand to Chiffon. The young lady looked at the adventurer's palm in bewilderment. She politely asked the young lady to give her her hand. Chiffon looked at Liz in confusion. The adventurer explained that the magical power comes from the palm of a person's hand. She took Chiffon's hand and said that she would control the particles of the girl's magical power with her magic, and it was important for Chiffon to try and remember this feeling. The girl looked at her in bewilderment and asked if this was possible. Liz took Chiffon's warm hand, then closed her eyes and with a calm smile on her face told her that this was exactly how her father taught her in the past. At this time, the house was quite quiet. The night was deep. Miyabi was walking down the hallway at this time, his expression extremely nervous. He swallowed hard. Suddenly, the door to one of the rooms opened, and Tyson appeared on its threshold. The man asked the worried Miyabi what had happened. The guy panicked and said that he was fine and nothing had happened. He looked awkwardly at Tyson and stated that he had something else he wanted to say to Mr. Dort. He carefully looked into Redcliffe's room, where he was shocked to see that they were all already asleep. Tyson looked at Miyabi and asked if the Craftsman was going to talk about Liz. Hearing this, Miyabi was surprised. Tyson prepared some Hago fruit tea, which he gave to Miyabi. The man said that he often drank this drink in Red Cliff. Miyabi thanked Tyson for this. The guy himself was amazed at how politely he spoke. Tyson looked at Miyabi and asked how Liz was doing. The guy hesitated. He sadly told her that the girl was constantly in a depressed state and this has been going on since she started riding in the carriage. Tyson sighed, not particularly surprised. Miyabi was shocked and asked the man if he had noticed the girl's strange behavior. Tyson replied that it was true and he had noticed it almost immediately. He took a careful sip of tea and said that Liz was the kind of person who was really easy to read. Hearing this, Miyabi was surprised. Tyson asked if Miyabi was going to tell Dorte about the wagon. Miyabi told him that there was basically nothing that could be done about it now. The guy looked at Tyson a little nervously and said that he paid attention to what happened after all this. He told the man that Redcliffe was making different decisions, and that Liz's leadership position was simply no longer hers. Miyabi expressed his opinion that he believes that they are making the right decisions, and yet, since they nominated her as the leader, he would like them to respect her accordingly. He said that it was all because Liz was an adventurer like the rest of them. Tyson was very shocked by what he heard. He looked at Miyabi, who was patiently waiting for an answer. Tyson looked at Miyabi in silence for a while, after which tears started flowing from his eyes. The guy was very surprised and asked the man why he was crying. Tyson covered his face with his hands and said that he was fine and Miyabi shouldn't pay attention to it. He was surprised by how things turned out in reality because he had previously thought that the situation was different. He came to a conclusion. With a heavy feeling, the man said that this girl had also grown up a lot. He looked into the distance, saying that everything was happening precisely because she had already grown up. He lowered his head and apologized to Miyabi for not paying attention enough. The boy looked at the man in confusion, trying to understand what was going on. Tyson said that even if they tell Dorte about this, he is sure that the man will still say something that will definitely hurt Liz's feelings. Afterwards, he looked warmly at Miyabi and said that this was the reason why Redcliffe completely relied on Miyabi in this matter. Tyson said that they all hoped that Miyabi would be able to take care of Liz. The man said that the boy just needed to be near the girl. After some confusion, he firmly said that he understood everything. Immediately after this, Tyson burst into tears again, saying that Liz had found herself a really nice guy. Miyabi immediately exclaimed that everything was wrong and they were not dating. Tyson asked in confusion how this was possible, but Miyabi could not answer him. 2 days had passed since his conversation, and so the 10th day of their mission had arrived. Miyabi looked at Tyson thinking that he hadn't changed at all, although he was probably thinking about something. Suddenly, Liz appeared from the carriage. The girl called Miyabi by name and then told him that they had already arrived. The young man gasped in bewilderment. The girl looked at him and then said that he had been waiting for this with impatience. Miyabi immediately looked up, holding the reins in his hands. A large shadow covered Miyabi's face as he watched what was happening around him. When the boy looked up, he saw an extremely large number of different dragons flying forward across the area. It was a dragon gorge. Miyabi opened his mouth in admiration, amazed by the beautiful sights of this place. His eyes were incredibly bright. The guy gasped loudly, looking at the real dragon in front of him. Liz sighed, thinking that he had some kind of delayed reaction. The girl said that all the dragons that live in this place are peaceful and they can even exist together with people. In theory, everything should have been exactly like that, but the road ahead was blocked for them. The whole group was very perplexed when they learned that they had arrived there precisely for the egg-laying period. Dorte said coldly that it seemed like all the nearby territories had been sealed off because during the egg-laying season, dragons became much more aggressive. Dorte put something in his mouth, after which he coldly said that these territories would be closed for several months and there would be no possibility of using them. Laura, completely confused, asked the boys what exactly they could do next. Dorte said that they had no choice but to use the bypass route. Liz looked at them and asked in confusion what this path was. Dorte explained that if they took the road that went around the mountains, they would be on the other side of the gorge in 4 or 5 days. The boys looked at the map and the place Dorte had indicated, and they were all extremely dissatisfied. Laura screamed loudly about how stupid this route was. Dorte screamed back at her, asking what else they could do. Liz was deep in thought. Immediately after that, the girl came a little closer to the map and ran her finger along another route that bypassed the Dragon Gorge, but would take less time. Dorte was perplexed, while Laura and the others watched silently. After some time, the guys were already standing at the mountain, the size of which was truly impressive. The small shovel hit the hard ground with a loud sound. Laura, whose face no longer showed even the shock, said that this was no good. She watched as Miyabi dug a whole tunnel with light movements. Looking at this, Dorte said that he couldn't believe it. Tyson exclaimed loudly, calling Miyabi a powerful digger. Listening to their conversation, the guy loudly told the guys that they should refrain from coming up with strange nicknames. Suddenly, the guy gasped in surprise, looking at what was in front of them. The whole group came out into a huge cave, illuminated by a soft light. A large waterfall came out into this place, so the view became even more beautiful. There were sharp stakes on the top of the cave and small clots below. The light in the cave was not quite evenly distributed. Dorte was a little surprised to notice that there was a stalactite grotto in the cave. He looked down and noticed that they couldn't go any further. Miyabi looked back and said that they could go back a bit and then try to dig in another place. Suddenly, a small drop of some liquid fell on Miyabi's skin, which made him very surprised. The guy looked up to see where the water was dripping from. When Miyabi looked up, he saw the slime that was on top. Miyabi's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the monster in front of him. The next moment, the monster rushed to attack Miyabi, but was split into 2 parts by a sharp sword. Little Mel jumped forward and killed her enemy with quick movements of her hands. Dorte also rushed to attack the slimes that appeared nearby. He exclaimed that it was wonderful. Liz looked around in horror, hoping that they were not trapped. The girl turned around and her face turned pale. She thought that this simply couldn't be. The girl saw at the edge of the cave that monsters were also starting to come out. So from all the cracks that were in the cave, small and slippery monsters began to quickly crawl out. Dorte looked around, getting ready to say what it was. The boys stopped, surrounding the carriage so that Chiffon wouldn't get hurt inside. All the walls and ceiling of the cave were covered with monsters. They found themselves at a colony of slimes. Miyabi fell to the ground in shock, so Dorte covered him. The man quickly dealt with the monster nearby. The young man was very confused and slightly surprised, while a rather loud noise was heard throughout the cave. Dorte stood next to Miyabi, saying that this was a colony of slimes. They could not believe what they saw. While Miyabi sat on the ground and Dorte fought off the monsters, the slimes continued to actively attack. The guy suddenly glanced at his shovel, remembering that it was like the last time underground. The guy turned around and tensed up a little. He saw the pond behind him and thought that this wouldn't work because there was water below. Miyabi stood up and grabbed a shovel. He thought that even if there was no water, they might be underground. At that moment, a small foot flew at the guy and kicked him hard. Mel rushed past the guy, saying that he was in the way. Miyabi, from such a strong kick, flew back towards the carriage where the girl was. Mel, running past, looked focused and calm. The guy who flew into the carriage was caught by Alicia, who had to try hard to hold the young man back. Meanwhile, Mel found herself next to the slimes, which were flying in the air in front of her from the attacks. The girl moved with incredible speed and precision, destroying the slimes one by one. The girl jumped high into the air, attacking several monsters and also aiming at others at once. The monsters were instantly attacked, and the girl landed deftly among them. There was a small explosion, and the girl approached Liz, who was also standing and fighting monsters. Mel looked at the girl, talking about an escape route. Liz looked at her slightly confused. At that moment, Liz quickly turned around with a tense expression on her face. She looked towards the cave, then shouted words about the passage being overrun with slimes as well. Mel's gaze immediately changed. The girl, saying that the path would be cleared, rushed forward. She ran to the tunnel, attacking all the monsters in her path while remaining calm. At the end of the path, she stopped inside, putting her small sword back into its sheath. She looked up and saw more slimes gathering in front of her. This surprised Mel greatly. The girl rushed forward along the tunnel again, deftly destroying the monsters that appeared nearby. Due to the high speed, the girl braked heavily, driving on the ground. However, she still ended up next to Liz. Mel pouted slightly, sighing in displeasure. Liz, who was next to her, froze in shock, then pursed her lips and pulled herself together. The girl looked at the monsters. She thought that slimes were magical creatures, whose specialty was attacking with acid. Liz thought about how slimes were relatively slow-moving, and their weak point was their core. She remembered that if there was only one slime, it wasn't a threat. She looked straight at the monsters. Liz looked around, thinking that if it weren't for this closed space, everything would be different. She imagined the wagon in a tunnel, and thought that in a narrow passage, it would be difficult for them to protect the entire wagon. The reason for this was the fact that slimes can get into the smallest of cracks. The girl held onto her staff and thought that maybe they should abandon the carriage because they needed to give Chiffon a chance to escape. Liz frowned with a huge sense of guilt and responsibility because she knew that it was she who suggested going through the mountains. At that moment, a slime appeared next to her. The monster opened its mouth wide to attack the girl. However, Dorte appeared next to Liz and covered the girl with his hand. This made Liz freeze in place with a shocked expression on her face. The girl turned to the man in shock, calling his name. She noticed that his hand was injured. Dorte answered heavily that everything was fine. The adventurer looked back to where his partner was standing. He said something about Laura being with them. The girl was standing on the cart with an open book. Laura was speaking seriously about them not running away. Laura raised her hand up, creating a healing circle. A huge seal with a design appeared on the floor under the carriage and the boys next to it. Liz looked at Dorte's arm, which was beginning to heal quickly before her eyes, with a worried expression. Dorte, meanwhile, was quite calm. The girl realized that the man's injured arm had been restored. She thought that magic that had a radius of action required a lot of magical power, let alone healing magic. Liz noticed that Laura used this magic so easily. She looked at the serious healer, thinking that this was the famous smell of the magical energy of the elves. At that moment, Liz's eyes widened, realizing that she couldn't relax now. The girl couldn't think that thanks to Laura, her mistake had been corrected. Liz thought that the fact that the boys had suffered because of her was an unchangeable truth. The girl frowned and looked ahead, thinking that for this reason she would be useful too. Liz was determined in her decision to fight. She prepared herself, creating ice needles. Tyson prepared himself as well. At that moment, Tyson delivered a powerful blow with his fist to the cave. From this, everything began to shake. Liz looked up in shock, thinking that something was happening to the earth. A large stone dome formed around the wagon. Liz couldn't believe the earth had risen. The girl turned her attention to Dorte, who at that moment had his weapon ready. The man's hair rose and fluffed up. Dorte looked forward and said seriously that they should all burn to ashes. At that moment, a huge explosion occurred that destroyed everything around them. Liz looked at the scene in shock. She thought that this was the power of Renke. The stone dome began to gradually collapse, while the girl thought that she was not even close to them. The guys started looking around. There was only emptiness around. Miyabi sighed in shock, saying that everything had evaporated and not a single monster was left. The guy suddenly jumped up and said that since they had already finished, now it was his turn. However, Miyabi was stopped by Alicia, who said with displeasure that it was too early. Slimes began to fall from the walls of the cave while the boys were on a small patch of land. Dorte sighed tiredly, closing his eyes. At that moment, Laura jumped off the cart, saying that it was impossible. The girl exclaimed that they could not all be killed. At that moment, Laura looked at Liz, calling out the girl's name. Laura looked at Liz with a smile on her face, asking her if she knew how the girl's father fought. Laura took Liz's hand, causing the girl to sigh in confusion. She looked at Laura next to her, confused. Liz looked down at their hands and thought about how she felt something, wondering if it was Laura's magical power. Laura remembered how she had once been called by name, saying that he had invented a magical attribute that would suit a girl. The girl had exclaimed in displeasure that the man was so annoying, as if she had asked for it. The girl asked if he was talking about controlling magical power. The man then asked if Laura could learn it intuitively. Laura asked him if he thought she was that stupid. She sarcastically apologized, saying that she had just wasted his time. The man just laughed. Laura held Liz's hand and talked about how this fighting style required precision in controlling magical power. Then Laura entered the room and asked the man if he was studying again. She turned to Weiss and said that he couldn't use advanced magic anyway. At that moment, the man looked at the girl with a smile and said that he couldn't. He turned to Laura, saying that the girl probably could. Laura looked at the girl seriously and said that for this reason, also with knowledge of magic, she told Liz to try to think about how slimes could fit through any crack. Liz suggested that they would break through a passage, but Laura asked her if they couldn't think of a better way. Laura said that they could, for example, choose from options that Liz hadn't even thought of. After Laura's words, Liz suddenly exhaled. The girl thought that she had come up with something. Liz thought that if they were crawling out of the cracks, then it was worth blocking all the cracks. She also noticed that there was a lot of water in this place. Liz froze in confusion, thinking that she hadn't even thought about this option until that moment. A huge seal appeared under the girls. Liz understood what was going on. She realized that the principle was the same as when they trained with Chiffon. The girl recalled how that evening during training, by influencing the magical particles remaining after the activation of magic, she controlled the trajectory. Liz thought that according to the theory, it was impossible to direct magic in all stages, from constructing magic to activating it. In other words, Liz can attack using Laura's magic power. Liz was very tense, thinking that the difficulty of control was certainly incomparable. However, she still did not give up. Liz looked up with a determined expression and thought that she had to do it. The girl decided to use advanced magic. Laura, who was standing with Liz, looked at her with admiration. At that moment, Liz decided to use a full freeze. The entire area surrounding them quickly became covered in an icy crust. Ice blocks formed above the boys. Laura slammed her book shut in satisfaction while Liz stood there in shock and watched what had happened. At that moment, Dorde looked at the girl, saying Weiss's name. Liz was breathing heavily and looking around. She frowned slightly in shock. Everything around the wagon was covered in ice. The guy walked up to one of the boulders and pounded it with his fist. Surprised, Miyabi, standing next to the block of ice, sighed with delight, talking about how cool it was. The guy said words about the slimes, the ceiling, and the water. Everything was frozen. Dorte said that they certainly spent a lot of time on the slimes. The man adjusted his hat, thinking that despite everything, it had borne fruit. Miyabi suddenly noticed something. He turned around and looked away with an interested expression. 1. The boy was still sitting next to the ice. He turned to Dorde, pointing to a beam of light in the distance. Miyabi asked confusedly that it wasn't light. The man sat down next to him, answering the boy that it looked like that. Dorte said that it looked like water was leaking from the outside. The boy beamed with joy, asking if they could get out there. Dorte quickly called the boy's name. The man started talking about how the speed slows down a lot when moving on ice, so it would be better for the guy to keep digging. After all, that way they would get back faster. Miyabi sighed and asked the man to look at something. The guy was holding some material in his hands with a smile on his face. Tyson, Doherty, and Mel quickly gathered around him. Miyabi got to work. He decided that he would start by cutting out the parts from the sheet metal. Then the parts would need to be slightly bent, and then the bottom surface would need to be sharpened. After that, Miyabi thought that it was now possible to launch mass production. Active work began. When all the preparations were finished, Miyabi said that in the end, it had to be glued to his shoe. He attached the part to the man's shoe. A few moments later, all the boys were equipped with this invention. They stood on the ice with a surprised look. Laura, Tyson, Mel, and Dorte had mastered the skates with ease, skating from side to side with joyful exclamations while Miyabi chuckled slightly. The guy enthusiastically started telling about how they could get there very quickly with their help. Liz asked Miyabi with displeasure why he couldn't even stand up straight on them. Dorte told Miyabi that this would certainly increase their speed. However, he asked what they would do with the cart. The boy explained that he had attached runners to it, so everything was fine. The man said that they should leave this place quickly. At that moment, there was a noise. Dorte froze in shock, trying to understand what had just happened. The adventurer quickly turned to the source of the noise, while a frightened Liz and Miyabi stood nearby. Liz looked at the ice and suddenly froze. The girl understood what was going on. She explained that because slimes are gelatinous, they thaw faster than liquids. Dorte, Miyabi, and Tyson looked at the ice, then opened their mouths in shock. All the boys quickly set off on their way across the ice. Liz was asked if she was really only talking about this now. After some time, they got out of the ice cave. They stopped for a rest. Liz suddenly approached the girls and bowed guiltily. The girl asked for forgiveness from them. The girls were very confused by this. They asked what was wrong with Liz and why she suddenly started apologizing. The girl remained silent at first. Liz began to explain that it was because she had suggested a shortcut and they ended up in danger. As the leader, Liz decided to apologize, which made Chiffon look at the girl in surprise. Chiffon stood in front of Liz, who bowed before her. The Duke's daughter replied that she could not accept this apology. This caused Liz to rise in surprise and exclaim. Chiffon began to say that at the moment their first priority was to arrive in the capital as soon as possible. Chiffon said that Liz had considered the danger of the snow and had decided that this was the best option. She asked the girl if this was true. Liz, confused, answered yes. Chiffon added that the road had suddenly become blocked. The Duke's daughter concluded that it was natural, because the detour was inevitable. However, Chiffon said that thanks to Liz's intelligence, they were able to cross the valley. The girl closed her eyes with a sweet smile, saying that everything was fine. She said that for this reason, there was no need to ask for forgiveness. Liz frowned and started to say that if you only looked at the results, then maybe that was true. However, the girl still wanted to object. At that moment, Chiffon said that the main thing was the result. Liz was not sure. Chiffon called Liz by name, telling the girl that if she only thought about what she couldn't do, even her sincerest aspirations could turn into poison. Liz was taken aback by the girl's words. She couldn't believe that aspirations could become poison. Chiffon looked at Alicia and asked if something had happened. The maid answered negatively. Alicia frowned and said that she just thought Chiffon was being generous. At that moment, someone quickly walked towards Liz. Dorte and Laura rushed at Liz with loud screams, calling the girl's name. Liz screamed in fear. She asked what had happened to them, screaming that she was just lost in thought. Dorte said that he was so impressed with Liz's work now. The man tearfully spoke of how good they looked when they fought alongside Laura. He also remarked on how well she used magic. Laura happily replied that it was because their Liz could do it. Again, they ignored the girl. Liz thought that regardless of her, they were good adventurers. Dorte suddenly said that, in other words, it was finally time to say it. The man said that Liz was the only thing they had been missing until now. Dorte, with a joyful expression on his face, picked up Liz, lifting her into the air. He exclaimed the words about the girl joining Red Cliff. Meanwhile, in the city, the Adventurers Guild was quite calm. The paper said that there was no suitable person. The guildmaster sat at his desk and read. The man couldn't figure out what all this meant. He thought about how, among all the guild branches located in Angelum, there was no mention of Miyabi's name. He wondered if this was all a fluke. Zion recalled that in the kingdom of Forsha, all trade was conducted through guilds. For this reason, once a child reaches the age of 12 and becomes able to work, it is common practice to enroll them in a guild. The man leaned back in his chair, thinking that even after checking the ledgers of all the guilds, he couldn't find any trace of the boy. The leader wondered what this could all mean. He thought that, given that he was not registered in any guild in the country, Zion thought that the boy could be the son of an elite. In addition, the boy could be the heir of the family who had not yet been given the position of head. The guild leader thought of Duke Trens Verdini, who said that the boy was able to contact even the 5 great houses of the Marquises. At that moment, the man asked the leader about how he saw the boy. Guildmaster Zion sat in his office, leaning back in his chair. The man said out loud the words about whether the guy was a spy. Meanwhile, the guys from the Escort decided to stop for a rest at a small river. Liz sat alone next to the pond. She thought about how Dort lifted her into the air and offered to join Red Cliff. However, something was stopping Liz. While the girl was lost in her thoughts, Miyabi approached her. The guy looked at the girl, calling her name and asking her what happened. Liz looked at the guy next to her and apologized, saying that she was just lost in thought. Miyabi asked the girl with a friendly smile that perhaps it would be better for him not to touch Liz for now. The girl answered negatively, telling the guy not to talk like that. Miyabi looked at the cave next to them and asked if it was a good place to rest. Liz told him that it was okay. She said that slimes liked places with high humidity. The girl told Miyabi that for this reason, they rarely crawl out to well-ventilated, sunny places. After a short pause, the guy asked Liz if something had really happened. She sighed awkwardly at this. The girl asked Miyabi, embarrassed, how he knew that. The guy answered awkwardly, just by her appearance. He asked if Liz could share with him. He was saying that maybe the girl would feel better after that. At this point, Miyabi was very confused and sighed. He said that unless it was something that couldn't be told, of course. Liz agreed with him. She quickly grabbed him by his clothes, saying that she wanted the guy to listen to her because it was connected with him too. The girl looked quite serious while saying this. Small waves from the thrown stones spread across the water's surface, shimmering in the sunlight. Liz started to tell about how she was recently offered to join Red Cliff. Miyabi exclaimed in shock. He asked Liz about what she had told them. The girl with an uncertain look told about how she had asked for a little time. The girl cowered, hugging her knees with her arms. She was talking about how she had been invited once before when she had just become an adventurer and completed her first task. Liz told about being 10 years old at the time. She was faced with the Red Cliff rank assessment. Dorde at that time suggested that she fill out an application to join. However, at that time, she wanted to be independent more than anything. However, starting to depend on them contradicted this, so Liz refused. The girl said that she did not know how it would be this time and whether she would have enough strength. However, she believed that if she ran away from this possibility, then she might never get close to A rank. The girl was full of doubts. She desperately closed her eyes, saying that this is why her head is already splitting. She said that these thoughts are pressing on her very much. Liz lifted her head from her knees, saying that besides, they said to invite Miyabi too. The guy looked at Liz in surprise, asking her about his invitation to the group. The girl started to say that he was probably a D rank now, but he was no worse than an A rank adventurer. Liz said that if he joined Red Cliff as an adventurer, Miyabi would be able to get better reputation and pay. She looked at the guy sitting next to her with a rather sad expression on her face and asked what he was going to do. The girl looked at Miyabi with mixed feelings, frowning slightly. Because of this, the guy was confused, not knowing what to answer the girl. He pursed his lips and fell silent after trying to answer. Miyabi quickly turned away, saying that honestly, both options were good. Liz was also confused, so she asked if he really thinks so. The guy scratched his head with a laugh, saying that if a person can create things, then he will never get lost. He also added that he's not interested in ranks. Liz replied that she understood his position. The girl was talking about how she was chasing ranks. After all, it was natural for an adventurer to always have money. Miyabi called out to the girl, telling her to wait. He told Liz that he didn't blame her. He smiled and recalled what he told Dorte and the others before they set out. Miyabi said that he just wanted to make the adventure comfortable for Liz, so he just did what he wanted, and that was fine. After his words, the guy looked away. He suddenly added that this was only his theory, but there was something he wanted to tell. Miyabi sighed, saying that it was indeed a very important choice because no matter which option she chose, she would still end up regretting it. He said that later, even after the slightest mistake, he begins to think about what could have been if he had made a different choice at that moment. The guy smiled warmly and said that in moments when she felt like she was about to be crushed by her regrets, the thought that she had made this choice herself helped her. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes as she continued to look at Miyabi. The guy said with a warm smile that it didn't matter at all what she chose, because he would follow her and become a support for the girl. The girl wiped the tears from her face and laughed awkwardly, then told Miyabi that he reminded her of her father. 30-year-old Miyabi was offended by this and wondered what else it meant. Suddenly, Liz slightly relied on the guy. She sighed and thanked Miyabi, after which she said that she would think about it a little more. And so some time passed, which the guys gave themselves to rest. Miyabi gasped loudly, feeling a little awkward. He looked at Alicia, who was cleaning up. The girl looked at him coldly. Miyabi came closer and apologized to the girl, after which he said that she could leave all the cleaning to him. Alicia refused, saying that it was originally her job. The guy awkwardly said that he would finish everything quickly because if monsters came to the smell of the leftovers, it could be dangerous. Suddenly the boys froze and noticed that right next to them was the head of a huge bear with an open mouth. Miyabi and Alicia's eyes went blank, and then loud screams of terror echoed throughout the area. The man with the neat mustache apologized to the boys for scaring them. He spread his arms wide and then began to tell them that they were a troop traveling around the kingdom, Blandor. The man, who was extremely short, extended his hand to Dort with a smile, saying that his name was Dominic and that he was the leader of the troop. Looking at them, Miyabi thought about the traveling troop. The guy came up with the idea that it could be a circus. Dominic gasped loudly, saying that he was extremely surprised. He said that they were drawn to this place by a very tasty smell, and everything there looked like a restaurant in the mountains. He even thought that some goddess might have come for him. Dominic turned his gaze to the small carriage and asked if they were really escorting some aristocrat here. Dorte coldly said his name, then added that he was a member of Red Cliff. Hearing this, the entire troop was very surprised. The man immediately exclaimed that he was a Red Cliff fan. He admired how actively the group of adventurers worked in the influx of monsters. Dorte said that they should not discuss it because so much time has passed. Dominic took off his hat and then politely asked Dorte to sign there. The man was about to show the place when suddenly his speech slowed. Without finishing his request for an autograph, having lost his strength, Dominic began to fall to the ground, which greatly surprised Dorte and Liz, who were looking at him. The man deftly caught Dominic and pulled him to his feet. Dorte asked if everything was okay, to which Dominic replied that he was just dizzy. The troop's workers worriedly called the director. Dorte remained silent. The man asked if this road really came from Targu territory. Dominic awkwardly said that they wanted to hold the next performance in Angelum. He wiped his sweat and said with regret that it was probably impossible. He thought that if they just held on a little longer, everything would work out. But now he didn't know what to do. They thought about relying on others. The guys apologized for such disturbance, however. If the adventurers don't mind, they would really like to share some food with them. They said that during their trip it kept raining non-stop, and because of this all their things were completely wet. Dominic told them that all their food had gone bad before they even noticed it. With skin as pale as snow, the man told them that they had not eaten for 4 days. Dominic hopefully exclaimed that even a small amount of food would be enough for them, because they could replenish their supplies on the train in the village, which is located in the Dragon's Hollow. Dorte gritted his teeth as Dominique laid her head on the ground and prayed for the adventurers to do something to help them out. Dorte stepped forward and said that the Dragon's Hollow was closed due to the dragon's egg-laying season, and therefore, unless they used the bypass routes, they would not be able to reach the village. Hearing this, Dominic shouted loudly, asking about the bypass route. His voice trembled heavily because he roughly understood what this route was. Dorte said that he had heard earlier that this journey takes about 4 or 5 days. Dominic's face turned even paler when he heard this. Suddenly, Liz turned to Dorte. The girl anxiously asked the man if they could take this troop along the road they had come through a little earlier. Liz said that the village was quite close to that place. Dorte lowered his hat and turned away, saying that it would not work. Dorte said that there were still a lot of slimes there, and they might not be able to handle guarding that many people. They couldn't take that much of a risk. Dorte also added that they simply could not consider this troop more important than their mission. Liz fully understood that everything the man said was true, but she could not come to terms with it. Laura turned to Miyabi and asked him how much food he had left in his inventory. The guy thought for a moment, then said that if you don't count the food he had prepared for the mission, they would have enough for another week. There were other problems, though. He turned around and looked at the troop. The boy noted that, without looking closely, there were about 20 people in this group. Tyson asked Miyabi if he wasn't sure it would be enough even if he gave it all away. The guy said that considering he took these products just in case, they wouldn't last long anyway. Suddenly, Miyabi started mumbling something to himself. When suddenly he gasped loudly, realizing something important. He exclaimed that there was still some black orc meat left and they could prepare it. Dorte sighed and said that they shouldn't go that far. The man turned to Miyabi and asked if he could get their things from their inventory. Dominic was very surprised when he saw this. In front of them were bags overflowing with dried meat, crackers, and even cheese and nuts. Dorte smiled and said that they wanted to give it to them. Dorte looked at Chiffon and asked the daughter of the Verdini family if she was okay with it. The girl smiled and said that she was not at all against it. The troupe was even more surprised when they saw the daughter of 5 great ducal houses. Suddenly, Chiffon froze, looking intently at Dominic, who was already all battered. Immediately after that, the girl turned to Dorte and asked if he could continue to observe the area. The man was surprised. Chiffon smiled warmly and said that it was to give Brandel's people a break. Hearing this, the entire troupe was greatly shocked. They began to hug each other, and Dominic could not contain his emotions and burst into tears. At this time, Miyabi was sorting through various bags. He was surprised when he saw that there was even a tent in this bag. Miyabi wondered if they had planned to help the guys from the beginning if they were suddenly unprepared. The guy was a little confused. He was tormented by the question of whether he should join Red Cliff. When he was honest with himself, he knew perfectly well that it all sounded very good. Getting A ranks is Liz's dream, and this would definitely be the shortest way to get it. The guy put in some effort and modified the waterproof carriage using the noblewoman's tent. Red Cliff looked at it with admiration and said that it was incredible. Miyabi thought that if they traveled together, every day would definitely be very fun. The troupe rode away from the boys, waving at them. They all shouted loudly that they would never forget this favor. Miyabi waved back with a smile, while Dorte watched silently. For Miyabi, there were some problems in traveling with Red Cliff. He remembered Liz's devastated face. He thought that he definitely didn't want to see that expression on her face again. And so it was deep night. Sitting by the fire, Laura said how hectic the day had been. Dorte asked if this hectic life was not pleasant for her, since problems are the spice of adventure. The girl immediately agreed. Suddenly, Tyson turned to Dorte and asked him if the man had invited the two to the Red Cliff team. Dorte immediately said that everything was exactly like that. Tyson said that this is usually done only at the end of the adventure. The man smiled and said that it was probably because of Miyabi. He couldn't say that Miyabi was very manly, but the guy was really nice. He never thought that he would want a craftsman's assistant in the team. But if it was Miyabi, Dorte would like him to join. The fire crackled quietly. Laura said that Liz had had a very hard time too, and although she worked in a rear guard, she was alone all the time. She sighed, saying that Miyabi was indeed good, but at the end of the day, he was an assistant, which meant that they would just have a full team. Dorte added that there was no doubt about the success of Liz, who acted as the leader on this assignment of the noble family. And if so, this time she could definitely enter Red Cliff without any embarrassment. Tyson asked if a girl could really join them. Dorte looked at him and said that they decided it together, so he didn't see any problem. Tyson said that this was certainly true, but it was only after he actually saw them and also talked to Miyabi that his opinion on the matter changed. He called Dorte and Laura by name, then firmly told the boys that he was against Liz joining Red Cliff. Laura and Dorte looked at the man in surprise. All the Red Cliff boys were sitting around a small fire. They suddenly fell silent and looked at Tyson. Dorte looked at his comrade slightly confused, calling him by name. Laura was also very confused. The girl asked about what he was against. She asked why he spoke out so harshly. Tyson looked up, saying that 8 years ago they were the ones who took Weiss away from Liz. The man said that for this reason, after that they swore that they would do everything so that the girl would be haunted in life only by a series of smiles. While Tyson was talking about this, he recalled the events of the past days. Red Cliff recalled how the girl was left alone at that time, and only they were around. The atmosphere immediately changed, and Dorte replied that it was so. Tyson looked at his comrades, addressing them. He asked the boys how closely they had been watching Liz. Dorte and Laura, with excited faces, replied that they hadn't taken their eyes off her for a second. Tyson replied that that wasn't what he was talking about. The man said seriously that it was all in the expression. Dorte and Laura asked him what he meant, confused. Laura looked at him, frowning slightly. Tyson was silent for a while, sitting in his place, and then began to speak. He said that he always thought that it would be a blessing for Liz to join Red Cliff. The guys listened attentively to their friend, who suddenly said that there was something else. In a close circle of friends around an open-air campfire, Tyson said that when Liz was with them, she didn't smile at all. After the man's words, Dorte and Laura froze with shocked faces, looking at their friend. They were shocked by this information. After a few moments, they sighed questioningly, looking at Tyson. Dorte and Laura quickly hugged the man, sweetly telling him to stop. Laura asked Tyson if he had already gone blind. Tyson nodded slightly and asked the boys to tell him when they had seen Liz smile during this trip. Dorte thought for a moment after his words, but was unable to answer. They couldn't even imagine the girl's happy face. They only remembered how they were told that this was the reason why the girl was appointed leader. And they also remembered how they were asked to support her well. Dorte was a little confused. The man thought about the same thing when the girl asked if she and Miyabi were just extra weight for them. And when Liz worriedly spoke about Dorte's hand, and even when he suggested that she join them, Dorte couldn't even remember what expression Liz had on her face. He couldn't remember her smile. The man was confused. She froze, trying to remember. At some point, he began shaking his head rapidly. After that, they went to bed. And even then, the man was thinking that Liz had definitely smiled. He was so sure. And so the whole night passed. Dorte got up the next morning rather tired because he could not close his eyes because of his thoughts. He went for a walk early in the morning, thinking that Tyson was also a pessimist. The man walked and thought about whether Liz was smiling. Suddenly he stopped because he saw something. Dorte noticed Liz and Miyabi standing nearby. The girl smiled widely while Miyabi said that he seemed more cheerful today. Liz told him that it was probably because he had managed to sleep. The man sighed with a smile, thinking that she had just smiled. However, at that moment the smile disappeared from Liz's face, and she called out Dorte's name. The girl looked at the man slightly confused, asking him what he was doing here. Dorte was also very confused, and so began the 11th day of fulfilling the escort request. After a while, they set off again. As Dorte ran alongside the cart, he thought about how the closer they got to the capital, the more carts there were. He also looked around on the way. He noticed that there was no damage to the cart and there were still 20 kilometers to the resting place. The man saw starlings and wondered if it was raining again nearby. As they drove, Dorte noticed Miyabi, who was carefully searching for something in his inventory. Dorte called Miyabi by name and asked if something was wrong. The boy answered with a smile that he was just a little cold, so he decided to put on a coat. The man noted that the boy's equipment was indeed a very convenient thing. Miyabi looked at the man with an awkward smile on his face, asking him a question. The boy asked the puzzled man if they could stop the horses for a moment. Dorte looked at the boy carefully. A few moments later, the carriage stopped. The guy started handing out an item from his inventory to the girls. Liz asked why he was giving them a warming pillow. At that moment, Miyabi got the achievement, giving a warming pillow. Miyabi started to talk with a smile about how it had become cold since they entered the mountains. He asked if that was true. Chiffon replied that it was okay, as that was usually the case in the mountains. Suddenly, a shadow hung over the boy's head. Mel appeared above the boy, staring at him with a piercing gaze. At that moment, the girl jumped on Miyabi, screaming about how soft it was. The boy began to fall, so he screamed too. Dorte looked at them in surprise and froze. Liz, who was watching from the carriage, began to smile widely and laugh. At that moment, Tyson appeared behind Dorte, saying that Liz was smiling. He asked if that was true, which scared the man very much. Dorte awkwardly responded with an affirmative, saying that they would at least be able to warm her up. A few moments later, Liz found herself wrapped in a large scarf. She asked, slightly annoyed, what it was. Dorte began to actively talk about how warm it was. He fidgeted a little next to Liz, who replied that, to be honest, it was rather hot. Liz asked the man why he didn't give the warm clothes to Laura. Miyabi looked at Laura, offering to get her a jacket. The girl said that she forgot to take it out of her backpack, and the troop left with her. Liz began to take off her scarf with a little irritation, telling Dorte to stop doing weird things already. Dorte began to panic greatly after he heard the girl's words. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. After that, the boys continued on their way. The man ran next to the cart, breathing heavily. Dorte thought that it was just a coincidence. He tried to convince himself that today was definitely a coincidence. The man began to recall the past, thinking that Liz had not been a smiling child since childhood. After that, he frowned deeply, thinking that they should protect her smile. Suddenly, the man noticed something. Tyson also froze, looking up. Miyabi was very surprised by what he saw. He said words about whether it was snow. The carriage stopped, and everyone stared at the falling snowflakes. Dorte, with a serious expression on his face and breathing heavily, headed off to the side. Tyson followed him. They walked a little further from the road. The man lifted his foot and looked at the footprints left in the snow. He couldn't believe how much snow had fallen in just a few hours. At that moment, Miyabi started talking about how they would be staying here today, so he would set up the tent now. However, he was suddenly interrupted from his task. Dorte looked quite serious, saying that they would continue on their way. Miyabi was very confused by this statement. The man began to explain to them that the snowfall could continue until late at night. He said that they needed to go because the snow had not covered everything very well yet. Dorte continued to talk about how in 3 hours they would be on the slope on the capital side, and there the snow would not bother them too much. The man also spoke about their route from tomorrow from a safety point of view. At that moment, Liz came up to him and asked him to wait. The girl started to say that she thought they should stop there after all. Dorte turned and looked at the girl next to him, who was serious. Liz began to talk about how not only was the usual running and the cold very exhausting, in addition to that they would be hampered by the frozen ground, poor visibility, and the activity of monsters at night. The girl excitedly said that there were too many dangers. After the girl's words, Laura called out to her, who asked with embarrassment that the girl was really worried about them. Liz frowned and shouted words about how she was worried about the horses in chiffon. Dorte looked closely at Liz and thought that he understood perfectly well that the girl did not like the change of plans. The man walked towards the girl, saying that if they traveled on snow-covered roads tomorrow, it would take much longer. He asked Liz what they would do then. In his mind, he asked her to give in now. Liz looked at the man, telling him that his judgment was correct. However, she added words about whether Dorte had forgotten that they had Miyabi. The girl was determined when she said this. As the snowstorm grew stronger, thus another night passed and the 12th day of the escort request arrived. Morning came and Dorte came out of his room. On the face of the camp, the boys gathered and did something. Mel was also there, playing and making a snowman. The man was a little confused, and Liz began to speak seriously about how, since they were able to pass through the rock, she thought that the same could be done with the snow. Liz looked at the boys and said that they would be able to move forward if they cleared the snow from the road. She also said that since Miyabi would be leading the squad, they would not be able to escape. The girl added that they also had a chance to reach the capital today. The girl recalled past events and said that this time she was definitely not mistaken. She asked Dorte if this was true. The man agreed, saying that this way you can save strength and move forward, so there are no problems. After that, Dorte began to speak thoughtfully about how he thought it was a good decision. At that moment, Liz slumped down, exhaling. The man was very scared, so he quickly looked at Liz. The girl smiled widely at him, saying that she was very happy and now calm. After such a display of emotion from the girl, Dorte froze in shock, looking at Liz next to him. Liz ran up to Miyabi, calling his name and telling him to try his best. The boy confidently agreed and told them to leave it to him. Dorte, in shock, covered his mouth, thinking that the girl had smiled. He wondered if it was because he had praised her. The man thought that it was probably not because of that. He looked at the girl who had gone on Miyabi's journey, wondering if it was because he approved of her. After some time, it was night again. Dorte entered the room and called out to Tyson and Laura. The man told them that he wanted to talk to them alone. After that, the guys gathered together in the room. Dort, Laura, and Tyson sat down for a serious conversation. The man reflected on the fact that Weiss was the heart of Red Cliff. He thought back to their past, thinking of himself, who was fine on his own, of the wild Laura, and of Tyson, who had joined a little later. The man thought about their days together and thought about how it was Weiss who had brought them all together. Dorte remembered that when Weiss passed away, Liz had become their link. Dorte thought of the girl who looked so happy and realized that they had been such fools. They had stopped seeing her and the man had only just noticed it. He remembered how he, Tyson, and Laura joyfully greeted the girl, how he lifted her up and had fun. The man was discussing with his dear comrades that even though they had seen Liz's smile, they should think about it again. Laura cried bitterly at this, and Tyson silently closed his eyes. Dorte also covered his face with his hands when he told his friends that they should think about how to properly express their love. Mel, her mouth full, held out her empty plate, indicating that she wanted more. Miyabi handed the girl a delicious spicy sandwich with black orc meat, saying that Mel really eats well. He was very surprised by this, so he sighed slightly. Liz was also actively eating. The girl said that it was because the physical strength of beastmen was much higher than that of humans. The girl looked at Mel and asked if that was why they ate so often. Mel nodded and answered in the affirmative. While the girl was eating, she glanced at Miyabi, who was sitting next to her. The boy asked her what happened. Mel continued eating, telling him that nothing happened. Miyabi sighed and smiled slightly. Miyabi looked at the men who were busy talking to each other and thought. The boy thought that in the end, he still didn't know if Tyson had done anything. However, the boy thought that he had a feeling that since that snowy day, the atmosphere around Dorde had changed somehow. The young man ate and watched the guys nearby. Miyabi was now thinking about the end of the road that seemed impossible to reach. They continued to dig their way through the snow. At some point, Miyabi noticed something and then sighed with delight. A huge city opened up before them. He thought that the end was already in sight. The capital was before them, and meanwhile the 14th day of the escort mission was underway. Besides, Liz became despondent. The girl spoke discontentedly about what she should do because they were almost in the capital. Miyabi was confused because this happened. The girl was lamenting on the bed and whining. The guy who was sitting next to her thought that Liz was suffering today too. Miyabi looked at her and asked if Liz couldn't decide what to do about Red Cliff's offer. After Miyabi's question, Liz stood up silently. She began to say that this too, but the reason was the master. Miyabi hummed understandingly, saying that they were useful after all. He asked if that was true. The boy thought that in any case it was not up to them to decide. Miyabi thought that he still believed that they had done everything in their power. Liz sadly spoke about how she ended up being the most useless of them all. Miyabi was so shocked by what he heard that he hit the wall. The girl asked what was wrong with him, to which Miyabi exclaimed that those were his words. He started shouting about how everything had gone perfectly, thanks in part to Liz. He said that it was the girl's idea that they had continued moving forward. Liz responded skeptically that it was Miyabi who had done all the work. The boy furiously shouted a question about the dragon ravine they had passed. He shouted that the obvious result was saving time. Liz wanted to object, talking about the slimes, to which Miyabi exclaimed that everyone was safe and sound. The girl said the words indifferently, which Chiffon had said exactly the same. Miyabi's head was spinning from this. He looked at the girl, thinking that she was thinking too negatively. He couldn't believe that Liz had always been such a pessimist. Miyabi began to remember the past with shock. He decided that if he thought about it, there were prerequisites. At that moment, Liz called out to Miyabi and asked him to listen to her. The guy asked what happened. The girl asked if it was bad that she always strived for more. Liz shared with Miyabi what Chiffon had told her. The Duke's daughter had told the girl that if she only focused on what she lacked, that desire would become poison. Miyabi listened to Liz with surprise. The girl asked Miyabi, slightly confused, if she shouldn't try harder and focus on what she lacks. She looked closely at the guy next to her. Miyabi, with a stony expression, told Liz that it was not worth doing. The girl was shocked by the coldness that blew from the guy's answer. The young man shared his opinion with the girl that Liz's concern about this was a manifestation of her kindness. The guy also added words about it being a bit unhealthy. The girl listened to him attentively. Miyabi looked at the girl with a serious expression, saying that she was too strict with herself. Liz was very confused by this, repeating the guy's words about strictness. The guy asked Liz what she considered her strong points. The girl thought for a moment and replied that she loved to study. After her answer, she asked if she was talking about the right points. The girl thought for a moment and answered, slightly lost, that she just liked it, and that didn't mean she was strong. Miyabi screamed furiously that this was what he was talking about. Liz screamed in fear and asked why he started screaming so suddenly. Miyabi suddenly changed his outfit and, pointing to the board, began to talk about how she would start by stopping denying her merits. On the board was an instruction on how to increase self-confidence. Liz could not understand what started here. The young man began his training. He told Liz that she should praise herself more. The girl hesitantly turned to her teacher and said that she really had nothing to praise herself for. The guy adjusted his glasses, saying that the girl was very soft. He said with an all-knowing air that what a girl likes is an irreplaceable advantage. Liz was shocked by Miyabi's words that it is simply what she likes. The guy approached Liz and whispered in her ear that he would only say this once. He said that the girl simply did not notice, but she really had many beautiful features. He looked at Liz's hand, said that she was quick to come up with strategies and always looked out for those around her. He asked if that was true and then said that she was also great with money. The guy encouraged the girl and suggested that she try to say it out loud. He shouted the words that Liz loves to study. The girl also shouted that she loves to study. Miyabi shouted to let everyone know that Liz was invincible. Liz also repeated these words. After that, the boys fell silent, and Liz looked at the sky with a smile. Suddenly, she called Miyabi by name and asked if it was strange. They talked while it was deep night outside. After a while, Chiffon turned to the boys with a sweet smile and said that they seemed to have had fun last night. Liz froze in shock, sighing questioningly. Chiffon replied that even in their room they could hear the boys repeating those phrases. Liz quickly blushed with shame and asked the young lady to forget about it. Chiffon smiled with a slightly thoughtful face. She didn't know how to say it correctly. The young lady said the words that Liz's face was just shining then. Liz looked away with embarrassment. Liz asked Chiffon hesitantly if it was true. Meanwhile, the carriage entered the capital. It was the 15th day, the day of arrival in the capital. Chiffon walked up to the huge estate, saying that 2 weeks had passed since they left Angelum. The young lady looked at the adventurers and said that it was entirely their merit that they were able to arrive safely. She thanked the boys for their efforts in fulfilling this request. The sun began to set slowly, and Alicia opened the doors of the estate, calling out to her mistress. The maid reported that everything inside was ready for rest. Alicia looked at Chiffon, who stood silently. The girl called out to Chiffon and asked what had happened. The Duke's daughter was looking at the departing adventurers at that moment. Suddenly Liz's name was called. The girl turned around and saw the guys from Red Cliff. Dorte said that they wanted to hear an answer. The man asked Liz if she would join their team. The girl bowed her head silently, standing in front of her friends. Liz began to talk about how all this time she had been thinking about what she really wanted. Everyone from Red Cliff listened attentively to the girl. Liz turned to Laura and thanked her for showing the girl exactly how she and her father fought side by side. The girl said that she could not have imagined anything like this. Liz smiled as she spoke about how happy she was when she was able to use high-level magic. However, she spoke about what she imagined when she stood next to Laura and did what her father did. The girl was very upset and said that it felt wrong somehow. She was very emotional when she talked about it. Liz looked at Laura, saying that she thought it sounded childish. She said that she didn't want to be a replacement for her father. The girl wanted to find her own way. She was talking about how she wanted to use her magic to make different people happy, and she also wanted to be acknowledged. She started to say what she wanted, but she stopped and then grabbed Miyabi's hand, who was standing next to her. The girl answered with a confident look that they would not join Red Cliff. Miyabi was slightly confused by this. The boy panicked, telling the girl that it looked weird and the guys might misunderstand them. Liz was very embarrassed and apologized to Miyabi, saying that she got carried away. At that moment, Dorte adjusted his hat. He lifted his hat and said with a smile that he understood everything. He said that they would part ways here then. Liz and Miyabi stared at the man with confusion as he said that they had already passed the information to the Adventurers Guild. Dorte told the boys not to worry because they hadn't given them either too high or too low a grade. She also added that there would probably be a report from Madame Chiffon as well. The Duke's daughter was still standing on the porch of the estate, watching them. Red Cliff member also said whether they will have any more requests from noble persons will probably be decided by Duke Verdini. Liz was very confused by what was happening. She asked Dorte about whether they would try to hold her back. The man told the girl that there was no need for that. Dorte looked at Liz with a smile, saying that they had made and were making a great team. Laura yelled with a wicked smile to let them know that they should quickly find someone to be in the vanguard. Tyson also joined the girl, saying that balance was very important. Liz and Miyabi were shocked by the advice of their seniors. After that, they set off. Red Cliff said their final goodbyes and turned around. Liz and Miyabi froze with confused expressions. They watched the team leave. At that moment, the guy pushed the girl forward, causing her to become slightly confused. The girl started waving to Red Cliff with a big smile on her face while her eyes slightly filled with tears. She also said goodbye to them, taking their advice. Laura, Dort, and Tyson, who had already turned their backs on the girl, began to cry bitterly. They were very saddened by this outcome. Meanwhile, Liz and Miyabi stood and waved at them, saying that they would definitely see each other again. A few moments later, footsteps were heard. The young lady Chiffon was heading towards Liz and Miyabi. The boys noticed the girl, so they looked back. Liz called out to Chiffon and then apologized to her for doing this on her territory. The girl replied that it was nothing to worry about. Chiffon said that it was new to her because only Red Cliff knew about it. Time was gradually approaching sunset. Chiffon suggested that it was quite difficult. After her words, Liz turned around in confusion. Chiffon looked quite serious and thoughtful. She said something about a parent's heart, which made Liz slightly surprised. After that, the Duke's daughter smiled sweetly, turning to Liz. The girl shuddered at such a change in mood. Chiffon asked if they were heading back to Angelum soon. Liz replied that they had worked so hard to get here, so they would be a little late. Liz was talking about how they didn't get the chance to visit the capital very often. Miyabi also added that he was thinking of just wandering around and looking at the architecture and stuff. Chiffon suddenly started talking about something and the topic of vacation came up. The girl said with a sweet smile that she would like the guys to accompany her somewhere. Liz and Miyabi froze in place at this request, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, large flocks of birds were heading somewhere. They were flying over mountains, forests, and rivers. A small bird feather flew to the large estate. The guild leader stood and looked ahead with a stern expression. On the balcony stood Duke Trensverdini, who said that he understood everything. Trensverdini turned to the man, saying that this meant that he was unable to find out the whole background of the adventurer Miyabi. Zion replied that everything was correct. He said that they even consulted records of these territories and his acquaintances, but still could not find out anything about his life before arriving in the city. Duke Trensverdini asked the guild leader what he thought about this with a smile on his face. Zion replied that people who make things rarely join the Adventurers Guild. He was saying that they usually join the Craftsman's Guild. However, the guild leader reported that the situation was such that there were not enough supports. He said that if this was all that was left, there would be no questions. However, the guy's past is shrouded in darkness. He also volunteered to help repair the master's estate. Zion said that if you put all these facts together, the worst possible scenario comes to mind. The man suggested that Miyabi might be a spy. Duke Trensverdini stared at the man in silence. He suddenly closed his eyes and sighed. The man laughed sharply, saying that Zion always lived up to his expectations. The guild leader was perplexed by this. The Duke walked along the balcony, twirling his cane. He told Zion that he hadn't thought anything of it because it was truly an answer worthy of an excellent student. The guild leader asked, confused, what he meant by an excellent student. Trensverdini explained that Zion's reasoning was missing an important detail. Duke Trensverdini looked at the guildmaster carefully, then said Weiss's name. The man began to say that if Miyabi had used him to intentionally break into the master's house, then that was an extremely bad option. He talked about how Wise was a type of person who could clearly see the true intentions of others just by looking into their eyes. The Duke said that the man would definitely not accept someone who approached him with ulterior motives. Trensverdini said something about how he needed a real passion to create things. The man also noted the words Weiss said when he introduced Miyabi to him. He said that they didn't feel like a trap. The Duke continued to say that even if the information about the renovation of the mansion leaked to the masses, calling himself a craftsman would be a stupid plan. For there are too many people like Gregory in the upper classes who have prejudices against artisans. Trensverdini said that this is especially common among the aristocracy. Duke Trensverdini said that he still could not say that he had no evil intent. The man turned to Zion, saying that nothing ventured, nothing gained. The man, surrounded by birds, said that he really just wanted to know how he got this power, and nothing more. The guild leader was amazed by what he saw and heard. Zion asked the Duke to wait. He tried to understand what the man's request was. Trensverdini replied that he was, of course, needed to see Miyabi's power. The man looked at the guild leader seriously, saying that there was no other meaning to this. Zion was shocked. The guild leader thought about Liz, who said she would do her best back then. He thought about how the Duke didn't even look at this girl. Zion was saddened and disappointed by what he heard. He asked the Duke if the desired result had been achieved. Trens Verdini answered in the negative, saying that there was no problem. Duke Trens Verdini, with a mysterious expression on his face, said the words that the next move would soon be made. When the man said this, he was thinking of young Chiffon. The large mansion, which belonged to the noble Verdini family, was quite quiet on that sunny day. Chiffon, dressed in a very beautiful white dress, came forward with a warm smile on her face. The girl turned to Alicia and said that she wanted to write something important in her diary. She asked if the maid would take it out of the luggage. Alicia looked down a little sternly, then said that it had been a long journey, so she wanted Chiffon to rest. In response, the young lady said that simply writing in her diary would not tire her. Alicia looked at her mistress, after which she said that if Chiffon did not have enough time to rest, then she could suggest the girl to change her plans for tomorrow a little. She said that she was just thinking about the things that Chiffon had agreed on a little earlier. She asked if the girl had been forced to make such a decision. Chiffon made tea and took a deep breath, then noticed that Alicia didn't seem to like those adventurers very much. She asked if she was right in her opinion. Afterwards, she put the cup away with a smile and clarified that Alicia probably just didn't like Liz. She asked if that was true. Alicia remained silent with a dissatisfied face, then said that she had no personal feelings for Liz and was simply worried about her mistress's health. Chiffon laughed and said that she understood everything. She took a deep breath, saying that she would have a good rest, and that Alicia should go and show herself to everyone else. Alicia quietly left the room, thinking that this is what is called avoiding an answer in modern society. She was sure that Chiffon would immediately sit down to write her diary. She sighed, thinking that no matter how much she worried, until she was ordered to, she still wouldn't be able to do anything about it. She walked down the corridor, completely ignoring the other maids who were also walking next to her. The girl thought that no matter where she went, she would still remain just a maid. Suddenly, someone saw Alicia and asked the girl if they had already returned. Alicia only turned her head coldly towards the source of the voice. The girl saw a man walking straight towards her and calling the maid by name. The stranger asked if the mistress had any wounds. Alicia looked at the man with disgust and said that of course she didn't. It was her brother. At that time, two young men were leaving this huge building talking to each other. Suddenly, one of them thought and remembered something. Liz suddenly remembered the fact that they hadn't even had time to say goodbye to Mel. The girl was worried about this, but Miyabi looked indifferent. The guy said that the girl had run away back when they were talking to Redcliffe. Liz sighed, thinking that she wanted to apologize to Mel because they probably caused her a lot of trouble. The girl clarified that Mel was on duty at night, so it was hard for her. Miyabi thought that she had saved him too, and so he should thank her. Liz said with a warm smile that since Mel had done so much for them, it would be nice to celebrate together. That was exactly what she had in mind. Miyabi exclaimed that it was right because they had fulfilled the request. He thought about how Mel had helped him out too. Suddenly, he realized that the girl was talking about a holiday. He immediately headed in the other direction, saying that they should call Redcliffe too. Liz grabbed the guy by his clothes and stopped him. She blushed deeply and asked him if he was really going to invite them after what had happened recently. She wondered if he had no sense of shame at all. Miyabi thought that he understood this, but they seemed to have to call them too. Liz cried out in embarrassment that she couldn't. After that, Miyabi had to just accept it. The boy thought that if they looked for Mel, she would probably be nearby. Liz thought deeply, then said that her beastman nose would probably smell them. By this time, it was already getting dark outside. The sun was setting, and the boys headed into town. Liz had said that they would be able to lure her out. Miyabi sighed, thinking that, as expected, it was impossible and also rather awkward. The next moment, under the sound of a burning barbecue, little Mel was already hanging on a rope held by Liz. The amazed Miyabi thought that maybe this was just a joke, and so the boys found themselves in a tavern. They all raised their glasses of strong drink and loudly exclaimed that it was really a good job on the escort request. Immediately after that, they drank with a loud cry. Mel looked at all the delicious things that were on the table with burning eyes. The girl was close to eating everything at once, but Miyabi caught her by the jacket and stopped her. Mel was unhappy. The girl turned around and, holding back heavily, said that she liked it and therefore she would like to eat it. Miyabi looked at her in bewilderment, after which he allowed the girl Holding a huge portion of meat in her hands, Mel was extremely happy. The guys looked at the girl extremely skeptically because they realized that their part had also disappeared. Miyabi approached Mel, then asked the girl if it was really possible to monopolize food like that. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. The very next moment, Miyabi took out some extremely appetizing kebabs and cut them, after which he also quickly got new cocktails and exclaimed that they still had a lot of food. Mel was in complete shock at the sight of such a large amount of food. Watching from the side, Liz happily noticed that the girl was hooked, or at least it seemed so from her face. Mel chewed a small piece of meat, then noticed something else. She looked around and noticed that everything inside now looked somehow cuter than before. The guy understood what she was talking about and was about to tell her. Miyabi said with a smile that they wanted to please the girl. Immediately after that, he looked at her and asked what she thought about it. Mel, in turn, was very surprised and asked why they decided to please her. Liz came up to her with a smile and said that a lot had happened recently, that Liz had become the leader, and basically all of this with Red Cliff. Mel continued to look at the girl in bewilderment. Miyabi also added that the girl managed to save him, for which he thanked her heartily. Mel said that she didn't really understand everything. After that, she smiled warmly, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. She hugged the teddy bear and said that it was not bad at all. Liz looked at the girl and noticed that Mel liked cute things before. She asked if she was right. Mel looked at Liz with displeasure and said that it was time for her to stop talking about others. The girl proudly said that she had graduated a long time ago. Miyabi laughed awkwardly, then asked them if they had known each other before. Afterwards, he looked at them both and asked how long they had known each other. Liz calmly explained that the first time they met was when she was visiting her grandfather. She brought a fork of food to her face and said that she was surprised that there was a child even smaller than her. Little Mel said that she wanted a knife because it was the price for her success. The girl was very battered. Liz explained that they couldn't sell her the knife in the end, so she had to help. Mel asked in confusion if that was really how it was, to which Liz replied that it was. Miyabi ate a piece of the dish and wondered if she had really been alone since she was so young. The guy remained silent. Right after that, he looked at Mel and said that she had a very hard time too. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked if it was possible that he had misunderstood something. Mel said quite calmly that this was just their policy at home. They send their children on trips when they were very young. Miyabi wondered what kind of policy this was. Afterwards, the guy asked the girls if they were childhood friends. Liz thought about how to tell him. She explained that after they became adventurers, they didn't work together anyway, and Mel's rank was quickly promoted. Liz also explained that Mel works exclusively with aristocrats, and they take care of all the hassle. Miyabi said admiringly that only a strong swordmaster like Mel could do such a thing. Liz exclaimed that it was not like that at all, but the girl was already pleased with herself. Liz told him that even Red Cliff was only accepted into the guild after certain formalities. Then Miyabi realized that it was true. He thought about Red Cliff, and then realized that they needed to find the vanguard as soon as possible. At that very moment, his gaze fell on Mel, who was just playing the role of the vanguard in the squad. At that very moment, Miyabi screamed loudly. Liz was scared and asked what it was. The guy grabbed Mel and said that this was the vanguard. Hearing this, Liz was confused at first and asked what it meant. As soon as she realized this, Liz immediately grabbed Miyabi by his clothes and also screamed loudly. Mel continued to chew her food, talking about how loud they were. The boys immediately asked Mel if she was a member of a team. The girl calmly said that she was not a member of a team and was traveling alone. At that moment, Miyabi grabbed her hands tightly, about to say something. With his face flushed with anticipation, Miyabi took Mel's hands and asked if she wanted to join him and Liz. The girl looked at him silently. Liz and Miyabi looked at little Mel silently, waiting for her answer. The girl was completely calm while they were pressuring her like this. Mel asked the boys if they would eat together. She was on the same team. Miyabi immediately confirmed it. Then Mel asked if they would do errands together. The boy agreed with a smile, already thinking that she would agree. At the end, Mel asked if they would all stay overnight together. The boy answered that most likely they would. The girl closed her eyes. She let go of his hand, saying that she understood everything. The next moment, she nimbly climbed up, standing by a small window. She said that she could not say that she hated the boys. Miyabi immediately shut up. Mel said that where she would sleep, have fun, and maybe fight or not, All of that would be up to her to decide. She firmly said that she lives freely, and therefore she intends to die freely. This was her path, and therefore she refused to join their group. Miyabi froze for a moment, realizing that they had been rejected. He was a little upset, but he understood the girl. Seeing him approaching, Melonly said that he should give up. Miyabi exclaimed that he understood everything. With a wide smile, Miyabi extended his hand towards the girl, saying that he just thought it would be wonderful if she joined them. Hearing these words, Mel remembered how other adventurers also asked her to join their group. But after she refused, they did not try to listen to her at all, and so she walked away from their beaten bodies. The girl was touched. Mel smiled warmly, looking down a little. These were really nice words that were important for her to hear. And so the next day arrived. Miyabi adjusted his clothes, then asked in confusion what it meant. Liz stood silently behind him and watched. Mel also tilted her head in confusion. The guy said that they were still at Chiffon's, so he wondered if they would be coming back. Mel stated that they could come back whenever they wanted. Miyabi didn't know it was that simple. At that moment, the boys met Alicia and Chiffon. The young lady was surprised to see that Mel was with them. The girl agreed with a smile. Miyabi approached Chiffon a little awkwardly, then said that if it didn't interfere with their business, they could stay. The girl exclaimed that they weren't interfering at all. The young lady said that it was better to go on excursions in a large group than just the two of us. Hearing this, Miyabi was very surprised. He was perplexed. Chiffon smiled warmly and then told them that she wanted them to join her for sightseeing today, just as a carriage pulled up to them. The three of them boarded the transport, where Liz and Miyabi were amazed to ask if simply sightseeing was really an important matter. The girl smiled and asked if they were against it. Chiffon hesitated and said that she was leading them as a thank you. Liz asked in confusion what kind of thank you the young lady was talking about. Chiffon asked if they had already forgotten what Liz had done during the trip. The girl was surprised, and then she actually remembered their interactions. With an extremely gentle expression, Chiffon added that she would like to explore the city when they had some time. Miyabi and Liz exchanged a quiet glance before finally agreeing, having no other options. After some time spent on the road, the guys found themselves at a really beautiful building. Miyabi and Liz were so amazed by the beauty of the building that they gasped at the same time. Liz looked up, unable to tear herself away from the place. The girl asked what exactly this place was. Chiffon calmly explained that it was the Holy Church of Peristella. She told him that this was the place where the mother gods of the kingdom of Forshire were worshipped. She asked if this was not a place that one would want to visit at least once when visiting the capital. Miyabi was still in shock, so he kept shouting about how amazing it was. Liz became embarrassed and asked the guy to calm down. They all continued walking through the church when suddenly Miyabi froze, noticing something. The boys found themselves in the center of a small circle in front of which there was a huge staircase. Miyabi asked what it was. Liz asked if it was an analysis of a future profession. Miyabi asked in confusion what kind of analysis it was and why it was needed. Overhearing their conversation, Chiffon asked if the guys knew that professions were generally divided into combat and production. The guy said that he knew very little. Chiffon explained that one can determine what profession awaits a child by the presence or absence of inventory. However, after this, the division becomes a little more complicated as further division into smaller groups occurs. A special crystal is already used for this. The crystal's reaction to the properties of magical power allows one to accurately determine the future profession. Miyabi thought about the divine litmus paper. It reminded him of the definition of acidity. Liz sighed and said that as far as she knew, there was no need for that. Hearing this, Miyabi turned to the girl. Liz said that the properties of magical power are transmitted from parent to child. This was quite well-known information. She said that a swordsman's child will be a swordsman, and a mage's child will be a mage. The girl added that there are practically no big differences in this. Liz also said that at a conscious age, some skills will appear, and then it will naturally become much more understandable. She said that this is the reason why it is only necessary to conduct the analysis at such a young age if the child is from a family in which there are some disputes about the heirs. Chiffon smiled and said that this has recently become very popular among families of tourists who want to get a certificate with the seal of the Holy Church. Hearing this, Liz was amazed and Miyabi was delighted. The girl couldn't believe that it was so easy to analyze. She assumed that all these people came from the village. Miyabi thought that it looked like Gashwin books. The excited boy looked at Chiffon and asked if he could have the certificate too. Liz turned around in shock and asked if he was really going to waste his money again. Miyabi looked at Liz in confusion and said that the analysis was quite expensive. Chiffon laughed and said that they should not worry about the price. Chiffon smiled slyly, saying that it was just gratitude. At that moment, memories of a conversation with her father, who asked her to do something when they arrived in the capital, came to the girl's mind. Chiffon looked at them with a smile and then said that they really should conduct this analysis of their future profession. Suddenly, an extremely bright flash appeared in the church. Many visitors to the sacred church began to turn back, looking at this light. The people nearby spoke admiringly of how powerful it was. They said that everything was as expected from a boy from their family. The priest quietly said that crimson is the light of a proud swordsman. The man said that the path he would take would be brilliant. Liz marveled at how beautiful the color was, adding that it was rare to see such a huge amount of magical power in a baby. Miyabi added with a smile that the parents of this child were also very happy. The guy who was standing next to him smiled and said that it was quite understandable. He explained that it was because, for such a huge magical power, the future, the military profession, was already predetermined. After that, the priest called the next guests, one of whom was the delighted Miyabi. The boys came a little closer, and then the priest politely greeted the boys for an analysis of their future profession. The priest told the children that a profession is the first and only gift from the 12 goddesses. He closed his eyes and touched Liz's head, then said that the beam would now show the girl's path. Then he asked her to put her hand on the device. When Liz did so, a bright beam appeared in the room. The man said with a smile that it was a mysterious violet light, the light of the magician. Liz was a little offended that this beam was weaker than the baby's recently. Suddenly, she thought about something else. The girl became very curious about how much magical power Miyabi had. The priest politely asked the boy to put his hand to the instrument. Miyabi happily agreed. Liz looked at Miyabi carefully as he was about to touch the item. She thought that his skills allowed him to simply create many things, and there must be a lot of power as well. The next moment, a rather large flash emanated from Miyabi's hand. Liz's face became shocked, as suddenly the entire church was flooded with bright light. The flash was so powerful that even ordinary people walking and having fun on the street turned to the building in amazement, trying to understand what had just happened. A loud roar went through the church as people tried to figure out what had just happened. Many even noted that their eyes had started to hurt. Miyabi turned from side to side in shock, covering his eyes because they were also very painful. At this time, the hands of the priests who stood in front of the guy were shaking violently from shock. The head priest grabbed Miyabi by the shoulders with all his might and loudly asked what that was all about. He approached the boy's face and said with horror that he had never seen such power. The boy who was nearby grabbed the Holy Father and exclaimed that it would be more important to find out the boy's profession. The priest gasped loudly. He whispered to the boy that the light was too bright, so he could not see the light properly. In response, the young priest said that he had the same problem. They both grabbed Miyabi's hands and asked the boy to touch the object again. The adventurer felt some discomfort. Despite his personal feelings, Miyabi still touched the object again, after which there was another flash. The Holy Father narrowed his eyes, after which he sighed. He lowered his head in an offended manner, saying that Miyabi seemed to be a crafter. The young man commented on how much of a waste it was. Miyabi, in turn, was offended by how disappointed they were. Suddenly the young priest gasped and asked what Miyabi was saying, because among the designated professions there can be no higher and lower ones. Afterwards, they politely asked the boys to go down and get their certificates. The young man smiled and clenched his teeth hard, saying that they would definitely be blessed by all the goddesses. Miyabi walked on, resentfully noting that they certainly didn't think so. At that moment, the guy turned around and was about to ask Liz something, but something stopped him. Liz was extremely upset with him. She pouted, which made Miyabi confused and asked the girl what happened. Liz poked him in the back, telling him that he was very cunning. Miyabi asked the girl not to take it out on him. Chiffon asked if there was anything wrong with Mel not taking advantage of this opportunity. The girl replied that she was not interested at all. Alicia thought about the light that had been there recently. She noted that it was not at all simple. Even during the trip, Miyabi had seemed strange to her. The maid looked at Chiffon and wondered if her mistress had done everything for this. But at that time, it had nothing to do with Liz. Alicia smiled and looked at the priest. The Holy Father said that even at the moment when he received the message from the Verdini house, he understood that something could happen. The man told the Holy Father that the words about remaining calm no matter what happened were simply becoming meaningless. He said he had been doing this analysis for 50 years, but had never seen anything like it, not even among members of the royal family. The young priest asked what would happen to him now. The Holy Father thought about it. He glanced at Chiffon, then said that the wise decision would be to just leave the guy alone. There was a pleasant breeze outside. A large ship was lying on the deck, the wind fluttering its sails. Miyabi thought that this was bad. The guy opened his mouth and awkwardly thought about how greed had finally overcome him, and in the end he had become too careless. The boy looked down, thinking that even though he was used to being surprised, this was still too much for him. He saw a girl crying and saying that her eyes hurt. He sighed, thinking that the fact that he could create things without any restrictions was, of course, very nice. However, the fact that he got these abilities just because he tried hard in the game seemed wrong to him. Although he was still glad that the items he created had value, suddenly someone loudly admired. Liz said with a wide smile how beautiful the sea was. Miyabi slowly turned his head, looked at the girl, and called her name. The girl confessed that it was her first time at the sea. The guy was very surprised and asked if it was true. She said that Angelum was located in the depths of the continent, and besides, her tasks had never brought her to the sea before. Liz looked at Miyabi and asked if he had been to the sea. The guy hesitated, then said that he had only been there a couple of times as a child. Miyabi looked away guiltily, thinking that it was quite difficult to get to the capital. He immediately closed his mouth, thinking that it was time for him to change the topic. He sighed guiltily, wondering how much longer he would deceive everyone like this. Suddenly Liz said that she was surprised. Miyabi looked at her in bewilderment. The girl said that only 8 years had passed since that terrible flood, and so she thought that everything would be different in this place. Liz looked around, looking at the extremely beautiful city. At that moment, Chiffon came up to her and asked with a smile if Liz had thought that the whole city would be in a terrible state. Liz admitted that she had thought so. Chiffon said that Angelum was quite far away, so apparently the details of the destruction didn't even reach the guys. Chiffon looked at the boys and then explained that it was all because of the barrier that protected the city. Liz looked at the young lady in confusion and asked what she was talking about. The lady said that the court magicians used the Crystal of Wisdom. It is a protective spell that can withstand even the attacks of advanced magic. It closed all the inner areas, including the port. The areas that suffered the most from the horrific flooding were the outer areas that are located behind the bridge. The girl said that up until this point the lower city had been actively expanding, but now there are rumors that it still hasn't returned to its heyday. She also heard that the areas away from the main roads had become slums and were no longer safe, so the boys should be careful. Miyabi whispered to Liz that they had pitched a tent outside yesterday. In response to this, the girl said that they should spend the night in a hotel. Suddenly, some vegetables fell to the ground with a loud sound. Liz and Miyabi turned around in shock while someone else loudly threatened that the other person should not even think about opening their poverty-smelling shop here. The boys turned around in horror, trying to understand what was going on. There they saw a young girl and all her food thrown onto the ground. The rich people were cursing at these poor people, asking if they had forgotten where they were. The three rich men exclaimed that even servants from high-ranking houses came here to shop, and that this was, accordingly, the high-class market of Lag Patera, the place of first-class farmers. So they asked this poor woman for what reason she had placed her poor cart right in front of their store. The girl, in some panic, exclaimed that she did not understand at all why they were so unhappy, because she was paying for this place just like they were. Miyabi stood there in confusion, saying that this place was really unsafe. The rich people asked the girl if she really wanted to contradict them. At that very moment, Liz rushed there. The girl raised her staff and shouted loudly at the unpleasant people that they should let the poor woman go. Liz's face was visibly panicked when the rich woman turned around and asked her who she was. Liz simply repeated her request that the men let the girl go. She stated that if they discussed everything, there would be no need to resort to violence. The woman chuckled and asked Liz if she was trying to threaten her with that pathetic stick. She asked if Liz was serious about using magic at such a close range. The woman wondered if Liz was that stupid. Miyabi, meanwhile, was completely panicked. He was screaming from side to side, asking what could be done. He asked Chiffon if they should call the police. The young lady merely called Alicia by name. The maid was at a loss, but the mistress looked at her in bewilderment and called her name again. Chiffon didn't have to repeat it a third time. Alicia immediately ran forward, briefly saying that she understood everything. The man grabbed Liz by her clothes and swung his arm hard, intending to hit her. The woman screamed that the girl shouldn't try to be tough. Liz thought that if she could take one hit, she could attack. Miyabi tried to help Liz and ran towards her, but Chiffon said with a slight smile that everything was fine, because Alicia was with her. The maid ran up very quickly and rose into the air. Miyabi and Liz froze, and Chiffon smiled. At that very moment, Alicia quickly landed and hit the man on the head, holding him back. Liz fell to the ground in shock. Chiffon said that her knight was with them. The rich man and woman crawled back in panic, asking what Alicia had done. The woman thought the girl was a mercenary, but realized she was only a servant. She wondered where this girl had come from. Chiffon stepped forward and gasped in admiration, saying that these vegetables looked delicious. At that moment, the woman's eyes widened in shock. When she saw Chiffon, she couldn't say a word. Looking at this girl, she thought that she was overflowing with grace and thought that she was an excellent farmer. Chiffon smiled and turned to the girl who was on the floor and asked if she could take all of this. The girl was confused and asked if Chiffon really wanted to take it right now. The woman caught herself thinking that this girl looked just like the daughter of an aristocrat. She immediately got up from the ground, trying to figure out what such a young lady was doing in this place. The woman called Chiffon and said that if she looked at the price, she would immediately understand everything. She exclaimed that these dirty vegetables were grown by poor people for the same poor people. Chiffon asked if the price was really determined by appearance. The young lady was about to express her opinion. Chiffon said the vegetables looked much better than the ones across the street, which were just on display. The girl smiled warmly and clasped her hands, indicating that she was completely confident in her assessment. Hearing this, the woman blushed with shame. At that moment, Miyabi appeared from the crowd, pointing at these people and saying that they needed to come here. Right behind him were the guards, who quickly recognized the nasty sellers. Seeing the guards of the law, they gasped. Miyabi shouted loudly that there were even victims here. He pointed at Liz, who was sitting on the floor, trying to come to her senses. The guards exclaimed how tired they were of the paleness of these salesmen. Alicia carefully put her weapon back. Seeing the maid, Liz carefully stood up and sincerely thanked the girl for saving her. Liz was talking admiringly about how strong Alicia was. Suddenly, the maid turned away and coldly said that Liz shouldn't think of anything because it wasn't for her sake at all. Liz was confused, looking at Alicia's figure who was leaving faster and faster. After everything was over, the guys gathered at the girl who became a victim of these people. The girl bowed guiltily, then thanked Liz for helping her. She said that she couldn't even imagine what would have happened to her precious shop if she had been alone. Liz, slightly confused, said that she shouldn't thank her. The girl looked up and asked worriedly if everything was okay. The girl said that this lady aristocrat so appreciated vegetables that look bad even if you forget about their origin. Chiffon said that she does not take back her words. She smiled and said that she was really interested in this carrot. Chiffon noted that its smell was a little different from the usual. The girl was delighted when she understood what the young lady was talking about. She told her that she lived in a village halfway up the mountain she had pointed to. The girl explained that this is how she grows vegetables. It may look bad, but the carrots are incredibly sweet. Miyabi gasped, then realized that they were winter carrots. The girl asked in confusion what that meant. Miyabi was confused when he realized that he had done it again. He said that he had heard earlier that the sugar content of vegetables would increase if they were left under snow, so he wondered if that was really true. The boys were surprised, noting that the snow had only just started falling. The girl said that Miyabi was right, and there had been snow in the mountains since autumn. She explained that everyone in the village thought it was help from above, but it turned out that it was all because of the cold. Chiffon looked at the guy and was surprised at how erudite he was. Miyabi laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, Chiffon thought about it and asked if vegetables of such quality could be grown in Angelum too. The girl thought about it. Miyabi looked at the young lady and then said that he was not an expert on this, so he would need to find out more. Listening to their conversation, the girl wondered if they really came from Angelum. Miyabi turned to the girl, then said with a smile that everything was exactly like that. After this answer, she smiled, noting this information. The girl told about her daughter who went to the city to earn money. Suddenly, a small child came up and hugged her, saying that he had already cleaned everything up. The girl said that it was because of this that she felt some kind of connection with this city. The girl was very worried that her dear daughter would not overwork herself there. Miyabi said with a warm smile that he was sure that everything was fine. After that, the boys wondered if it really wasn't a problem. They were looking at the pile of boxes when Miyabi said that there were only carrots in there. Chiffon laughed, saying that there really were a lot of them. Alicia said that she was curious to know if the cooks thought it was too much. Chiffon agreed, and Miyabi wondered if they could have some carrots. Suddenly, Chiffon gasped loudly. The girl smiled widely and looked at Miyabi, after which she said that if there really was a lot of it, then she knew who it could be passed on to. Chiffon smiled widely again, saying that there would be a lot of people, so a lot of vegetables would be a must. The girl said happily that it was just perfect to go home with. On the way in the carriage, Miyabi and Liz looked at the view from the window, and they both turned very pale when they saw what they had come to. They shouted loudly that it was a castle. At the same time, a young man stood in the castle and watched the carriage enter. His gaze immediately fell on Chiffon, who was smiling warmly. Berdini Mansion was quiet on the day of their arrival in the capital. Late that night, Chiffon was drinking tea in her room. She suddenly remembered Alicia's question about whether sightseeing would be unnecessary. She also remembered Alicia's words about not having any personal feelings towards Liz. Chiffon smirked, thinking that once her mood got worse, it would become very obvious. She thought Alicia was cute. Suddenly, she noticed something in the room which immediately made her quiet down. The girl took out a pen and ink, after which she began to write down. On June 12th, they arrived in the capital. According to the plan, tomorrow they should say goodbye to Red Cliff, then send to determine the future profession only with Mr. Miyabi and his group. She thought about defining her future profession. He is on par with crafters in professionalism, so her father wanted confirmation that he was not just pretending to be a crafter. The girl thought that this was unusual caution for her father. She wondered if he had other thoughts. The young lady sighed and looked up. She carefully placed her pen back on the table, thinking that it was time to stop thinking about this. She was fully aware that there had never been a time when her father had spoken his mind. She smiled, thinking that she was who she was, and therefore she didn't need to be like her father. Walking around the city, Chiffon thought that she was working for this man, pursuing her own goals. Suddenly, someone turned to the young lady and asked her to wait a little. The lady immediately turned around. The girl asked what was wrong. The boy exclaimed that they would accept agricultural products as a gift to the castle. But there was something else. The soldier exclaimed that it would be a bit of a problem if they, of noble blood, carried all this to the kitchen. Liz looked at him and asked if the maid could handle it. Chiffon sweetly said that they really had a lot of food. The next moment, Miyabi pulled out many boxes of carrots from the inventory. The soldier exclaimed in horror that the carrots fell from the sky. While the boys were talking to the soldier, someone was already running towards them as fast as they could. Suddenly, this person loudly called Chiffon's name, causing the girl to immediately turn around. A guy, red with joy and short of breath, dressed very richly, ran towards them. He smiled happily and said that it was really her. He almost hugged the girl tightly, saying that if she had warned him, he would have come out to meet her. But Chiffon deftly dodged, which is why Alicia had to catch him. The guy landed rather painfully, after which he stood up from the ground with difficulty. Chiffon turned around and noticed that he was in a good mood. It was Cress. Miyabi thought that they were in the royal castle and that guy was so close to the duke's daughter. The guy asked who it was. Chiffon said that she could introduce them to each other. She took the guy by the arm, after which she said that his name was Krez. Forsha, and he is her fiancé and also the third prince of this country. Miyabi and Liz turned pale upon hearing this information. After a while, they all gathered in a rather beautiful room, drinking tea with sweets. Miyabi thought that it was good that he had worked in an aristocrat's house before, but such places still made him nervous. However, there was something more important. Craze sincerely apologized to Chiffon, saying that if he had known in advance, he would have definitely prepared her favorite pastry. The girl pouted in an offended manner, and the guy sadly asked why she was making such a face. Chiffon was silent. Krez said warmly that he always wanted Chiffon to be happy. The girl was touched by these words. Miyabi could not watch all this flirting, and this reaction made him tense. At this point, Liz apologized, drawing attention to herself. She was sweating profusely. The girl asked tremblingly if they were really allowed to be there. Miyabi exclaimed that she was sweating more than a girl should. Krez gasped and apologized to them for leaving his guests unattended. He turned to the young lady and asked if she could introduce the boys to him. Chiffon said that they were Liz, Miyabi, and Mel, the adventurers who had accompanied her on the road from Angelum. Hearing that they were adventurers, the prince was surprised. He gasped, saying that they were the same age. Chiffon smiled and said that they were all just great people. Suddenly, Krez asked what the boys had argued with the guard about not long ago. Miyabi said that they had brought carrots as a gift to the castle. At the same time, he was blowing a fan at Liz. Miyabi said that they refused when Chiffon offered to carry it in the kitchen, but then they put it in valuables in safety. The girl said that it was a waste of effort because it was heavy when you took it out of inventory. Crace laughed, saying that it was very similar to Chiffon. Suddenly, the prince thought about the inventory and asked Miyabi if he was the creator. The boy wanted to confess, but Krez gasped, saying that he initially thought that they were warriors, since they were adventurers. Miyabi revealed that he was a crafter, so he was acting as a support. Hearing this, Krez gasped, saying that it was a great coincidence. The guy said with a smile that he was also a crafter. Hearing this, Liz froze. The girl was very surprised. Miyabi asked if it was true, after which he declared that they were soulmates. The girl could not believe that a prince, and also a crafter, was sitting in front of her. A crafter among the royal family. Liz shuddered. Liz was confused and asked what it meant. Chiffon hesitated, then said that it was a bit of a delicate topic, and therefore it was awkward to talk about it. Chiffon laughed sweetly, then said that Liz shouldn't worry about it at all. Then she looked at Krez and asked if he agreed with it. The guy just smiled warmly in response. Liz hesitated a lot. The girl remembered that in the church they said that the nature of magical power is inherited and therefore the professions of parents and children are not very different. Miyabi gasped, noting that this was the case. The boys started talking about the aristocrat. Chiffon became noticeably more serious. She said that in times when the country was in danger, aristocrats should protect the people with themselves and shed blood first. The girl took a sip of tea, then added that these were the words of the founder of their dynasty. In accordance with these principles, the aristocrats gave preference to combat specialization, with the help of which it is possible to protect people. Afterwards, the girl added that now, the so-called professions of a magician or swordsman are firmly entrenched among aristocrats. That's why Chiffon pointed out that Liz's surprise was completely understandable. After hearing this, Miyabi thought about it, and then an interesting thought came to his mind. At that moment, the guy did not understand at all where the prince could have gotten such a profession from. He froze, thinking that extremely unpleasant thoughts were creeping into his head. He decided to sort everything out and start with one thing. Miyabi looked at the prince suspiciously, asking if it was okay for them to tell the boys this. A scene of them being killed for the knowledge immediately appeared in his head. Crace turned pale and asked if that was really how they looked to the people. He sighed, saying that he didn't hide it, although he didn't disseminate special information either. He clutched his plate tightly, which Chiffon noticed worried. The guy said that the entire aristocracy was already well aware of this. Chiffon turned to Miyabi and asked him if he was carrying the pillow he had given her in the mountains earlier. The boy immediately paid attention to the young lady's request. He quickly pulled out a neat pillow from his inventory, then asked Chiffon if this was the pillow she was talking about. The girl confirmed it. Chiffon took the item, then handed it to Krez and said that it was made by Miyabi. The guy looked at it and asked in surprise if it was really made by Kraft. Krez noted that it looked very high quality. The next moment, he was delighted to notice that it was warm. Miyabi proudly said that he had turned on the fire there. Krez was even more amazed when he learned that Miyabi had mastered the magic of turning on. Krez was amazed and blushed slightly, saying that even though Miyabi was a crafter, the things he created were of incredible quality. Chiffon looked at Krez with a smile and asked if he wanted to do some creation work with Miyabi. The boy was a little taken aback. He blushed and said that he thought Miyabi was amazing to him and that was enough. He added that he had never even used his skills. He was about to say that it was impossible for him, but Chiffon stopped him. The girl, extremely emotional, reminded him that he had previously promised not to speak badly about himself. She took his hand, and the guy thought about it. Cress sighed slightly, then looked down and said that it was true. He apologized to Chiffon. Miyabi looked at them, remembering that Karen had said the same thing. He understood the fact that crafters in this world had a very hard time creating things, psychologically speaking. They thought they were useless and that it was simply impossible for them. However, Miyabi thought this was something wrong and strange, because the creation of objects should be much more pleasant for absolutely everyone. The guy turned to Prince Cress. Miyabi smiled warmly and asked what Cress thought about creating a gift for Chiffon first. The boy blushed and asked what that meant. Miyabi, extremely proud of himself, said that he had only recently realized this, but creating things for someone else was the most satisfying thing. The guy was very proud when he said this. Craze if he had something he wanted to create specifically for Chiffon. The aristocrat thought for a moment and looked at his bride, after which he was a little taken aback. The boy blushed slightly and asked what they thought about the blanket. He smiled and said that at this time of year, Chiffon always seemed cold at tea parties. The girl was touched and asked if he really noticed that. Miyabi smiled widely and then firmly said that everything was decided. He loudly exclaimed that they should do it right now. Chiffon and Cress awkwardly agreed, and so an hour passed. Time passed faster and faster, but things did not get better. Miyabi looked at the holy blanket that the prince held in his hands. Craze carefully held the rather fragile structure in his hands while Miyabi watched. The next moment the blanket crumbled into small pieces. Miyabi was silent. The guy picked up the remains of the yarn, which was tangled into one single ball. Cress quietly said that it was craft. Miyabi gasped in horror. The prince grabbed Miyabi's perfect blanket and asked how it was possible. He had no idea how the boy could create fabric that looked and felt so royally beautiful. Cress fell to the floor, screaming that if he had noticed, he would have added more embroidery. Miyabi looked at the boy, then apologized. He twisted more yarn around his hand, thinking that maybe it was because he didn't have enough skill. But the strange thing was that it didn't even hold its shape. He looked at the prince, thinking that it wasn't going well anyway. He suggested that Cress change direction a bit and switch to handicrafts. The prince looked at Miyabi in confusion, asking what it was. The boy sighed. He explained that a crafter has 3 unique skills. The crafting skill, if you have a recipe and materials. The skill allows you to create an item instantly. The cooking skill, as well as handicrafts. The skill of processing materials. Miyabi said that it was very convenient because you can do many things, such as touching, cutting, knitting, bending, and fastening. However, the crafting skill requires practice. Cress exclaimed that it was simply too early for him. Miyabi smiled and said that that was why they should do some handicrafts today. The joyful prince agreed to this suggestion, so another hour passed, spent on practice. The prince's face was pale and rather gloomy. After some silence, he finally turned to Miyabi. Cress Forsha, holding the product in his hands, asked if the needlework was too complicated. He had many missing stitches in his creation. Miyabi, looking at this, sighed in shock. It was complete chaos. The prince looked at his hand, creating light on it, and said that he could not direct magic through the threads. However, there was something else that tormented the boy. The prince asked with displeasure how it was possible to correctly imagine how exactly the fabric is created from the thread. He shouted that his brain would boil. Miyabi, creating something, said that you can get used to it, and the process will become faster. Cress Forsha lay down on the table and shouted a question about whether this blanket was even possible. He said that it had holes in it, so it would be cold under it. Miyabi tried to calm him down, saying that it could definitely be covered. The boy said that everything is possible if you sew with your own hands. The prince, with tears in his eyes, began to whine. Tears began to drip from his eyes, which surprised Miyabi. Cress held his creation tightly in his hands. The prince spoke words about how it was too terrible to give Chiffon. He cried bitterly while speaking about it. Miyabi stood up and walked towards the prince, calling out to him. The young man apologized, saying that he had indeed overdone it. At that moment, someone touched his arm. Before Cressfortia sat down with Chiffon, who looked at the boy with warmth and care, holding his hands. The young lady, with a smile on her face, asked the prince not to scold her precious blanket. She tried very hard to console her fiancé. Chiffon asked the prince about what she said, that she needed something perfect, like what kings would buy for themselves. The girl said that there was nothing wrong with it, even if the blanket was crooked or slanted. After all, he wanted to give it to a girl. The girl raised the prince's hand, addressing him by name. She looked at Cress's tear-stained face, saying that this was the first time he had created something and she wanted exactly that. The prince burst into bitter tears again. He asked Chiffon for forgiveness. The girl tried to calm him down with a smile, calling him a sweet crybaby. At that moment, Miyabi approached the couple and with a polite smile handed the prince a handkerchief. He asked him to take it. The prince sighed, realizing that he and Chiffon were not alone here. After a while, the prince happily exclaimed that he had succeeded. Cress sighed as he hugged his creation. He was glad that it had finally taken shape. Miyabi smiled and told the prince that he had done well. He then handed the gift to Chiffon, who happily showed it to Liz. The prince was touched by this. After that, someone in the palace called out to Miyabi, so the boy turned around. Prince Cress apologized to him for showing him his pathetic side. The prince said that it was very funny. He was a little embarrassed because he wanted to say something else. Cress started talking about how if it wasn't too much trouble for Miyabi, maybe they could meet again tomorrow. The guy asked if he was talking about tomorrow. The prince awkwardly said that he wanted the boy to tell him more about handicrafts. Miyabi quickly brightened up and looked at Cress with enthusiasm. Miyabi replied that he would be happy to do so because he always enjoyed seeing people enjoying creating something. He also said that they should stop being polite. Miyabi was confused, and the prince with a wide smile told the boy to call him Cress. The boys then returned to Chiffon. Alicia watched them from the side, thinking how sad it was to part. The maid looked at the laughing Cress and Chiffon with a serious expression, thinking that she really enjoyed such moments. Alicia thought that her mistress could throw off the burden of being the Duke's daughter and be a simple girl. At times like now, she also thought that she could not believe her ears when she heard that these people would go to the royal castle. However, she thought that if the prince was happy, then the lady was happy too. One could say that it was a good day off. Alicia sat down in the carriage driver's seat and set off, passing the main gates of the palace. The girl thought that this time she could thank these adventurers. She also thought that once this was over, they would not meet again. Chiffon thanked the guys with a wide smile, because they spent this day with her. The young lady was saying that it took much longer than she expected. She asked the boys where they were staying and where to take them. Miyabi sighed thoughtfully at that moment. Miyabi awkwardly looked away, saying that they were just thinking about finding a place to stay for the night. Liz repeated after the guy, agreeing with him. Chiffon screamed in shock, after which she apologized. The girl said that if she knew, she would do something. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind, and she understood what to do. The Duke's daughter asked the boys with an enthusiastic smile why they didn't stay the night. Liz and Miyabi were shocked by the offer. Alicia, who was driving the carriage, was also shocked. Chiffon said that it was a great idea because Miyabi had a meeting with Cress tomorrow. For this reason, she called out to Liz and Mel. Alicia couldn't understand the reason why the lady was doing so much for these simple adventurers. The maid suddenly wondered how they had even come to this conversation. Chiffon joyfully exclaimed that they should go to magic lessons with her. Alicia was shocked by what her mistress was saying. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild, there was urgent news that there was no damage. Eleanor walked down the corridor, thinking that she had managed to send Chiffon safely to the capital. Suddenly, the girl turned her attention to the guild leader, who was standing to the side. Eleanor asked him if he had really started smoking again. The man only sighed sullenly in response to the question. Zion closed his eyes and said that he was just in that mood. The girl thoughtfully wondered if he was really talking about his mood. Eleanor wondered if this wasn't an escape from stress. After all, the way the man suddenly asked about Miyabi seemed strange to her. The worker was deep in thought, so Zion asked what she had. Eleanor smiled and replied that it was nothing. She explained that it was simply a mission completion report. The guild leader asked about the incident reports. The girl told him that there were none. The man said that in that case he would send someone to the Duke's mansion. After that, he handed something to the girl. Zion said that he would go and report this to the Duke. Eleanor looked at the man seriously. She said that she had never heard of a boss going to report on a simple report. She assumed that the boss probably had a lot of free time. The man simply remained silent. Eleanor sighed, because he was still the same. Eleanor started to say that if he was so free, maybe they should go out for a bite to eat for the first time in a long time. She called the man's name questioningly. By that time, the boys had arrived at Chiffon's residence. The girl pointed to a room and asked them to spend the night there. Liz and Miyabi were slightly shocked by what was happening. Chiffon rang the bell with a smile, saying that their camp clothes should also be washed. She offered the boys a change of clothes. Alicia silently took the laundry basket, and the butler turned to Miyabi, saying that it suited him. After that, they went to eat. Liz was still very awkward. Chiffon turned to the girl and whispered to her that after eating, she would like to see how Liz controls magic power. Alicia, who was standing next to them, just closed her eyes in silence. Her face did not show any emotion. Some time passed like that. After the meal, Alicia threw the thing aside with all her might, shouting a question about what kind of people they were. She was very angry. The girl screamed furiously that if the guy had such powers, then setting up camp would not be a problem at all. She could not understand why they should then accept them as guests. Alicia screamed that they should not dare to take advantage of her mistress's kindness. After the girl stopped screaming in her thin-walled room, she began to calm down, breathing heavily. Alicia clenched her teeth in anger. She said that she still understood that this boy was a B rank, but she would not forgive the girl. The maid reminisced about how the Red Cliff boys were supportive of her and how Liz said she would try her best. Alicia said that even the fact that she had become a leader through connections made her sick. The girl's level of irritation grew when she thought about how Liz had to be carried on her back as well. She was furious when she thought about the moment when the girl came up with a plan and ended up just putting the mistress in danger. Alicia was terribly irritated by the fact that even in the city, Liz was getting involved in the problems of ordinary people that she had nothing to do with. The maid threw her sword at the wall in anger, shouting that it was obvious that Liz lacked the ability to be an adventurer. The weapon swayed, and the girl continued speaking. She gnashed her teeth as she said that, even though everyone was happy to see the girl. She remembered Chiffon saying that they were in a mansion, so there was no need for an escort. The girl had said that Alicia could rest. The maid shouted out to the whole area asking why Chiffon was so attracted to this girl. Meanwhile, in the next room, a girl was talking about how Alicia was becoming even more rude. Another girl said that her mistress must have said something to her. They decided to go to bed. Night had fallen in the city and the Chiffon estate was silent. Miyabi was going about his business when suddenly someone knocked on the door. The young man walked up to the door and opened it. Mel appeared on the threshold wearing a nightgown. She raised her hand, greeting the guy. Miyabi turned to Mel in confusion, asking the girl what had happened. She replied that the two had gone somewhere and she was left alone. Miyabi looked at the girl with a smile. He started to say that if she needed a partner to play with, he was ready. However, the girl answered negatively, taking something out of her bag. At that moment, Mel took out her plush toy. The girl was saying that she wanted Miyabi to make clothes for Nakagawa Taro. The guy said, slightly surprised, that this is what she called him. The guy let Mel into his room, agreeing to her request. He asked the girl why this was all so sudden. The girl looked at the guy, saying that she had recently been in Chiffon's room, where the toys were dressed cutely. The guy asked Mel with a laugh if she was really jealous. After that, he began to draw sketches for clothes. Miyabi showed the girl the sketches and asked which version she liked. Mel exclaimed with delight. She began to carefully study the drawings until she chose the one. After that, the boy began to create an outfit while Mel watched him carefully. Miyabi handed the cute toy back to the girl. Miyabi went to bed, but Mel wanted more. She looked at the guy and asked if he could just create clothes. The guy asked if he was talking about the crafting skill. The guy opened the screen, which began to glow, and told her that he did not have a suitable clothing scheme for the toys. Mel was very curious, so she began to climb onto the bed, talking about what she could not see. The young man tapped the screen in front of him, saying that the crafting skill might seem universal, but even it had its limitations. The guy created the fabric, telling her that without a pattern the skill wouldn't work. After that, he covered the girl and said that even if there was a pattern, if the level wasn't high enough, nothing would work. He lay down next to me and continued to talk about how if you create something with your own hands, the pattern will be preserved. And then you can make more of the same things. Miyabi thought that he had a lot of circuits left over from the game and the level was maxed out, so there was nothing to worry about. He thought that even though the circuit designs from the game were quite limited, there were few places where they could be used. The boy remembered today, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that it was very different from the conditions in which the local crafters live. After that, Miyabi and Mel fell asleep. Miyabi suddenly remembered how he had been daydreaming when he was helping the prince. He thought that it was somehow strange that his things didn't even take shape. A thought suddenly came to him. The boy screamed quietly in panic, saying that he really had that feeling. He asked the prince for forgiveness. Mel was sleeping peacefully next to him, while the boy tried to calm down because he was overwhelmed with emotions. Meanwhile, Liz in the other room sighed, saying how tired she was. She slammed the door behind her. The girl put her staff down and said that although this was a mansion, the place for study was excellent, as expected from nobles. Liz stood in front of the mirror and began to look at herself, thinking that the clothes were cute. She stopped and thought that a lot of things had happened. She began to remember recent events. They were at the profession determination and even met the prince. She touched her reflection, thinking that these were amazing things, which she had never met before. Liz thought it was all thanks to Chiffon's invitation. She remembered the Duke's daughter saying she wanted to be escorted somewhere. The girl remembered a couple. It was a prince who was a crafter, and the Duke's daughter is his bride. Liz went to her bed wondering if this was all a coincidence. She thought it was terrible because she was so sleepy that her head wouldn't work. She pulled the blanket over herself, chuckling slightly, because what mattered was how beautiful the room was. Liz had said that the bed was top-notch, and so were the clothes. She suddenly looked away. After that, the next day came. The sun rose. Someone was walking down the street, stopping quietly. Miyabi was walking around the residence, stretching contentedly. He was talking about how nice it was to walk in the morning. It was refreshing, and the temperature outside was great. At that moment, Liz appeared next to him and called out loudly to Miyabi, scaring him greatly. The girl started asking Miyabi loudly questions about how his night had gone. The guy was very confused by this, not understanding the meaning of the girl's question. Liz loudly slammed the door. She approached Miyabi and started shouting that she meant the beds. Miyabi told Liz that it felt nice and soft, although it didn't look that way. Liz interrupted him, saying that she wasn't talking about that. She asked about whether it wasn't strange. Miyabi froze in bewilderment at the question. The girl began to talk about how even the beds at the Duke's villa were most likely custom-made, evidence of which can be considered the fact that even the mattress has 1.5 times more feathers than the hotel. Liz said that the thickness of the cotton was so carefully chosen that you could almost see the craftsman at work. But there was more. The girl looked at Miyabi carefully, asking him why he thought they felt unsatisfied. Miyabi looked at the girl in shock, imagining the roof of the house greeting her. Miyabi shook slightly, then bent over. Suddenly the boy ran away, asking Liz what was wrong with her. He asked if she thought it looked like she was complaining when she was invited. She exclaimed a question about whose fault it was. The guy started running away from Liz, screaming that he would never lose. Meanwhile, Mel was sitting on the roof yawning sleepily. After some time, a carriage pulled up to the entrance of the estate. The guy waved his hand with a smile on his face, saying that they would meet in the city. Liz, Chiffon, and Mel looked at the guy. Chiffon told Liz that she would have liked them to stay longer, of course. Liz replied that they couldn't continue to bother the girl. Miyabi looked at Liz carefully after her morning question about dissatisfaction. The carriage started moving. After some time, Miyabi arrived at the palace. The knight, who was sitting on a horse, told the boy that he would pick him up in the evening. Miyabi thanked him, when suddenly his name was called. Craze came out to meet Miyabi Forsha, who thanked the boy with a broad smile for coming. His entourage was also by his side. Cress awkwardly saying that today Everything was somehow strict. The prince said that these were his guards from whom he escaped yesterday. The prince looked at the guy happily, saying that there was something more important that he wanted to show him. After a while, the boys came into one of the rooms. Miyabi exclaimed with delight and asked what all this was. The prince told of how he had asked the guards to get it for him. He said that it just so happened that they brought it all to his room so that they could use it right away. Miyabi turned around in shock, asking if this was really Cress's room. The prince responded in the affirmative, laughing slightly. The prince was slightly embarrassed, looking away. He confidently began to say that Chiffon was very happy, so he really wants to give something beautiful to the one he likes. Miyabi was very touched. Crace squeezed the boy's hand, asking him if he could help him take revenge for this reason. Miyabi was even more confused by this. The prince said that if Miyabi wanted something in gratitude, he would do everything. After a few moments, they decided to sit down at the table. Cress said that knitting with wool is difficult, so he prepared other materials. Miyabi was very surprised by this. The prince was curious whether even a beginner could combine the two materials. He talked about it while promoting a sewing book for beginners. Miyabi was touched by how hard Cress was trying. The young man answered affirmatively, saying that he could. However, Miyabi added that he thought that now the prince would be able to make the same blanket as yesterday. Cress sighed questioningly after the boy's words. Cress began to create the object with fear. He opened his eyes and stared in delight before him. He started talking about how there were holes all over the place, but it wasn't falling apart. The prince exclaimed that it really wasn't falling apart, calling out to Miyabi. The boy agreed with Cress with a smile. Miyabi thought that he didn't notice it because Karen's hammer was taking shape. But he was able to do it because Karen had made a hammer before. Miyabi thought that in the game, basic items could be created from the very beginning. However, in this world, it is not so. Because without a scheme, in other words, without knowing the structure of the item, it will not be possible to create it. The boy suddenly realized that he had forced the prince to do something he couldn't do even if he stood on his head. He mentally asked Cress for forgiveness. The prince sighed slightly at that moment. Cress said he was confused when he said he was out of yarn. He thought that maybe his inventory was a bit small. Miyabi thought about the yarn, wondering if that was what he was looking for. At this moment, Miyabi screamed loudly in fear. He saw a large amount of ash next to him, so he asked if this was a crime scene. The prince screamed at this. Craze quickly covered Miyabi's mouth in a panic, telling him to be quiet. He whispered words about how his guards hadn't noticed yet. Cress scratched his head awkwardly, saying that, to be honest, he had been trying to improve something with magic this morning. The young prince remembered how Miyabi had said yesterday that he had improved a pillow with fire. For this reason, the prince wondered if the blanket would become warm if it were improved. So he tried to do so. However, at that very moment, a fire broke out. Cress said with a sweet smile that this is how it happened. That is why it happened. That is why it happened. Miyabi, shocked, replied that it was because the fabric was very flammable. Miyabi said that the compatibility between the material and the enhancement was poor, and to enhance it, one still needed to be good at manipulating magic. At that moment, the prince asked the boy to wait. Kearns began to talk about how, in truth, he had come up with a way that even a clumsy person like him could improve the fabric. The prince was very excited when he told Miyabi about this. The smooth table sparkled brightly. The prince sighed in surprise, admiring the fact that the surface was now as good as new. Miyabi replied that no one would know that something had burned. Krez read in a book that restoration is a skill of manufacturers who do repairs. He realized that the connections of magical forces were unraveling, which entailed the destruction of matter, so it was possible to add magical power. Miyabi thought that this was some kind of complicated speech. He suddenly remembered what they had recently talked about. Miyabi asked how one could give clothes the properties of fire without mastering the magic itself. The prince looked at him carefully. The prince stood up and began to tell Miyabi that the magical technique of assigning a property differs in complexity depending on the compatibility of the property itself and the object. Cress said that the fabric is easily flammable, which makes it difficult. The prince grabbed the poker, saying that in that case, the material that would not catch fire would be metal, which they would take. Cress came to the table, saying that he was joining two pieces of fabric. He said that it was simple, but sometimes even bags were made that way. The prince said what would happen now if a metal with the property of fire was put inside. Miyabi understood what the guy was talking about. He thought it was like electric blankets. He thought with a smile that everything would definitely be fine. Krez said he wanted the blanket to meet 2 criteria this time. First, it had to be soft to the touch. Second, it had to be suitable for outdoor use. The prince said he thought squirrel fur could be used for the outside. He said it was so soft and nice to touch. The boy happily said that he would put chainmail inside. He said that the blanket would not fall off even if it was just lying on his knees. However, he said that chainmail was still a bit heavy, so he would make the links themselves thinner and lighter. Miyabi was surprised. The prince asked Miyabi what he thought of his idea. Miyabi sighed questioningly, thinking that the electric blanket was clearly lighter. Miyabi thought about it, that for the first time it was very good. He answered Krez that he thought it was very good. The prince beamed, asked if it was true, since it had just occurred to him, so he was worried. Something clinked. The prince placed a piece of metal on the table, saying that they needed to start making the part as soon as possible. Miyabi was completely shocked by this turn of events. He screamed loudly. The young man asked the prince what he was going to do with it. Krez, with a shining face, replied that he would sharpen it. Miyabi asked him what that innocent look was. He shouted words about there being another way. Miyabi started to explain that first you need to make a metal wire. Then you need to wrap it around the folder. After that, he said that you can finally cut across the rings and adjust them. Krez looked at the result with delight, saying that they were all the same size. He was also surprised at how many there were. After that, the prince enthusiastically said that they could connect them. Miyabi called out to him, telling him to wait. The boy told the prince, who was confused, that if he did so, it would be difficult. Miyabi started talking about how the more complex the structure of an item is, the harder it is to add a property. He said that chainmail is made up of many rings, so for Krez, it would be a bit difficult right now. The boy said that for this reason they should use an easier method. Krez asked what kind of method it was. Miyabi asked in response how they could make things easier for themselves. He asked the prince if he had any ideas. Krez was very confused after the guy's question. He thought about it, but nothing came to his mind. Suddenly he understood and shouted out the words that first you need to add a property. Miyabi answered that it was correct. After that, the boys got down to business. The prince took one ring at a time and endowed it with properties while Miyabi was nearby. Suddenly Miyabi noticed something. He turned to Krez, asking about his hand. The prince looked at his hand in confusion. Krez replied that they were calluses from fencing training. Miyabi asked the prince about the fact that he really does fencing, even though he is a crafter. Krez replied that he is still a prince. Miyabi apologized, and Krez said that it was okay. The guy looked at Miyabi through the ring and said that it was unusual. He noted that crafting is very interesting. He was a little ashamed, but he never even thought about creating one himself. Miyabi said that the guy was a prince, and everything was clear. Krez agreed, then said that this profession left a problem for his loved one. Politics, education, fencing. It's like he's trying, but in the end, he's just trying his best to hide the fact that he can't do something. It's excruciating. That's why Krez knew this feeling. When Chiffon was happy about the gift, his chest felt very warm. The guy said that he had a burning desire to create something. Miyabi was genuinely amazed. He smiled warmly. Suddenly Miyabi said that something caught fire. Krez exclaimed in response that he literally caught fire. Miyabi said that there was something else there. He pointed his finger behind the prince and exclaimed that there really was something burning there. Hearing this, Krez was very confused. He turned around and screamed in a great panic, asking why this was happening. Miyabi was already running with water. Eventually the fire went out, and there was quite a bit of burnt yarn left in the room. Suddenly the flames started up again, caught fire. The boys screamed in panic. Krez thought about it, wondering if it had caught fire because it had been near a heat source for too long. Miyabi asked loudly if this was the time to think about it. The other knights stood near the door, wondering what the noise was in the room. They ran into the room and asked the prince what he was doing there. Miyabi panicked even more because there was more fresh oxygen. The king stood in the street and looked at the fire, trying to understand what was going on there. At this time, Liz was riding in the carriage, thinking about Miyabi being alone there. She was worried about whether everything was okay with him there. It was an invitation from a noblewoman, and so Liz could not refuse her, but the girl understood that she was a little afraid to be there. Chiffon looks like a girl around her age. but sometimes she seemed suspiciously attentive. If Miyabi had been invited, it would have made sense. But Liz didn't understand why they had to bring her, and it was also the place Liz wanted to go to. Chiffon turned to the window and said that the main gate was already visible. Liz turned to the window in admiration and gasped. They arrived at the Temple of Magic, the Royal Academy of Magic. The boys walked through a crowded place while Mel looked around. The girl said that there were escorts everywhere. There were only aristocrats there. Chiffon said that this academy was built for nobility, so maybe Mel wouldn't be too interested there. Then she turned to the delighted Liz, noticing that the girl really liked it there. Liz blushed, thinking that it was not worth being delighted in such a situation. Chiffon called Alicia by name. She asked the maid if she would carry her luggage. Alicia agreed, casting a cold glance at Liz. The adventurer wondered if the girl really hated her. Chiffon sighed, saying that she couldn't believe that Alicia was exhibiting such behavior. Liz asked in surprise if Chiffon had noticed this. The aristocrat said that it was true and she wanted to deepen her friendship with Liz, and she understood that Alicia did not like it. Liz was surprised, thinking that she had been suspicious of this. She assumed that Chiffon really just wanted to be friends. The girl sighed, saying that she thought Alicia was more reasonable. She said coldly that she should discipline the maid. Liz noticed with horror that she was afraid of the masters.